You're with Scott. Press go live. Hi, you with Scott. I'm Super Chuffer.
As you see here, we have a black Cleopatra and a white Cleopatra, right? This is Elizabeth Taylor, and this is that new lady. I forgot her name. She was in
you're with Scott. Press go.
But she happens to be black, right? So I thought it'd be a good idea to do my first ever black and white painting. So I've done a black one. And it's like, good idea, right? Black and white. I'll call it Cleopatra Black and White. So the movies have made a deduction that Cleopatra was black. But she's from Egypt, so she couldn't have been black. At that time, there was nobody from Trinidad making their way to Egypt. You know what I mean?
More on that later. There was nobody from Trinidad making it. It's not reverse slavery, is it? We're not dragging them out of Trinidad and dragging them over to Africa to make them slaves, are we? It's not reverse slavery, is it? Ha ha ha. Hello, everyone in chat. Hello, everyone in chat. Let me say, we've got such a big episode today. Today, what we're going to be doing later on Twitch is I'm going to be playing a game. Ooh, I'm playing a game called Bramble. Ooh, that looks interesting. I'll show it you later. All right. What I've got to do before anything, I thought this is so it's what it is. It's content gold. You know when Barry Norman used to do It's All Right on the Night, and he used to come out with his book and he'd be like, oh, this happened on the telly and this is like that. It's Barry Norman, it's the book, it's content gold. Hello, What the Hen, hello, Brutally Honest Marv, hello, KO, hello, Disney Lion, hello, Fiona, hello, Sally, hello, SM, hello, Wendy Woo, hello, Jason I, hello, Sarah M, hello, Kane Corso in the Chihuahua Pack. I want to say a big hello to ABC. I saw you on TFL. The Cult Crew, we're the Cult Crew. I watch TFL. Don't agree with everything he says, but I watch TFL. Yeah, the Cult Crew. I think TFL has a very dry sense of humour. I think you need to get used to him. But big ups everyone in chat. Big ups everyone in chat. This is going to be... Oh, it's Man United playing later. Oh no. Okay, just stay here and don't watch that. I've got a big day of streaming today. I've got all of this armchair divot to do. Oh, he's a right idiot. And I'll be telling you today that I think he did go to Malta. And I think that we scared him into flying home. He's such a cowardly, panicking narcissist. I think we scared him into flying home, and then he did his show. So we're going to talk about that. We're going to look at that. We're going to look at his awful paintings and his justification for them, which is now getting beyond the pale, turned into racism. It's now turned into outright racism. He doesn't understand because he's a backward idiot, but no, it turned into outright racism. And we've got a new thing that started happening as well. The trolls are trolling me. Oh, the trolls are trolling me. Alan, what I do is I go on the internet and I watch your videos, and then I go on my channel and we watch them together and we talk about them. It's not trolling, it's reacting to what you're doing. You're doing the stuff, I'm just pointing out what a fucking idiot you are, right? And then on the other side of things, on Twitter, I post about what we're doing and I make clips and stuff like that, right? Now, Alan has started to go a step further. There was a lovely live stream the day before, or yesterday, or whatever it was, where I was listening to Lizzie Taylor talk to one of Adam's ex-moderators, and it seemed like Alan was in the chat. I mean, I don't know how many people are going to be that angry that they want to get in the chat and defend Alan, but there was one person in particular who said some things specifically about my family. Alan's decided that he thinks it's an intimidation tactic to say facts about my family, like my dad runs a roofing business, I used to run a hairdresser's, things you can find in the public domain to try and scare me off. Someone's found out that my dad runs a roofing business and they know his name. Oh my God. Well, do you know what, Alan? If you want to fuck around on those levels, you can see, you can find out. I'll tell you what, fuck around, find out. Do you think my dad made his whole life roofing business career like getting pushed around by weaselly fucking narcissists? Do you think roofers put up with a load of shit? Just going to tell you a little story about Keith. I don't see Keith much anymore. I think he might, I don't know, I haven't seen him for ages. Maybe he's still in prison. Little story about Keith. When someone was knocking on Keith's door and giving him shit, he went out the window. This is a true story. This isn't a threat or anything. This is a true story about one of the roofers that I know. Went out the window, climbed out the back of his house, out the window at the back, snuck round the side, bang in the side of the head with a brick. You don't fuck around with roofers. You don't. You fuck around, honestly. It's just what a weird thing to be like, oh, I found out these details of your dad's roofing business. I'm going to share that. If you do want a quote, they will turn up. Anna's a nutter. So, but there's another step he's done, right? Like, say things about my family, we're getting into a very dark area. Okay, Alan? You're doing it. And then the other thing that he's doing that's pretty, how would I say it? Pretty horrid. I mean, it doesn't hurt me, yeah? But what he's doing is he's saying, look, this purple rain, I mean, that could be anyone. That could be anyone. We'll see today that he incites people to go and troll other people now, Alan. We're a detractor channel for Alan. We're not specifically Alan's detractor channel. We're just a channel that does stuff on YouTube. But we adults, T-Concept, you'll see today, right? Alan is petty and vindictive, yeah? And I'm a grown-up. But this is fun YouTube content, but it's got an edge. Alan is actually doing some very nasty things, and unless I stand up to the bully, no one else seems to. Not well, the other people do, but I've got this special power that Alan can't. He can't work me out. He can't hurt me. He doesn't know how. I've got a special anti-narcissist powers, so Alan can't. You know, he can't touch me. This one says, you've been reported for claiming benefits while having 9 YouTube channels, 2 of which are monetised and grossing £100 tippies every day. Who writes tippies? Come on, Alan. So. This is particularly egregious because the last time I was on benefits was when I was a carer for my nan. Like, I had to care for my nan while she was very old and poorly. Actually, where's my lighter? I need my lighter. Oh no, I can't continue without my lighter. My nan was very old and poorly and I had to care for her, so I went on carer's allowance. Fuck you. Where's my motherfucking lighter? No, I can't go on without a lighter. Okay, good. So yeah, I was on carer's allowance. That was during COVID. Nan died. I'm not on benefits. You can check it out. I don't care what these people say because obviously the government see my public-facing thing. I've spoken to them when I do my taxes about this whole business and what is and what isn't. I don't care, yeah? You can say what you want, but this is starting to get personal, nasty and personal, and rude and a lie. So what we've got here is defamation. This is why Alan's in trouble. He can't keep it in. He can't stop doing it. This is defamation now. Alan is an idiot. He's going to shit his own bed again, and we're going to have evidence of it, and he's going to be in trouble. But, you know, what am I supposed to do? So it says here, and the thing that's most egregious here, it says, you've got 9 YouTube channels, 2 of which are monetised. I put fuck you. 3 are monetised. No, actually, it's 4. I've got 4 monetised channels. Fuck you, how dare you? I've got 4 monetised channels, not 2. You're rude. But I just wanted to show, you know, it's an example of what's starting to, you know, it's starting to brew up now. Starting to brew up. Alan's starting to get desperate. He proves himself to be a racist here, but we'll come back to that in a bit. First of all, we've got to deal with what happened yesterday. Whoops. We've got to deal with what happened yesterday. The intro music, which he's now revealed, the reason he does the intro music, I'll show you later, is to build up time on the stream so people turn up. Not straight into it then. A bit worried that people won't turn up, are you?
Hello, my name is Alan. I'm the armchair detective. Listen to my chair. Where do you think I am? Look at my chair. Oh, it's your usual chair. Oh, it's your usual green screen.
Green screen. Can't speak properly.
You're in Weston-super-Mare.
Right, so this is important. First thing, let's deal with this. Alan said, I'm in Weston-super-Mare. I've won. I'm a winner because I'm in Weston-super-Mare. I'm sat on my own at home because I'm a winner. What happened was, Alan went to Malta. I'm going to say I think he did go to Malta. That's what I'm going to say. Honestly, I'm going to say that I think he did go to Malta. On Monday, I think he did go to Malta. I'll just show you quickly. Look. I'm going to edit this. Oh no, I can't. Why can't I edit my own thing? That's weird. I should be able to. Oh, it's Truth Justice. Truth Justice is saying he didn't. Truth Justice, listen. I think he did. I'll show you today. I'll make a compulsive. What's the word? I'll make a compelling case that he did go to Malta. So a couple of days ago, after Alan did his massive grift, I think it was on a Sunday night, did this massive grift, and he finished the episode like this. I'll just quickly show you. He finished the episode like this. This is really interesting to me. Like the levels and the depravity that he will go to. Like the depraved levels that this disgusting man will crawl to.
But I do know he's in England.
It was... I don't watch them all. It was this one, I think.
She fell in the water because she was vulnerable.
Yeah.
Just to clarify my situation here, while I was trying to work.
Couldn't be happier. Swish and then whoosh.
Joe Boy Watson sent tippies. What a walloper he is. This isn't a brag, but try having proper men dangerous men after you then claim life is in danger, you big clown Alan. I've been furiously refreshing my YouTube for a day and half now, Scott. Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Believe it or not, Alan is not the top of my priorities list, but yeah, I totally agree. You know, I know a little bit about, I've got to be careful when we say these things. You know, I'll just say I know a little bit about, say, organised crime. You know, like I said, my dad hasn't been a roofer in Birmingham all his life, and then just happened to just like go by the wayside and the skirt, the shit goes on. Not that my dad's an organised criminal, but, you know, if you live in this world and you know what's going on, you sort of bump into it every now and then. We'll get onto his art later, Oliver, and we'll get onto some music if you want. But I want to. This is like a story that I want to tell you.
Saying things in chat.
Right, Kat.
I have been to Citizens Advice, and I spent an hour.
Right, so remember that about the Citizens Advice.
People are attacking.
Citizens Advice was useless because it was advice about the law. He doesn't want that. He wants money. Why was he so desperate for the money? He's grifting it so he could go to Malta and play poker.
Me is who I'm mad with, not you guys. I do anything about it. I'm in a corner and they're not answering some question.
So he's getting mad with his...
Sending them cease and desist letters.
You haven't sent anyone anything. Shut up.
You guys need to understand and clear that up. That
When did you say tomorrow's Monday?
to have all these cases as accidental. What is it? Monday tomorrow.
There you go. Monday tomorrow. Big smile. I wondered at the time, why has he got that big smile and laugh about Monday tomorrow? What is it he's thinking? You know, I was trying to do the body language on him. The problem with narcissists is they're not like traditional people. So his brain doesn't work like a normal person. It's got like a fault in it, and he thinks differently to other people. So sometimes the body language is different. So I would read it and then say, but hang on, wait, narcissist, therefore something different. Here I didn't quite. You know, I'm fairly new to the Alan story. What are you meowing at, Cat? I can hear you. Oh, you're under there. I'm fairly new to the Alan story, but here I was like, what's going on? Now I've cracked it. Okay, I've cracked the case. You don't have to be an armchair detective to crack this case. Why is he so happy about Monday? And why is he smiling about Monday? Look, you can keep meowing. I know you're feeling sick. This cat's feeling sick now. It's annoying me. I don't want to meowing at me and feeling bad. We just had one cat go, haven't we? Yeah, so what is it about Monday that he's smiling about and he's eggy about and he's like, why is he so happy about Monday, I thought? And I let it go. Just like, you know, I don't think about Alan all the time. I figured this out though, look. Malta Poker Festival. That happened, it started on the Monday. And it's in Malta and he goes all the time. He's been going lots of different years. So it'd be strange for Alan not to want to go to this. So I'm saying he went to this. I said, did he need the money though? I've got to be careful about what I do and don't say. So I think he did, but I didn't have the evidence that he did, yeah? Did he go to play poker in Malta?
It's raining again. I couldn't
Jackie
be
sent
happier.
tippies.
And then whoosh.
Super Chuffer owes 5 hugs.
Give a hug for the tippies, Cat. Eh? Do a little hug for the tippies. Eh? So I think Alan went to Malta on Monday. I think he did. And when you have a look at his awful channels, it's clear that 3 days ago he dropped that video on the Sunday night, big smile, going to Malta, and then no video the next day. Nothing. You know, Alan's gone to Malta. There was a few little posts, you know, some of this rubbish, which you can auto post or get somebody else to post for you. But it looked like Alan was gone to Malta. So we called him out on it. I pulled him up on it. And then Truth Justice and some other people got a bit more, you know, into it, posted this. They originally said he did go to Malta. Look, there he is, 714. This turned out to be a bit of a mistake. I'm not throwing anyone under the bus. I think the person, it wasn't Truth Justice that gathered this information, but I think the person that did got a little bit confused, that's all. And that's okay. People make mistakes. What I should have done is I should have really checked that out and got the website, looked at it all myself before retweeting it. But that's okay. You know, I made a little mistake. I think it's okay to make mistakes. Unlike Alan, who can't stand any problem. Anyway, look. So, this doesn't prove he went to Malta. It just proves he's on the ranking list for the poker and that the festival is on those dates. But it got a little bit more, I would say, close when this photo turned up. And what happens is at the poker in Malta, and bear in mind, I've been having a good look at this, right? The poker in Malta, you can just go on the blog here and they take photos at the event. So, you know, you can just look at the photos of the event. So Alan, I believe, is at the event. I believe he's been caught in a photograph and then it's been found and posted on the internet. Now, you can decide for yourself if you think that is Alan or not. It's got his arms. It's got those quite distinctive kind of flabby. He's got this weird flab around the top half of his arms and down it. It's quite distinctive flabby arms. All the same body shape, the big tummy. The cap, it looks like he's wearing glasses. That's, bob on for Alan, but it's not very well in focus and it's a bit... So Alan's sat in there in the poker and he's seeing this kick-off on the YouTube and he's thinking, right, they've nearly got me. I'm here in Malta. For once, Scotty's spotted my blag, because the others are good, they're sharp, they're doing all the work behind the scenes, talking to his ex-mods and stuff. You're right, Lefty Lucy. Hopefully we'll be able to have a good day today and you'll be able to, maintain composure. Please, I want you here. It's nice that you're here, Lefty Lucy, so please don't break down into being mean to people. I just, preempt that now, okay? So I think that Alan has been caught red-handed here. And you can't say for sure, but what Alan knows now is if he stays at the Monaco, we're not at that upmarket, stays at the Malta poker, then he's going to get caught out, isn't he? I believe he wasn't in the main tournament. I believe he was in a special seniors tournament. I don't think he's got the bottle to go up against the main players, So you go there and you have to take a load of money to enter these competitions. There's one every day and you have to take a bit of money to enter every day. And then you piss your money away and it goes to these other chaps who win. And the whole scam of poker is that idiots like Alan, who are a bit narcissistic, they go there and think they're great and they're going to win. And then they lose their money. And it's not their money, it's their supporters' money. So he doesn't care. He's had a good time and the poker team win. And, overall, it's a bit of a scam and Alan's getting scammed. So he's out there doing the poker. So I'm on my Twitter, Super Chuffer. Excuse me, I've got a bit of a itch in my nose there. I just want to quickly blow my nose. Just going to volume it.
It's raining again. I couldn't be happier.
Wandering Bellberry sent tippies. Do you think it was Alan threatening you in Liz's live last night? Some of those words were straight out of Alan's mouth, big boy LOL.
Yes, of course.
Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Yes, 100%. Do you think anyone in Alan's group, anyone, because he hasn't got any real friends in real life, so they have to be people that are on the internet. Do you think anyone in Alan's group there is concerned enough to go to that live stream, single me out and start saying personal things?
Joe Boy Watson sent tippies. Charlie Chung Chicky Chicky Wang Wang soz for double spamming you with car tweets, but what a tune. Will Alan get a garage remix?
Yep.
Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Yeah, all in due time we could do a remix of Alan, absolutely. So on Twitter... Right, thank you very much for the tippies, thank you. He loves saying tippies, doesn't he? And yeah, it was definitely Alan in that thing. So I'm on the Twitter, I tweet shit, don't I? I tweet all sorts of different shit, look. Where's Alan? Where is he? There he is, there's his shit art. Did he go to the poker home thing and come home? And is he in Malta? Now you'll start to see something else come up on my Twitter here. Look at this. Please retweet this. I need someone to take photographs or video for me at the Malta Poker Festival. I can pay good rates. This shit Alan right up. No one's done this to Alan before. As I've had a film on Netflix, as I'm an executive producer of a documentary on Netflix, I know a little bit how to produce media. So it's all great and well and good that we're all saying this and that. What I want is factual evidence. It's not against the law. It's not stalking. If I employ a journalist to prove who is competing at this open poker tournament, this is a public poker tournament, and I want confirmation of, the competition, who's winning, who's losing. I can get an independent journalist to verify that. No problem. It's not just independent journalists. There's all sorts of freelancers these days, like myself. If you want to book me for a film job, I'm a freelancer. I do film jobs. So I was talking to some people in Malta about getting Alan on camera. It could be at the taco night, or it could be on one of the tours of the hotel, or it could be at the competition or anything. Just get it legally and get me the video, and let's just put it to bed. I'm not going to mess about on the internet like some little, no offence to anyone else out there, but I'm not a little tittle-tattle any of this. I like full facts, and if I have to fly out there and get them, I'll just fucking... I was thinking about it. I don't really want to go to Malta and fuck about, but it doesn't cost hundreds. I checked out the flights. I could have got over there quite quick and easy. If it came to it, I could have done it. So just because I'm a grown-up and I don't fuck about, Alan now is shitting it, yeah? He's seen this, he's in Malta, I assume, and he's shitting it. Okay, this is wrong. This is not conclusive evidence that he's there, but he's shitting it. Shitting it. I think he had to come home. I think Alan went out there, saw that I was prepared to actually take him down to Chuffertown, and I don't fuck about, And bear in mind, we're the grown-ups here. Talk about who's the grown-up. Someone said it in chat. This is how the grown-ups work. We don't fuck about. You defame me on the internet, my solicitors will be onto you.
Again. I couldn't
Joe
be
Boy
happier.
Watson sent tippies. Eggy Scott in this mood is frightening. Go on me mush.
We'll get to the
Welcome
comedy in a
the
bit.
traveller community anytime, my friend. Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
And yeah, welcome the traveller community from a gorger. I know what you call me. From a gorger. No, it's all right. We're all good. Yeah, and like grown-ups don't fuck about. Yeah, so you defame me, you start to say it on the internet. I'll collect it, and then I'll get you. I'll get you. Right by the balls. I love it when you say weird shit about me, because it enters into the world of defamation. And Alan doesn't think that we can get his IP address from a comment. Doesn't understand how the online security bill works. So that's fine. Like, the more he does this, the more he plays. I shouldn't say this. Don't show him your cards. I've been told that recently. I love showing my cards because it exposes Alan. But anyway, right. So Alan's in Malta and Alan's pooing his pants, literally. He's got there that morning. He's, Monday he's doing his thing. He's there. And then it's come to Tuesday. Monday night, he's looking at all this on the internet. I'm about to be busted in Malta. And if I am videoed in Malta, this could be the end. Those people that give me the tippies, some of them might still give me tippies. Some of them might not. Alan, some of them might not. So he doesn't want that. So I believe he flew home. I believe he flew home. Just quickly show you this. If I want to go from Malta to Bristol. Like that. Let's just quickly do Skyscanner. I can go there one stop. It wasn't one stop. £100, look. £80. Now you can just do it now for £80. It's not a lot of money. You get up, the airport's like half an hour away, you get on the plane and you're home within a couple of hours, and then you fly up, you live near Bristol, yeah? You live Weston-super-Mare, you say? Alan said it. Bristol Airport, yeah? Weston-super-Mare, Bristol Airport. Let me just show you on the maps where Bristol Airport is and Weston-super-Mare is. So this is Weston-super-Mare. Oh, sorry, that's Bristol Airport, yeah? As I scroll out, this is Weston-super-Mare. It's literally down the road. So it wouldn't take you long just to get home. I think Alan pussied out and went home. I think he was out of his depth, fucking with me. So he pussied out and went home. Yeah. Linda says Malta to Bristol's a nightmare. I found another flight yesterday, and apparently gorge is not necessarily derogatory. It's all right. I was only joking. It was just like I wanted to use a word that would, like, show that I understood a bit of the culture. The point here is that it's easy to get. I found other cheap flights, direct ones, whatever. It's easy to get home quick, so it's completely achievable. Let's just leave that in the. Let's just say that is achievable, and let's go now to Alan himself, because Alan loses his marbles now. Alan fully loses his shit now, like fully goes nuts, which to me is like, this is a joy in itself. So I'm glad that we have, like, people would text me, what do you call it, messaging me, have you seen the video Alan's done? Oh, he's going. Lovely stuff, Alan, lovely stuff. I love it when you call me out by name. I love it when you talk about my tippies. I told you not to talk about my name. I told you not to talk about my family or whatever. We're in my world now. We're in my world now, Alan. So we'll go on with this, and we'll see what Alan's been saying. Like, he's been losing his shit, yeah?
You sick mothers. There's 385 people here, right? And 200 of them hate me.
Classic.
They pretended I'm in Malta, and like a pack of wild animals, they're asking you all to go there and get me. You are sick.
Do you see what I mean? So where's he got this from? I don't know exactly what Martin Dean says, and I don't know what exactly Truth Justice says, but what I could see on Truth Justice is no desire to go there and know where you're staying, anything like that. Just answer to your subs if you're there, sort of thing. So no one here has said they want to go there apart from me. I've said I definitely will go to the poker games. Like, I can go. Do you know what I can do? I've got money in the bank. I'm a free citizen. I can turn up at your poker games and I can play against you. What do you want to do about that, Alan? I'm allowed to. It's not like stalking or anything. But Alan's like, you sick motherfucker. You want to take a photograph of me to prove where I am because I lied to my audience. You sick motherfucker.
Sick in the head. A 68-year-old man. You want to chase me to Malta? We know where.
I couldn't chase you to Malta. You're not in Malta.
There he is. We know what hotel he's in.
We know what hotel he's in. I'm sorry, what? When did I mention that I know what hotel you're in? No one has mentioned hotels, okay? No one has mentioned them, apart from when you have a look at the tweet. It does have a picture, because the actual business, you know, the Malta thing, they suggest a hotel for you, and it's part of the package.
It's raining again. I couldn't be happier. Swish, and then
Joe Boy
whoosh.
Watson sent tippies.
These tippies make him cross,
Once
you
you
know.
go down to Chuffer Town, there ain't no turning round. Alan's underpants rapidly turning mushy brown. He's got a frown. Scott's got the crown.
Once you go down to
Super
Chuffer
Chuffer owes
Town,
3 hugs.
I was going to try and rap that. It's gone away now, but that's it. Rap. We're going to rap him out. We're going to rat him out and then rap him out. So it actually had a picture of the Hilton, didn't it? I think it was on the community tab. Quick. So it's got a picture of the hotel that they suggest you should stay in. The Hilton there. Look, it's on the pic. I didn't do it. It's on their map. That's their graphic. So if Alan was there, that's what he's staying in that. I didn't say it, but he's just said it. So now it's getting to this other level where he's proving that he's like, it must be this, because there's not other, like, no one else has been putting hotel details or anything like that. So he's making some stuff up, but what he's doing is he's accidentally telling us what he's been doing. Do you understand that? Remember all the body language we do on the other channel? People can't help it. It's going on in their mind. Hello, good evening behind the sash and crown. It's all going on in their mind. So he can't help but say some of these things. He's an aggressive narcissist. He will reveal himself.
You are sick.
You're sick. You're sick taking the money off those old ladies and going and gambling it away on your addiction. I don't have a gambling addiction.
I hate crime. That's all I do. I've never said Nicola Kessinger killed anybody.
Yeah, the other day you said exactly these words, and I should have clipped it. I'm sure somebody else has it. You said, if Nicola Kessinger hadn't been alive, those children would still be alive today. So it's a little bit close to the bone, Alan.
She needs talking to.
Why are you bringing that up? Why are you even bringing that up?
I never said anybody killed Nicola Bully. I said
What?
there's a question.
I think work meeting did, but you carry on.
And yet they lie and twist and lie.
What happened, Alan, is that you took you said that you thought that Paul was innocent and that provably by the CCTV, and then you had to change your mind. And like the reason you never say I think it's this is because you can't, like, you know, you're this and you're that and you're this. You think he might be sniffing. I don't know if he's sniffing. I'll find more information. But the you know, the things you say, Alan, are never one thing one day and they're always something else the next. So you can't stick to one story. This is your problem.
And they build themselves into a frenzy. They want to
I'm not in a frenzy.
tear me to pieces.
I don't want to tear you to pieces. I'm just going to make you either you will stop doing this, or I will keep pulling your pants down and embarrassing you in public. And you really don't like having your little willy showing off in public, do you? So it's going to make you mad. And this is your life now, Alan. This is your life now. I'm not bullying you on the internet. This is content. This is what YouTube is like. You do videos, I react to them, and I call you out, and everything I'm saying is fact. The little willy thing I just made up, okay? I'll concede I've never seen his little willy. Yeah, I just said that. That was the things where I'm joking, where I'm like, oh, he smells like a pedo. Like, that's a joke, obviously. And the things where I'm like, I think this really happened. I think it, and I've got evidence, and there's a circumstantial evidence. If you were a police person, you would only need one other form of evidence to go in and start arresting. So it's building a case now, like a detective. And then the other stuff that's real and fact, to say is real and fact. There's definitely, I'll tell you what I won't do. I won't call Alan any mean names. I won't say that he's cheating his benefits, or like when he cheated his taxes and he got caught. I won't say things that are really close to, you know, actual defamation or any actual defamation. But everything else, fine. I think if you've ever watched the telly and watched Mock the Week, you'll understand that this will stand. Alan has no ground here to try and tell us to stop doing this. It's his own doing. He's an aggressive narcissist and a bully.
They want to go to Malta.
Oh, something else I want to tell you. What he's going to do today is going to use one of the special tactics of the aggressive or vulnerable narcissist, which is to turn things on me and say that I'm the bully and then he's the victim. And a special tactic today, look out for this on your narcissist bingo. A special tactic will be not just pity party, but guilt trip. Guilt trip. Never forget that this grown man has lived all his life, made his own bed, had every opportunity to do good things, to support charities, to earn money decently, has resorted to being a grifter, taking the money to go and play poker. Gambling addiction. Never forget, he's dug his own hole and he's in it now. It's not my fault.
And tear me to pieces. I'm not in Malta. Never had no intention of going to Malta.
You did. I think you did. I think the fact that you went every year, I think we could say if you give Alan £1 million tomorrow, would he have gone to, like yesterday or whatever, would he have gone to Malta? Probably.
I've got a bad leg and I need my money for lawyers.
Right, yeah, that's the scam, isn't it? Yeah, obviously.
I'm not stupid.
You are stupid. You are stupid.
But that doesn't stop lies, does it? Go and get him in Malta.
Alan has said that he's got a bad leg. That's starting to build a picture now. One of the things he's doing is he's going to build this picture that he's incapacitated, physically incapacitated, so he can't possibly fight me in a boxing match, because I suggested a YouTube boxing match. And what he's going to try and do is to worm out of that through, not the fact that he wouldn't beat me in a boxing match, but he's got a bad leg and he's taking a tablet. And so he's never going to be able to do that, right? Never going to be able to do that. BCTV, how do you know he's skint? I don't know how skint he is. I assume he might be sitting on a little bit of a pile of money because they keep giving it to him. But I also assume that he loses it very quickly because he's gambling a lot. So, you know, that's an issue to him. That's an issue. I
need my money for lawyers. I'm not stupid.
He is stupid.
But that doesn't stop lies, does it?
These are not lies.
Go and get him in Malta.
Go and get him in Malta. I didn't say to go and get him in Malta. I wanted evidence factually that he was or wasn't there. That's fine. That's fine. It's journalism. Notorious con man Alan Vinicum has been conning his supporters for money, and people want to know if he's in Malta spending it on a poker gambling addiction. So I think it's fair to find that out.
No, that's a lie. I'm not in Malta.
Oh, do you see what he did there? Right, this is huge.
But that doesn't stop lies, does it? Go and get him in Malta. No, that's a lie.
Do you see how long it took for him to think, go and get him in Malta? Shit, I've said Malta, but I'm not supposed to be in Malta, so I'm not in Malta, so they can't go and get me in Malta. That's a lie. I'm not in Malta. See how he's catching himself out? What's going to happen throughout today is that, or yesterday, or whenever he said it, is that Alan's going to say things, and you're going to think, that doesn't sound right. That sounds like you were in Malta, because he fucking did go. I think he fucking did go.
I'm not in Malta, right? What if they say a lie?
Truth Justice is saying, read my email. I mean, I'm in the middle, but I'll carry on.
Oh, he's kidnapped a girl and he's locked her in his house for a year.
What?
You better go and get him.
What the fuck?
Any lie will do, and I'm dead. That's all they got to do. Instead of let's go to Malta and get him. He's playing poker. What about when they up the ante to he's kidnapped someone? Let's go and get him. Because it's not them in their film. It's underneath the hate.
So now he's saying that you can't. It's not the content creators themselves. It's other people that are being incited. But also remember. Sorry, I was two minds at once. Then I was just reading that. Interesting. I won't pull that up on screen now, but I'll just quickly read what Truth Justice said to me. Apparently, he did a community post. We'll look at it in a minute. It says, "I'm in." The latest one was to gang report. I'm in Malta where I am and asking people to visit me. Luckily, I didn't go on this poker tour. Like, we'll see it worse today, where he actually says, we'll hear same sort of thing as in the community post. We'll hear him actually saying it here. What I want to draw your attention to here is, do you remember earlier I said, like with many guilty people, they will bring up the thing that they're most scared of being caught out for. They will say it out loud. So this really, honestly, this really worries me. I think you should take this quite seriously. Because if I were to say, I'm scared that, and I'm trying to think of anything that I've done wrong, because I don't have anything that is on my conscience, you know. I suppose actually, looking at these tarot cards, I could say this. I come across as trying to be very open-minded about the tarot. But let's be honest, I really think it's been quite a lot of nonsense. And I have to be really try and be open-minded to open my mind to the idea that it's not. And on streams, I'm really trying not to poo-poo people who believe in it, because I feel like, you know, it's a bit mean for me to poo-poo them. They've got different ideas. But in reality, I wouldn't go for a tarot card reading. And yet I'm going to be doing it on stream sometimes. Oh my God, I'm so, you know what I mean? Like self-reporting, that's the word, Linda, self-reporting, yeah? So this one really worries me.
Let's go to Malta and get him. He's playing poker. What about when they up the ante to he's kidnapped someone? Let's go and get him.
Have you ever kidnapped anyone?
Because it's not them in their film. It's underneath. The hate is unbelievable. And now they've started on my moderators, and that makes me very angry.
You don't care a shit about your moderators. It's because I got really close to the bone and did all those singing videos. It's because I did all those videos of you acting the twat. That's what it is, isn't it?
Any lie will do, and I'm dead. That's all they got to do. Instead of let's go to Malta and get him. He's playing poker. What about when they up the ante to he's kidnapped someone?
So someone in chat said, how do you know you didn't pre-record this? Maggie, I was watching this for signs of pre-record, and I won't tell you what they were, but the two things that stood out were that everyone can understand, were the super chats came through and he read them at the appropriate time, live reacting to the comments. That was the main thing that stood out. He could have taken his chair to Malta, but I believe he just went home. I think when you, on the balance of probability, is he going to be smart enough to have pulled a big scam, done the editing, got it up, sent himself a super chat at the right time, talked on a microphone in Malta over the top of the thing. I don't think he was smart enough to set it all up. I just think he thought he was just going to get away with it because usually he does. But now I'm on this, and no way. And he had to run home. I think he did the safer option because he was too scared.
Let's go and get him. Because it's not them in their film.
And
it's underneath. He's locked in his house for a year.
It's this one that I don't like.
No, that's a lie. I'm not in Malta, right? What if they say a lie? Oh, he's kidnapped a girl and he's locked her in his house for a year.
I noticed he was rubbing his hands there, his big ham hands, and rubbing his hands while he was doing that. Very stressed while he was saying that. What if he's kidnapped a girl and locked her in his house for a year? So I think this is going to be an exaggeration of something that he's actually feeling guilty about. So I don't think he locked anyone in his house for a year, but I wonder whether at some point someone wanted to leave and he didn't let them. You know, and I'm not digging around in his personal life, Alan, because I'm doing this on the internet having fun. But somebody, Alan, is trying to poke at my personal life, Alan, under some fake names, Alan. And if that person, Alan, keeps doing it, Alan, then there's different mechanisms that can be employed to take that person out, Alan. And one of them is the legal action, Alan. So Alan is starting to get personal. I'm not suggesting that Alan has kept someone beyond their will in his house. Alan has just brought that up and said that's something he's worried people might say about him.
You better go and get him. Any lie will do, and I'm dead. That's all they got to do. Instead of let's go.
And this is a leverage tactic of the narcissist to try and make it seem like, you know, this is some super big problem that he's under. People are death threat. No one's death threatening Alan.
Let's go to Malta and get him. He's playing poker.
He just said it then. He's playing poker.
When they up the ante to, he's kidnapped someone. Let's go and get him. Because it's not them in their film. It's underneath.
I don't know what Alan's got all over his hands here. It's like black ink. I don't know why he's got this black ink or whatever it is on his hands. He's got like is it paint from his paintings? But he hasn't washed his hands.
The hate is unbelievable. And now they've started on my moderators, and that makes me very angry.
Nobody has started on Alan's moderators. No one, I don't talk to his moderators, don't know who they are. None of the other people I've seen have ever interacted with his moderators. His former moderators will go on the other shows and talk about him, you know, and reveal for what he is. But nobody's attacking his moderators, Alan. Alan, that's ridiculous. He's using that to try and make the people in his chat feel threatened.
They're chasing down my moderators who've done nothing other than like true crime.
Right, actually that's not true. Your moderators actually go after people, they ban them, they attack them, they say things about them, but yeah, carry on.
You are sick.
No.
All of you sick. Getting ex-moderators on and talking about me.
See?
Making up stories about me.
Oh, see? No, so it's about the ex-moderators now, is it, Alan? This is what it's really about. You were angered by Lizzie's broadcast. Is that what's happened, Alan? Are you furious? Is it about you again, you fat narcissist? No defamation here. Have you seen his arms? I suppose he's not fat anymore, is he? He's just got the hanging arms. And then narcissist 100%, so, you know.
Well, one of your lies is going to get me killed. One of your lies will. Some of the lies you've done are enough to do it already.
Ooh!
Danger.
Danger, danger.
I want to do a show first.
When we touch, when we kiss. Don't get me started. He's getting
people.
You know, Alan gets me horny with his bizarre lies.
Most of them are 55, 60. And there's a pack of wild animals in a gang. And I'm thankful.
I'm like I'll tell you what I'm like. I'm like the pack of wild animals in a gang. It's making me think of the T-Birds. I'm in the T-Birds. Should I be Kaniki? Kaniki was always the cool one, wasn't he? Or should I be John Travolta? Who do you want to be, Alan? Oh, you can be that idiot one. You can be the idiot one. Well, did she have a car? What did she put up a fight? That's what you'd be, Alan. You'd be, did she put up a fight? Wouldn't you? Shut up, Alan.
Oh, I'm sending all this to Mr. Cohen. I've got it all. And the worse they get, the less chance they got of ever suing me.
What? I don't think what people say about you has any relevance regarding what you say about other people in terms of court of law. Like, if I were to say something really horrifically derogatory and defamatory about someone, and then they said that I smell, I couldn't go into court and said, yeah, but they also said I smell. You know, I said they were like, you know, they kept someone captive in their house and they were a pedo, which obviously I don't say. I'm using this as an example, but as an example, you know, someone kept someone beyond their will in their house and did something horrible and sex to them or whatever, yeah? And then someone else said something about me, so there's my defence. No, your defence has to address what you've said.
Because the young...
You get banned here, not ADs. Well, Lefty Lucy, you're not banned now, so proved yourself wrong there. You can be banned, of course, if you want to be. If you start saying mean things about anyone individual in the chat, you will be banned. But you can be as mean to me as you want in a way. It's kind of funny.
Man, it's all his friends that he's packed on the back. And I've got every one of them with the young man in their comments saying, well done. I'm not a fool, you know. But you are sick. You're sick.
You are a fool.
And Truth Justice, you're the worst. Idaho Taylor, you're sick.
Truth Justice must be the worst because they're close. Like, they get close. They... Not close literally physically, but they nail him on stuff. When he says you're the worst, you're the one that gets me all the time. Like, you had the poker details, and you had the, doesn't like it. You got the photo, you're the best, is what he means.
Diem, you're double sick.
Martin Diem seems to be having quite a nice time in love, going about being in love at the moment, if you know anything about his story. So big ups, Martin Diem, and congratulations on your love. It's what most normal people would say, but carry on.
And how do you feel now? You're going to say sorry? You're going to say sorry for sending people to get me?
No, this is a manipulation. He's smiling about it. This is a manipulation. We shouldn't apologise to Alan for all of the horrible stuff he's done. Sometimes with narcissists, you get this gaslighting where you can't really be sure because they said this and then they said that, and you're sure they said this and they said that, but they're sure you said this, you said that last week. And Alan is all over that. You know, he's brilliant at that. Oh, you want the Tippies link? Sorry. Okay. You know, I will accept gratuities. I'm not going to say I don't want to accept money. Absolutely. I would love your money. But thankfully, I'm not going to be taking it and pissing it away on a poker game or a gambling addiction. We're going to be using it to make better content. So thank you. I'm really grateful for your tippies. I am a media producer and this is my, hopefully, job. So there we go.
Somewhere in Malta? You're going to say sorry? You're going to be embarrassed? No. They just never mention it again.
I'm mentioning it now. I'm going through the whole ugly affair.
But you're here because you like true crime, and so am I. And I spent a day working on this.
So why have you spent 5 minutes apparently talking to your trolls, Alan? Why is that first 5 minutes of your broadcast dedicated to these people that make you angry? Inside his head, rent-free.
They say I'm alcoholic as well. I've got my alcoholic drink here, innocent.
Right, because you can't put alcohol in a smoothie.
I am friggin' innocent. Just an
Where did you get that? Did you get that at the airport? Is that the sort of thing they sell at the airport, at Smith's at the airport, is it, Alan? Did you get that? Have you always got innocent smoothies? You always got those on the go? Did you go on a special shopping trip? Decide to pick one of those up at the Marks and Spencer's in the airport?
A man that actually has got 100,000 supporters.
You haven't got 100,000 supporters. You've had 100,000 subscribers over the years, but as you can see on this video, this particular video, which he said lots of people were getting views because they don't like him, 6,000. So then you reduce that by the number of people who are still allowed to chat in your chat. You know, I can't see participants at that present moment. Alan, you haven't got, let's be real, you haven't got barely 10, 20 supporters.
These trolls get a free channel for nothing and no support. And the way they're like trying to get a couple of bully channels to go after me by...
Do you mean Nicola bully or being a bully? Because you're a massive narcissistic bully, Alan. You bully people in your chat, you bully the people that help you, you've bullied everyone all your life. It's part of a facet of your personality.
Giving them tippies.
Oh,
so they can buy a new wig.
Well, that's me.
Tippies, so he can threaten to do this and threaten to do that.
Threaten to do what? Threaten to do what? Hang on, wait. Alan's now called for me by name. Alan now has called for the bishop. This is a bit early for this, isn't it? A bit early in the broadcast for the fake wig. Wigs are all fake. It's a bit early in the broadcast for the hairpiece, isn't it, Alan? He's angry because I've got a better hairpiece than his real hair. Tippies?
So he can threaten to do that.
I love it when here we go, I'm going to start to cheer up now. Like, it was quite serious at the start with all his nasty narcissism, but I'm going to start to cheer up now. He's brought up the tippies. Am I the only person who says tippies? Did you know any other streamers who call them tippies? Isn't that a feature of our stream? So isn't he trying to talk directly to me? But isn't he such a coward that he won't say super chuff for this or super chuff for that?
So they can buy a new wig, giving them tippies.
Tippies.
So he can-
And you notice how angry he is.
Sarah sent tippies. Super
You're
Chuffer
very
owes 3
interesting,
hugs.
Chuffer.
Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Thank you, both of you. That kicked off proper, didn't it? Thank you, both of you there. Tippies. That brought the hands out, didn't it? The clappy hands, yeah. The aggression. You can't help it. This is really cutting to the core with him, isn't it? This is really cutting to the core with him. Because it's what it shows. It's not like one person who give him $500 like he gets. Alan's got like 2 people who are like, something, I don't know what's wrong with them. And I say wrong with them, you know, if they're listening, bless you. Like, you are so down this road, I understand that you feel like you can't extricate yourself at this point. It would be like, you know, you're giving him all this money and then you'd have to say to yourself, I was wrong. It's hard. But Alan has not got like a groundswell of support like we've got here. I think that's what's angry at him.
Bully channels to go after me by giving them tippies so they can buy a new wig, giving them tippies so he can threaten to do this and threaten to do that. I'm coming to Portugal and get you.
Boop. I'm coming to Portugal and get you.
Raining again. I couldn't be happier. Swish.
Claire sent tippies. Alan is a victim. I have a very good case if you get bored. LOL. Love your live chat on the Go psychological analysis.
It's a really funny thing, actually.
Respect, Mr. Scotty Boy.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. It's a
More
really
tippy
funny thing.
guys.
I'll tell you what, I wanted to just...
Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
We'll come back to this arsehole in a minute, but I want to just say something a little bit about this, like, you know, ideas for stream and this and that. A little bit about what we're doing this week and into next week now, just a little bit. This week I prepared a live stream that we were going to do on the main channel, and it was about paedophiles, young girls, a murder. It was all that true crime stuff that people are into, and it wasn't the Nicola Bully case. I just researched something else and I prepared it, and I just couldn't bring myself. I don't know why. Like, something in me will let me or won't let me do stuff when I do or don't want to. What we're actually going to do is I'm going to do this stream about Alan today, and then we're going to play this game later. So that's what I've decided to do instead. I decided not to talk about these pedos and this dead girl. Overall, right, I had a good look through this case, and I was writing my notes and getting my little clips. And I, at one point when it got to the dark bit, you know, because at the start I was like finding out the backstory, and then I was finding out the players and the characters, and then I was like, then it was the murder, and when I got to that, I was like, you know what, this is making me feel bad. Like, my mind does not like looking at and thinking about the tragic murder of a young girl and the horrible things those people did to her beforehand. Like, I went and walked the dog, and then I couldn't come back and work on it. I like got to this point where like I didn't want to come back and open up the pedo file again. The paedophile. Do you know what I mean? But do you know what I mean? I'm saying I didn't want to open that document again and start looking at it. And how did I break it? I'll break from it. And then I was like, well, I'm supposed to broadcast it, so I need to finish it. I don't know if it's in me to focus on those horrible. It would be unmonetized. You say, whatever. Like, irrelevant. It was a story about a real person who, like Nicola Bully, had gone missing, and you know, I thought it was a good piece of media for the supporting content with all this stuff we're doing. I don't think it's me. I don't think I'm like, if I had to do a video about a murder or a paedophile every week, then I would need to live in an exotic tropical island just to balance out the horror. Like, I don't like looking at those things. I think it's disgusting, and it made me feel a bit bad. So I decided not to focus on it, and for my own well-being, like to push forward with something different. And the beauty of what we're doing over here with this idiot. If I quickly show you these lives, I was talking about other idiots before, like Martin Leaker, Darkside Phil. There's this whole detractor community on the internet of people who react to and hold people to account, especially narcissists, especially grifters. So I love this area. I watch those things. I used to make videos in that area. Not many people wanted to see them, but I'm somewhere in the middle here. On my Nicola Bully stuff, I get the most views. You know, on my other stuff on Super Chuffer channel, I still get what I consider to be like, we started like 6 months ago, we had 100 people. Now we've got 3,000 people on my smaller things. That's brilliant. That's brilliant. So I'm really lucky there. But on this other thing, I'm getting somewhere in the middle, 6,000, 5,000. So I'm somewhere in the middle on this. This is actually quite fun content to me. It's somewhere in the middle for me. It's not quite dark and horrible like a pedo, although I don't know. But it's really fun. And I'm also holding some nasty chuffer to account. So I actually felt okay about this, to do this today. I hope you're all having fun in chat. Make sure you don't argue with each other. Remember, anyone that ends up arguing with anyone specifically, individually, you've got timed out, and so don't worry about it. You're all good. I could see you having a good time. You're all good. So yeah, so just a brief note on that. You know, my content and what I'm planning to do, and whether I could, like, it's been a bit of a weird week for me. I stayed up a few late nights thinking about
Raining
a
again.
pedo
I
case.
couldn't be happier. Swish, and then
Carol sent tippies. Let's keep annoying the narcissist.
Yeah.
Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Like I said, when I do this, it makes me feel happy, and when I look at paedophile cases, it makes me feel angry and sad. So I don't know how like other people do their channels and stuff, but like we might sometimes cover those true crime things maybe in the future more, and I think people expect me to a bit. But I'm more of a body language analysis, more of a fun time. Joe, you say you're being bullied in chat. Tell me who it is, and I'll just time them out, Joe, because like I trust you. So. I'll try and look through it. I don't see a mod today. Should I make Ordbot a mod? Or do you just got made a mod if you want to be or not? It's up to you. I just did. No, wait, maybe I shouldn't have done that. Maybe I've removed you as a moderator quickly because I don't know who should be my moderator. I'm trying to find the person that I know the most from longest. Or should I just make you a mod, Joe? You could just mod the people who are bullying you. Joe, he's joking. Is he joking? See, they're saying you're joking, but they might not be. Oh, that's David Williams, right? So, mate, I don't want to have to fuck about with this. I'd rather make somebody else a mod, but now it's not the time for me to be doing it. Keely, all right, big ups. Keely, you're getting timed out. There you go, boom. So, like, I trust Joe. He's not fucked me about ever. So I've just timed her out, and then Snood's in chat. Snood's going to watch out for it. Okay, so talk to Snood if you've got problems. Snood will watch out for it. Big up, Snood. Thank you for that.
I don't know what drugs do, but it can't do you any good.
They do me a load of good. I tell you what, the doctors give them you, don't they, for being a nutter. I love smoking weed, man. I've done it for loads of my life, and okay, for a while it might have been detrimental, I'll be honest, but other points in my life, like mental health and stuff, it's weird. I find it chills me out, it relaxes me. I don't drink, I don't play poker, I don't have any other sort of vices, so I smoke my weed just to my level. I don't try and blow my head off, just get to my level. I'm alright, actually. It doesn't seem to, like, I seem to be pretty sharp, don't I? In actual fact, Alan, I find that if I don't smoke it, I just feel a bit, like, too sharp. I need just chilling a little bit, so...
Right. Missing persons. Missing persons
all right.
Cases. Gardner, the national...
Okay, so he started his episode with 6 minutes of rant about how he wasn't in, and he's going to come back to that, so we'll skip on. We're not going to listen to his bollocks, because this video is supposed to be breaking news. Police reveal why officers returned to the scene of Nicola Buddy's disappearance. He didn't get a video together. He read a load of bullshit off the internet.
I couldn't be happier.
Behind the sash, Crown Dawn sent tippies. He thinks Alan is planning his own kidnap so he can gift more money from the idiots that believe him to pay his ransom. Loving the content, Scott, and even got my husband Reese watching your channel.
Brilliant, lovely.
Super
Thank you very
Chuffer
much.
owes 3 hugs.
Thank you very much. 3 hugs coming your way. The wind is trying to blow my reefer out while I'm trying to make it, so I've got the window open as well today. Yeah, anyway, all right, so we're going to skip on a little bit. All right, he's had his little rant at the start. He has another pop, though. Here we go.
You can't prove murder in a drone victim.
He has a big pop in a minute.
Shot at the same time. Oh my lord!
Shut up, Alan.
You paid me last. I could have gone to. I could have gone to Portugal with that money.
You did go to Malta with the money, Alan. I think you did. We're going to come to that in a minute and sort of prove it. I'm not going to prove it. I'm going to show you what circumstantial evidence. And in the Alan will know about this in the police thing. Circumstantial evidence can't go and arrest you, but circumstantial evidence plus one other form of evidence can start to go and ransack your house. So it's an interesting aspect of crime.
You paid me last week. I could have gone to Portugal and wasted it. Nancy, you're brilliant.
Brilliant,
That's
Nancy.
fantastic. This is Nancy saying hello to the trolls. I've got some great news on the.
Just like Darkside Phil, isn't it? Just like Darkside Phil. Just wanted to drop in and say a big hi to the trolls. The big donations kill the trolls. It hasn't, Nancy. It hasn't. It's kind of made it worse because Alan now feels emboldened and he's gonna make himself worse.
The trolls, Nancy. They've been salivating that I'm in Malta.
Joe Boy Watson sent tippies. Sorry mate, can you unblock Keely #/ I misunderstood something.
Yeah.
Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
She's only on timeout, so she'll get unblocked in a second. So that'll just happen timeout. I'm sorry, Keely. I'm sorry. We've got 2 mods in chat now, so everything's going to be fine.
And I wasn't there. on the Trolls Nazi. They've been salivating that I'm in Malta and I wasn't there. And they've been making all these videos, what hotel I'm staying in.
No.
Where I'm playing poker. And when I'm playing, come and get me.
No one made any videos of that nature whatsoever. I think no one made any videos saying, come and get Alan, this is his hotel. And I think Alan's making things up now, but carry on.
And see him. The thing is, though, when you say go and drop in and see somebody...
I mean, saying that, I haven't seen all the videos on YouTube, so I don't know all the videos, do I? But I haven't seen them.
You've told everybody he's not human, that is a miscreant, a con man, a crook, a sexual deviant.
Ooh. See that? See how he brought up sexual deviant there? Do you remember how I've never said anything about his sexual deviance? And yet, people who have got something on their conscience will find it difficult to keep it on the back burner. So I do wonder again, Alan, because we've brought it up twice now in this episode, sexual deviance. I do wonder, Alan.
What do you think those people are going to do to me?
Take your photo. I was sending someone to take your photo. I was going to pay someone to take your photograph in a public place.
See, you're a hero.
And what it was going to be was journalism, because people wanted to know if you were in Malta playing poker. Because I think you might have registered. I don't know. I didn't see that for a fact, but...
Fantastic. Fantastic, lady. See, I've got 120,000 supporters. They got 2 and 6. Well, they might have a false wig and collect tippies. I don't know what the difference is.
It's me again.
So easily swayed by a few trolls to get a few quid, aren't they?
I love it when you talk tippies, you
that
sexy
man's
beast.
A con man. Give me tippies. That man's a con man. Get rid of him. Give me tippies.
Give me tippies.
A time will be set to review the decisions already taken.
Living in his head rent-free. Subletting his frontal lobe.
Hypothesis. There's the word, guys.
Okay, so he goes on his ramble, and he shows his video, and he wastes his time. He wastes your time, everybody else's time. And then later on in the episode...
Mentioned. Why has it not been mentioned?
They say that I recorded this last week.
Here we go.
Why is it just...
Well, that's information for you that we are not being kept in the loop by the police.
Fuck that, Alan.
We've been given this, that, and the other. Breaking.
To be honest, what the police are doing with the Nicola Buddy case right now, I could care less, because you, Alan, are making a massive arse of yourself on the internet, and I kind of think you're about to reveal circumstantial evidence that kind of makes it look like you did go to. Yes, Saz, I was in his chat under Ganji Arts. That's clearly one of my YouTube channels that's publicly available that you can go and look at. So yes, I was. Yes.
News from the trolls. They say that I recorded.
They don't know who else I was in his chat though.
This last week, and I'm playing it because they can't say sorry for saying I'm in Portugal. So
Malta.
They're saying I recorded this before I went.
I was thinking maybe you did. Like, Alan, the most sensible thing you could have done is recorded this before you went. Maybe even take the fucking chair if it's that, a green screen in a chair you can actually take. But record it before you went, then play it, and then live you could have streamed and reacted to your own video, like as a voice. I say thank you for the tippies from so and so, but not had your face on the camera. I also expected you were just going to say, oh, my camera's broken, so I can't use the camera, but I'm live streaming like normal. And I thought there was going to be some bollocks like that. He didn't bother with any of that. He couldn't even be asked with that. He just thought, fuck it, I'll go to Malta. I won't upload. I'll do timed uploads of a shit video and some paintings, and they'll think I'm still in England, because his mods wouldn't have spotted it. But we have got, a sharper brain than Alan. Let's just say that, yeah.
Well, unfortunately, trolls, this is now live.
What's this? It's WWE Champions time. How is this proof of things? I know what he's trying to say. No, unfortunately, I'm really live. Now, he doesn't realise that I assume he is actually live because he read that, the super chat. That came in and he put it on the screen and read it out. That's hard to fake. That would take a bit more sophistication. You'd have to put that on your screen of your video, edit it in, and then you'd have to make sure the tippy came in at the right time. So you'd have to be timing it, and I don't think he's that sophisticated. I think it's beyond him. So I think he's done this instead. And then what you would also have the problem is when tippies came in and you hadn't edited them in, you wouldn't be able to talk about them. But this... What is it? And also, Alan, why are you on your own phone watching yourself?
So that's your next excuse gone. What's your next excuse?
Imagine he did that in law, in a court of law. Imagine Alan in a court of law said, "Here is my evidence, Your Honour. So that's you. So that's you. Case closed, adjourned. The defence rests."
Okay, so I wanted to show you this. I have to stand up for myself.
You have to stand up for yourself, Alan, because no one in the world, no one else in the world would consider standing up for an aggressive bully like you. We're going to lay it on thick now. We're going to go pity party. We're going to go guilt tripping. We're going to use leverage. We're going to do the whole hog. And Alan is going to reveal to us things that he thinks make him look innocent, but actually make him look more guilty.
And my moderators, I'm doing this for my moderators, guys, and in the interest of you need to learn about YouTube and how bad it is. How bad YouTube is.
You are the bad on you. You are the bad thing on YouTube, Alan.
It's got worse than ever. The hatred of me and therefore my supporters, like Nancy or my spanners or everyone that watches me, has got out of hand. It's like,
so I don't hate the people who watch him. Got no problem with the people who watch him. Some of them have been in my chat. I've been very nice to them. They will attest to that. No problem. Alan is lying.
Wild West. And you can report.
It's raining again. I couldn't be happier. Swish and then flush.
Lisa sent tippies. Love, love, love your lives. You never fail to make me chuckle. Super Chuffer owes 10 hugs.
We've got a big chuckle later on when he shows us his not very racist paintings. So now Alan is going to try and what he's tried to do is he's tried to tell a few lies about what people are saying so he can encourage people to go and report people. None of us have said like mass report Alan, although you can report his videos for misinformation if they contain bullshit that he's made up, and they do. So
can report the hate speech you see on YouTube. If you see anybody making hate videos,
absolutely,
about me, it's not
anything racist, anything homophobic, you can report that shit.
Not allowed. It's not allowed in terms of conditions to make hate videos about me.
Yeah.
If you see it, you're allowed to report it.
Yeah.
We've got to fight back a bit.
Have we got to fight back, Alan?
This is mad today. They've decided.
He just said, "This has drove me mad today." I bet it fucking has. I bet it has.
I'm in Portugal.
Not Portugal, Malta.
Because they know nothing about poker, right? I used to be a professional poker player. I was in the US top 20.
Well.
Okay. I'm not playing poker at the moment because I'm spending all my money defending.
Do you remember I said earlier about Dark Side Phil as well? It's so incredible to me. For anyone that understands Phil, there might not be a lot of you here in chat, but for anyone that does, this man, he was top 20 in Europe 1 year of poker. It's like his Evo moment. He's number 4 at Evo, don't count the Europeans. He's like, he's got this in his bonnet. He had a bit of luck on a poker table once, and that's how poker works. It's one of these like clever scams where the game itself scams you in. Like anybody that plays for long enough will have a bit of luck sometimes. That's cards. And then if you ride that luck well, you win a little bit of money. Oh, I won like £100,000 or I won like £50,000. It's not I'm a millionaire and I'm like winning poker all the time and I'm like at the top of the tree and I'm a professional. It's that I had a bit of luck once after putting in hundreds of thousands of pounds myself and pissing it all up the wall. Once I had a bit of a hit.
myself against the man who's trying to sue me. Okay, so I'm not playing poker. I haven't played since Christmas.
You're not playing poker. You haven't played since Christmas. What are we in now? April. January, February, March, April. 4 months. How many poker tournaments do you want to go to internationally, Alan? Christmas, and then what? Spring, then maybe summer, then like maybe it's normal to just wait a few months before you earn enough money so you can go and play more. I haven't got a gambling addiction. I haven't done that since last week really. So
they decided I am.
I think you
did. So if they're prepared to lie about this,
lying about it is different from suggesting that you probably have done something. We're trying to find out if you have. That's different from saying a lie.
To lie about anything. Lizzie Idaho Taylor makes videos about me. She has people on there that says I have children that I'm not allowed to see because I didn't do child support. She makes all sorts of lies about how much I earn. She's a complete liar.
Okay, he's going to slate this woman because she's one of these detractors calling into account.
And she's put my life in danger.
No life in danger.
All the time. She's done a show tonight using old moderators who lie about me. One of them who stole £2,000 off our other moderators. And if there's a moderator in here... What's
happening now is the gaslighting has begun. You're getting confused. He's telling you that Lizzie's the problem, but it's this other moderator and this other woman stole $200, and it's all confusion and smokescreen. But carry on.
I won't say who it is that knows exactly what the woman's done to her fellow moderators. So don't believe a word they say, right?
No receipts.
That's Lizzie Hido Taylor. She just takes anything and runs with it. And she's decided that I'm in Malta.
I said this at the start. I think this is a little bit of a shame for Lizzie because she made a mistake about one of these websites. I actually looked at it and said, oh, that looks realistic. Festival dates, rankings. He's obviously registered. That's why they've ranked everyone and ready to go with the festival. It might just be that it's the rankings on the website from ages ago. So he is right here. This part he is right about.
Right. Why she decided that? Because she's been given this. Alan Vinicum. It's in Malta. 714th.
Good ranking. Good ranking.
714th, Alan Vinicum.
Top 20 in Europe.
Well, that's because I'm number 714 in the rankings.
Is that because you weren't allowed to do it anymore? Because if you did win big at poker, it's going to have a problem with that tax problem you've got, isn't it? Do you remember when you got done by the government for the tax that you're not allowed to own a business and operate a business and all that? What are you going to do with the money? You'd almost have to think you'd have to launder it in some way.
In Malta, that's my position. Doesn't mean to say I'm there. That position would be 714 tomorrow, and last year, and the year before. That's not me entering a poker tournament.
All right.
Look at the things. Look, I'm getting. You look here. You see up and down, right? So he's going up the rankings. He's going down the rankings.
See how mad this is making him.
I'm static, but they've took this as that I'm in Malta. It's ranking
raining
points.
again. I couldn't be happier.
Nothing to do with playing.
It's raining again.
Why didn't it read that?
I couldn't be happier.
Gainer sent tippies.
He's counting
In number
cards with Charlie
23 at
Babbitt.
you know.
Rain Man.
XX. Super
Super
Chuffer
Chuffer
owes 5
hugs.
hugs.
He did it in a different voice there. That was weird. That was interesting. He's counting cards with Rain Man. Thank you for the tippies.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
That is Rain Man on my voice box.
Because you'd be in jail.
Thank you both for the tippies. I don't know why it showed up like that, and it's not come up in chat as well, because usually it comes up in chat as well. Weird though, but yeah, thanks.
A little bit of information. They're dangerous. What did my mum say? A little
So
information.
the thing is here, right, and I will attest to this. That little mistake that one person made, because it what you call confirmation bias. I already thought he was in Malta. I already thought he would go to Malta. I already thought that if we just looked hard enough, we would catch him there. And he assumed we wouldn't be able to. Once I'm in Malta, they can't touch me. And he had no idea that I would be able to get a freelancer to turn up at the hotel within like that. So that's not illegal. My freelancer can cover the poker tournament. I think that's fine. Yeah. So he had no idea that we could catch him out like that. But he's got this thing. That was a little mistake. I think it was confirmation bias by me to see this and go, oh, look, there he is, ranked, listed. Okay, I should have said, can I look into this? Can you show me the website? And then I should have confirmed for myself, and I'd have probably said, oh, no, you might have a little bit of a mistake there. It's just but that's fine.
And it's dangerous in the wrong hands.
We all make mistakes.
This doesn't mean to say I'm in Malta. This means I'm ranked.
Okay? It doesn't mean you're not in
You
Malta.
can see the up and down rankings.
It doesn't mean you're not in Malta.
Minus 20.
It means
plus
they've got you on the
9.
list.
Now, they've run with that, and they've picked an hotel for me I'm staying at.
No one did
and
that.
They've told you where I am, and they're telling you to go and see me.
Where I am.
In other words, destroy me. Do whatever you want to do for me. You got to remember, they incite hatred, and now they're saying a hotel I'm in. What if I was there? What if I was in that hotel?
So now, again, this language, remember we do body language and we also do statement analysis on Super Chuffer channel. So what if I was there? I was there. I was in that hotel. He can't help it. I think he really was. I actually think he was.
They don't care because I'm not human.
Slug man.
I have to be destroyed. And here you are. Here's me in the Smiths today with today's newspaper in England. I never went anywhere near Malta. This is today's paper. If you've got the mirror, you can see it. There you can see Smith drawing pads today.
Proves it. That proves it. Obviously, doesn't it? Your Honour, Exhibit A. That proves it. Just quickly, this is Bristol Airport. If I just quickly Google up, say Bristol Airport W.H. Smith. Let's just say I quickly Googled that up, and then there's a picture of it, And it's only one small picture, but you can see it's got those lights in the roof.
Raining again. I couldn't be happier. Swish.
Grandmaster Sid Sophos sent tippies. Sot, I just finished work. I thought we were off to Malta. Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
I thought we were, but it turned out he pussied it and came home instead. This is W.H. Smith at the airport. It's only a very little picture, but you can see it's got those strip lights. It goes back in a line. It's got those advertising things in those lines, much like most W.H. Smith stores do. Yeah, much like they do. They have it at the airport. So if you were to wake up on Tuesday, having shit your pants all Monday night because they're trolls have caught you, you're on the picture, you're on the internet, and then you've gone to the airport and you've flown home. You could, in Malta, it's basically Great Britain. It's a colony of Britain. So they have W.H. Smith in the airport in Malta as well, I imagine, and they've got the newspapers everywhere. But if you flew home, the first thing you could do is walk into W.H. Smith and get the newspaper and photograph yourself with it. So what Armchair Detective has done here is his first piece of evidence that, for me, because he's used it so badly, if I was to say I'm in Western Supermare, here's the paper, I'd be in Western Supermare and here's the paper. But what he's done is he said, I'm in W.H. Smith. And I mean, look at the level of the man. Look at the intelligence of the man. There's the lighting. That's the same ceiling. So it could be that Smith's that I'm telling you is in the airport. It could be the other one, right? The other one, the Western Supermare one. How many W.H. Smiths are in Western Supermare? Western Supermare. W.H. Smith. Let's have a look. 1. Just the 1? That doesn't seem right, does it? No, just the 1. Yeah? And where is it? Is it right down on the waterfront? Yeah, it's right down there on the water. You have to go in this shopping centre thing. There's a picture of it here. So it comes through into the shopping centre thing. That's the old storefront. It might have a very similar interior, but it's not quite the same, is it? You see how it's got the bigger lights and things, because it's a bit more of a, like, you know, bigger store in a way than this one, which has just got those things that are just strips with the words on. And the picture that Alan showed us hasn't got the big light things, it's just got the strips with the words on, so it's more like the one at the airport. And then again, if you go W.H. Smith, like, this is just Armchair Detective. I'm just an armchair detective. But if you go W.H. Smith Western Supermare, which is the only one that's near to him.
Again. I couldn't be happier.
Grandmaster Sid Sophos sent tippies. St. Julian's Bay Hotel Portomarso Casino Malta. Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
That is indeed the advertised hotel for the Poker Festival, which you get as part of your package. If you buy a ticket to the Poker Festival, you stay in that hotel as part of your package. Everyone can find that out. It's on their website, so it's not like anybody's doxed Alan. If you go look at this W.H. Smith, though, there's a feature about this W.H. Smith in Western Supermare, which is that the old style one with the old strip lights and like old style one, that's been done away with its big coloured, like, look how it's got big light up. It's got big light up signage. That's been done away with, and they put in a more traditional looking shop front to it. It was like a story that happened recently. It was like renovated, so to speak. So I don't know if it's got the same lighting inside. You know, I'm not telling you what's inside W.H. Smith in Western Supermare, but it's possible. It's possible that it has a different lighting and display setup to the one at the airport, isn't it? Because we've just seen a picture that it used to have a different one, and now it's been renovated, so I'd expect it to look even better. The one at the airport just looks like that one at the airport with the lighting. So let's go back to Alan. Right, I'm just doing a bit of armchair detectiving, aren't I? Just me, just doing a bit of armchair detectiving. There's him proving factually conclusively that he's in England on Tuesday, because he's got the newspaper next to his face, which is something you might choose to do. You might choose to get the actual date on the newspaper, and he's in Smith's somewhere, and we've got a very small corner of it, but thankfully Alan has proved that it hasn't got the light up, you know, it says pads, stationary pads, hasn't got the light up displays, it's just got the little, is that in the airport? Has Alan woken up in Malta, shitting his pants, got a cheap flight, which we said at the start of the episode, 80 quid, back in England in hours, just late enough to start his show 2 hours later than he normally does. Just late enough to start his show 2 hours later than he normally does. Has he managed to get off the airport just late enough to get home, probably about 10 to 10? Start his show a bit later than he normally does? Is that what's happened? Because he's only had enough time to quickly take a photograph in Smith's.
It's raining again. I couldn't be happier.
Paul's Attic Emma's lips sent tippies. Alan the detective very protective, taking from Phyllis and Mary makes him wary that people are forcing his hand which is crumbling like sand. Should he be banned? A lick of his lips has taking old granny's tips.
So if we're in a court of law...
Granny's with no hips money for his poker chips. Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
The raps are coming out now. The raps are coming out. I love it. If you're in a court of law, and this is Alan's case, and he's holding this up as a piece of evidence to say, I've not been to Malta, I'm going to take it and I'm going to say, thanks very much. I'm going to put that in my case as circumstantial evidence to say that you did, because this is a picture of you in the Smiths at the airport. Prove it's not. Because I say, for me, and it's up to the judge. You're the judge at home, aren't you? You're the jury. It's up to you. But I think that these don't have the light-up signs, and I think that the more modern Smiths that got renovated probably doesn't have the same shitty lights in the roof in this. And you can see in the reflection of Alan's glasses that in the roof there's 2 sets of lights and they're a strip. And they just go straight down. 2 sets and they're a strip. And I've actually been able to also confirm that by finding these pictures of W.H. Smith, yeah, the Weston-super-Mare one now, and trying to find a picture of the ceiling of the inside of that W.H. Smith in Weston-super-Mare. And I think we can actually find at some point just the barest bones. And I don't know if it's worth me... I spent a little time last night looking at this. They've got more... Even the old one has got more than 1 set of lights at the top. It's got 4 sets. You can see that 1, 2, 3, 4. It's only little, but you can see it, yeah. And if the new one has got, like, it's a wider roof. It doesn't have that same layout as is reflected in Alan's glasses. But the one at the airport does. So that's my case for why that is circumstantial evidence that proves that Alan came back and was in the airport and not in Weston-super-Mare on the seafront. Because if you want to go, remember this as well. Remember this. This is part of my case. I love detectoring. It's loads of fun, isn't it, Alan? I should do more. If you go to maps, Weston-super-Mare, and there's one on the seafront there. So bear that in mind. That's going to come into our case again in a little minute. Its location. Because we're suggesting that Alan on his Monday... so Tuesday or whatever, has decided to go to W.H. Smith there. If he wants to prove his innocence, he's got to have a photograph with the newspaper. And in order to do that, he's decided to go there, which I would guess is a busy shopping, you know. I don't know why he's not gone to his local Spar shop or whatever. The newspapers are everywhere. For Alan, it's a trip to W.H. Smith to get that newspaper shot. And then he hasn't gone outside and stood on the Grand Pier and said, this is me. On the Grand Pier with the newspaper, which would seem like the logical step, wouldn't it? So, you know, you make up your own mind. I'm not treating you like idiots. I'm saying these are my evidences, my ideas, and Alan's saying these are his evidences and his ideas. And it's up to you to make up your own mind up here.
There you can see Smith drawing pads today.
That's what Alan's done. I've done that other bit with the map and the lights and the reflection in the glasses and all that. Alan's done Smith's drawing pads today.
Yeah. They say I'm in Malta, and that's the paper. What date? 26th. What days of the day? 26th.
Brilliant. I mean, they've obviously got that paper in Malta, though, yeah?
Weston-super-Mare. Yeah, they're inciting violence. They're inciting people to go.
And he just said it there. He said Weston-super-Mare. He actually literally said it.
Yeah, they're inciting, and that's the paper. What date? 26th. What days of the day? 26th. England. Weston-super-Mare.
England, Weston-super-Mare. So if he has bought that, he's gone to that beachfront. He has to have, like, there's no other place for him to do it. Yeah. He just told us that. Did he catch himself out?
Yeah, they're inciting violence. They're inciting people to go to a poker tournament in Malta and get me. They're like a pack of wild animals.
Not get you, just...
Look, here I was on the 26th. Posting something in the post office.
So this one's a bit, yeah, because they do have the post office in Malta because it's British, don't they? Like, is he that stupid? Wait, let me just do it in the maps, just to do it because it's more visual. Malta post office. Oh, Bristol. Fucking Malta in Bristol. Malta. There you go. Right, now, post office. I might be wrong. Let's see. Oh, no, there's fucking loads of them. Yeah. I mean, this is a colony of Britain, isn't it? So don't they just have the post office? Malta Post, it's called. I don't know. Maybe it'd be a different kind of receipt. So it's possible. I'm not saying you did. use the post office in Malta. I'm saying, isn't it possible? So I think it's a strange, you know, a strange defence. Am I tripping? Is Malta British? I thought Malta was British. Maybe it's not British, actually. Maybe I'm tripping about that. Maybe I was thinking of Gibraltar. Okay, I'm gonna say I was tripping about that, and it might be Gibraltar that I was thinking of has a post office. I'm gonna say I was tripping about that. It's all right to make mistakes. Okay, so we've got Armchair Detective has posted something at the post office. This is he posting that painting of Winston that he said he sold, apparently. And on the 26th of the 4th at 15 o'clock, 3 o'clock. So he's gone posting this.
In England.
In England.
I'm doing this because they would try to worm out of it. I want an apology, but I'm trying to stop the worm out of it. I was in my post office today.
There's nothing to state that Alan has done this. In the court of law, I'd say you've got a receipt from the post office. It doesn't prove that you were there. But I'm happy to say I think you did go home from Malta. So I think you did. You know, so I think you were in England. But you're going to say this is proof that you definitely didn't go to Malta. I don't think it is. But yeah, carry on.
Today, in England. So I didn't fly back. I didn't
So wait. So I didn't fly back?
the worm out of it. I
Listen.
was in my post office today. Today, in England. So I didn't fly back.
I didn't fly back. Where did that come from? Alan's just brought it up. No one at this point had said he'd flown back. Alan's brought it up. Yeah, he was home. You think he wasn't home last night? Saz thinks he wasn't home last night. See, I think he could have tried to make it seem like he was home and done this whole ruse to make it seem like he wasn't. You know, the thing is, I don't think Alan's that sophisticated. I don't think he's that sophisticated. I think he just thought he'd get away with it, and then he got caught out and he had to fly home. That's what I think. But we're all allowed to have different opinions, absolutely. You know, I just made a mistake about Malta in the post office there, didn't I? So, you know, we're all allowed to, you know.
I didn't go all that way for one day.
Oh, wait.
Here I am on Monday.
Okay, so we've got 2 more pieces of evidence. This is Monday, 12:09 at the farm. You know, I don't know when you had to fly out on Monday to go to Malta. Maybe you just had time to go to the post office, and then you got the, you know, then you got on the plane. But this one at the farm, this one's interesting as well. So what I want to just quickly do, again, like we just did, is we've got Google Maps, and we've got, it's my town, Stratford. You can all come here and turn up. It's a tourist town. People do. Not to my house, though, because they'll find out. I was instinctively going up here now to St. Michael's on Wire. That's not where I want to go now. Where I want to go now is to Bristol, isn't it? Bristol down here. So I want to know if, first of all, Weston-super-Mare Post Office. Weston-super-Mare Post Office. There is one down there. So he could have gone specifically to the High Street Post Office to post his painting. But also, my guess is that there are other post offices in the area. Actually, maybe there are not. Maybe that's why Alan has had to go down to that Smith's. So maybe that supports his case, that he went to the post office. You know, he went to the post office. The thing about it is, that was on a different day, wasn't it? So it doesn't support his case. Sorry, I'm getting a bit confused. I smoke weed. It doesn't support his case.
Raining again. I couldn't be happier. Swish and then
Grandmaster Sid Sophos sent tippies. I was going to hire a yacht from Portomarso Yacht Marina. Big boat drinks. With old AD out onto the sea. Super Chuffer owes 6 hugs. I'm not throwing him in the sea, unless he can float. I think he can. Big arms helping him float. But thank you for the tippies. We're saying he's gone to that post office then, yeah? We're saying he's gone to that post office and posted his painting on Monday. I think that's just like distraction. I don't think it's really like proves that he wasn't or was. I just think maybe I'm getting caught up in this gaslighting. But this one, the farm, I will have another look at that as well. This farm. Because this one was something that stood out to me. How many farm shops can there be in Weston-super-Mare? Oh, there's quite a lot, aren't there? Look. Quite a lot of farm shops. Quite a lot of farm shops in Weston-super-Mare. Where's the airport? Where's Bristol Airport? Bristol Airport's there. And is there a farm shop
shops nearby here. Oh, look, there's farm shops near... Oh, hang on, look. There's a couple of farm shops that are almost on the way to the airport. There's one. I actually found a different one over here as well, on the way to the airport. Yesterday. I don't know why Google's bringing up different things than Puxton I found as well, which was over here. It's sort of in between Weston-super-Mare and the airport. In fact, if you go to the airport, there's quite a lot of farm shops. Like, there are a few scattered around as well, so he could have gone to any farm shop. But it would support the case, wouldn't it, that if you're going to the airport on Monday, you might want to go to the farm shop and get yourself your snacks and your foods. That would support it. So him showing us the airport, I was definitely in England on Monday. Yeah, on the way to the airport, buying your snacks. Did he buy a present for somebody in Malta? Maybe he bought a nice, local bit of... No, he just bought himself some snacks from this farm shop, I think.
Buying something at a farm shop on Monday in England. Proof. Receipts. Proof. A bunch of lying cretins.
Well, that actually supports the idea that you went to the airport, because if you were going to go to the airport, you might go to the farm shop on the way, which is on the way, and you might buy yourself some like pasties and shit to eat because there's no meal on the plane.
Leave my moderators alone.
Backwards.
What's this
A
now?
bunch of cretins. You're just lying. This is the list they've got. The casino, 3,000.
Not have you repeating yourself. Let's go on to this.
Where it is, St Julian's. And here's the twat. What can I say, twat? Yeah, he's a twat.
Here we go. So Alan is getting real touchy now, isn't he? Martin Dean is making Alan touchy. He's called him a twat. It's not like when I'm ripping Alan, making a comedy joke about things that he's doing and saying. It's like he's a fucking twat. Like, Alan's getting eggy now.
Leading it all. He's the one that's friends with Junior.
Candy Floss says I'm reaching. Do you know what? A couple of those I think were thrown in, like I said, to distract. I think the painting one was thrown in to be a bit of gaslighting. And I said today was going to be the domain of the gaslighting. I had to deal with what he's put up and show you that if I search for it, it shows you this and that.
Raining again. I couldn't be happier.
Grandmaster Sid Sophos sent tippies. I know you're trying to concentrate, but I have missed you, matey.
Thank you.
Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Thanks, I appreciate it. Alan's getting crosser by the tippy. But I also wanted to show you that, because the W.H. Smith one is different, isn't it? I think it holds much more water. So I think it's important to sort of examine the different things that he said and say, like, do they fit or do they not? And 2 out of 3 don't fit. Like, went to the farm shop, much more likely this way than went to the farm shop, like... 12 o'clock in the morning. Like, how many of us decide, it's 12 o'clock, I think I'm off to the farm shop today. I feel it's much more like a little treat on the way to the airport, or we're driving past that farm shop that I like. So it's about balance. It's about showing you, like, being honest and true about, the things he's saying. So I guess some of them did seem a bit of a reach, didn't they? But then they're not all going to add up to what I want them to, because they're his pieces of evidence that he's trying to say to support his case.
The one that... He's saying I'm getting him in trouble now by mentioning him. He spent 5 years doxing where I live, and he's crying to the police that I'm doxing him, that I'm getting him in trouble. It's unbelievable, isn't it? Cry like a baby, Martin.
Ooh.
You know what you're getting? You're getting what I had for 5 years.
Mine's
and even
not...
today, he doxed me again. AD, Malta Airport call. So he's doxing where I am again today. He doesn't learn. He's doxing me again today.
Did you just say you were at the airport?
Baby, Martin. You know what you're getting? You're getting what I had for 5 years. And even today, he doxed me again. AD, Malta Airport call. So he's doxing where I am again today.
Did you say that you were at the airport? Steve of the Dead in chat. Lefty Lucy's put at Steve of the Dead, but I don't see at Steve. Is Steve of the Dead in chat?
It's raining again. I couldn't
Tippies don't stop, do
Joe
they?
Boy Watson sent tippies. Alan Vinicombe can suck my gypsy plums. I'm the top G. Plus, I've updated my Ko-fi pic as per request by the females in chat. Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Yeah, big ups. We've got a few sexy people in chat, haven't we? All of you. You're all quite sexy people in chat.
He doesn't learn. He's doxing me again today.
doxing you by saying you're at the airport, but you're not at the airport, so how can he be doxing you? So what I would be is if I'd... See, the thing is, do you remember at the start of this, he was so celebratory. Oh, I'm at home, I'm here, I'm at home, here's my green screen, Like, if someone had said to me, like, imagine I'd started today's episode and they'd all been saying I was in Malta, right? I'd start up and I'd turn on the screen and I'd be like, right, obviously I'm not using the green screen today because I need you to see out my window that I'm at home. I wouldn't want to do that, would I? Because then you'd know exactly which house mine is or whatever. But you know what I mean? Like, or I'd say, look, it's ridiculous. I'm obviously not in Malta. Here I am. Let's carry on. But I wouldn't be like, ha ha, big win. I'm not in Malta. So I think he rushed home. And he was celebrating the fact that he made it and proved everyone wrong, and like appeared to prove everyone wrong, even though we were right in the first place. And here, like, he's just done it this thing again. Like, he's celebrating the fact that he, like, if you weren't at Malta Airport and someone had doxed you and said you'd been at the airport, you'd go, ha, you fucking idiot! You said I was there and I wasn't. You idiot! Not you've doxed me and I was there.
Happier. Swish and then whoosh.
No, speaking on that one.
Grandmaster Sid Sophos sent tippies. Flip Allen in his designer sunglasses. Super Chopper owes 3 hugs.
So many tippies that it's breaking the tippies thing.
And it never stop. I'm his life. I am his life. And truth, justice.
It looks like Martin's very happily just recently become engaged. I think he's got someone else that's his life, unlike you, Alan.
She's the worst. She lives somewhere in America.
She's the best.
Or Canada. And
She lives somewhere in America or Canada.
She's addicted to hating me.
Addicted to hate.
I swear, sometimes I have to look the other way because it's so awful.
Addicted, she has to look away.
Do you? You watch me every night of your life, you stupid woman.
Ooh, we're using the woman pejorative again. Like, when we watch Snood, one of my moderators here, they've got their own channel that they do with Indrid called Detractor Beam. And when we watch Detractor Beam, sometimes people make jokes about Indrid because she's like a bit outnumbered on Detractor Beam sometimes. But they're in jest and they're loving and they're taken with a pinch of salt. They're not really sexist jokes. They're not really, but they're sexist jokes to laugh at sexism. Whereas here we've got Alan just exhibiting sexism, just outright angry at women. Like, it would be funny if it wasn't so disgusting and dangerous.
I swear, sometimes I have to look the other way because it's so awful. Do you? You watch me every night of your life, you stupid woman.
Misogyny.
And you doxed me for somewhere I wasn't.
You doxed me for somewhere I wasn't. Sounds like somebody might have been in Malta and got scared and had to come home.
Fool in the scammer. You're the fool. I expect an apology, but I'm damn sure I won't get one.
Listen, if Alan wasn't in Malta, do I need to apologise to Alan? Because I assumed he was taking his money to go and gamble in Malta. Because last year he took the money and went and gambled it in Malta. Do I need... No, not really. Have you... This is me. Have heard you might have found actual proof he's there. So I'm looking for the proof. And what I then did, like I showed you at the very start of the episode, is I contacted freelancers, or attempted to, all over. Just sent it out like a... thing. Let's get some freelance videographers or journalists to help me cover this poker tournament. People want to know if this particular player is there spending the money that they donated or other people donated to his thing. They want to know. So part journalism, part sports coverage. Can you help me on a job? And Alan shit his actual pants. But I think I'm okay here. I think I'm on the right side of, saying what is and isn't. And do I owe him an apology? Fuck no.
Battered, exhausted, right?
And let's be fair, I did do a couple of tweets saying he was in Malta, and I did reply to a couple of comments saying he was in Malta.
It is. Heard you might have found some...
What did he call my name?
Battered, exhausted, right?
Battered, exhausted. Battered, exhausted. You're going to be battered like a sausage, Alan.
Get one.
You're a battered sausage.
Battered, exhausted, right? Whoever it is. Heard you might have found some actual proof he's there. Oh, yes, he says. He's definitely registered.
It's raining again. I couldn't be happier. Swish and then
Grandmaster Sid Sophos sent tippies. Hey Alan, you leave truth justice. Okay.
Alan likes
Super
to...
Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Alan likes, like, he's already said that he thought Martin Dean's his big enemy, but he likes to focus on truth justice because he feels, as a woman, she's more vulnerable. Instinctively, inside himself, he feels more comfortable having a pop at the woman. Here, I'm here. Truth justice is here. She's catching the brunt of it because she's a woman. As far as Alan's concerned, the easier victim. And here, I'm not going to throw truth justice under the bus. Yeah? if I want to learn something and find it out to be fact, I have to learn it. I can ask and she can say, but then my next question has to be, show me. I want to know. And when we didn't have a pic, might have found proof, no pic. Then when there was a picture, I think that was too much for Alan. I think he was like, look, they're on to me. Now there's a picture. I think it's too much.
CP, but I haven't got a picture yet. He's always in the galleries.
He is.
Liar, Truth Justice.
Ooh.
Pathetic woman.
Ooh.
Get a life. And leave my moderators alone. If I could sue you, I would. But I am.
Do you know how he brings the moderators in there? That's another piece of leverage. You know, leave my moderators alone. Like, he's protecting these women that he's soliciting money off. And if I could sue you, I would, but I can't because you've never said anything that's a lie. You've always got evidence for everything you've said. So
I got the money. If anybody watches this, and
Joe, don't get eggy. We're going to get onto the fun bit in a minute. He's particularly eggy at this moment, so it makes us eggy, and I do feel that. You know, I don't want to make it an eggy thing. We're going to get onto his wonderful art in a minute, and it's going to get even funnier. So stick around for that. But he gets a bit eggy here, so we just have to get a bit eggy, you know, and let it go. That's the beauty of it, is that we're not like him. It doesn't burn us inside, and it doesn't make us into bitter, nasty. You know, I'm not trying to jerk off, and eventually only a little dribble of fucking lemon curd comes out because I'm so bitter. Right, it's not how it works.
Malta. Now they're turning the whole population
We have a good time.
to Malta now, guys.
It's raining again. I couldn't be happier.
Narkslayer AUD bod sent tippies. If I was Nancy, I'd have 500 quid to send you, and I would cost your worth it. Scott Redheart hash.
Thank
Super
you.
Chuffer owes 6 hugs.
Thank you. It's not about the financial value. Like, you know, I understand that, you know, not everyone's a Nancy to throw around $500. I'm really grateful. To me, that is like $500 that you sent me there. Like, it feels like to me, each time someone does a tippy, it feels like, wow. Like wow, you know what I mean? And to Alan, the sting is that it's not one person, it's like a whole load of you. So it doesn't have to be lots, but a little bit individually all adds up. So I'm really grateful. I am. And to Alan, it stings because he hasn't got this groundswell of support. Like, the fact that it keeps going off every time it does, Alan's like angry.
If you live in Malta, go and film him.
That's me saying that. I didn't say, if you live in Malta, go and film me. I said, if you live in Malta, I will pay you for a journalistic photographic assignment.
Or is there a live broadcast online or something? Great, you got the location, venue, and dates with Justice. We can get him now.
Oh, right. Mystery said to film him. I didn't, but I mean, I did as well. Anyway, no.
They're a pack of wild. They want to kill me.
They don't want to kill you. They don't want to kill you. They just want evidence to show that the people who give you the money, that's where the money's gone.
You want to get me killed. Not the person who writes it. Not Truth Justice wants me killed. She wants someone to do it for her.
What?
That's what she wants.
Now we're on to hiring hitmen. Obviously, you know there is a place on the internet that you can get that done. We're not at that level yet, Alan.
Someone to attack me. And so does Diem.
No, I don't think we're quite at that level.
Wants someone to attack me. Otherwise, why make hundreds of 8 videos and then say where I am? If they were not being critical, if they were saying, oh, I like Alan Minicum.
Do you know what kind of content? Like, them getting a picture from the gallery and posting it on the internet like this is one thing, yeah? But do you know, for me as a media producer, what kind of content I would have if I had gone out and, like, if me myself, like, let's say this videographer had confirmed Alan was at the venue and showing me this evidence. No, somebody's done a little tweet or anything like that. Confirmed video, there he is, eating his breakfast at the hotel, yeah? Right? Then I can jump on a plane with my mate and a camera and I can turn up. Hi, Alan. It's Super Chuffer. I'm making a little film about gambling addiction. Do you want to talk to me?
I couldn't be happier.
Grandmaster Sid Sophos sent tippies. Do not mention my mate battery exhausted or I make you offer you. Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. But like I wouldn't be going out there to have a fight with him. I'd be going out there to, you know, watchdog him.
Drew say sent tippies.
And then whoosh.
Alan has the same skin tone as E.T when he's dying in that stream. Same arms too.
E.T. arms.
Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
E.T.'s arms. I love it.
It's raining again. I couldn't be happier.
Slinky Socks sent
And then
tippies.
whoosh.
Evening me dears, keep exposing the narcs and take away his power XXX. Super Chuffer owes 10 hugs.
That's it. That's the most bang on one so far, Slinky Socks. Exposing the narc, taking away his power. And yeah, I could have gone out there and been serious about it. You know, it might have been the start of something bigger. You don't know. I don't think Alan has the pulling power to go on Netflix. You know, I think if I followed Alan around and made a documentary about him, not followed him around like a creep, but, you know, watchdog. You know, you said you took all this money off these things. Where did the money go, Alan? Did you lose a lot today? You know, those sort of questions. Then he'd have that, and then I'd say, right, this is Alan Vinicum. He's a notorious gambler, and Conman, here's his YouTube stuff. You know, and like we do a little mini documentary about him. That would be great for my channel. It wouldn't go on Netflix, but for my channel, it'd be bang on content. So I like to take a step up, and I've got the bank here from all the tippies that have been tippy. I've got it in the PayPal. We could have done that. Like when something happens, I'm ready to take a little jump and make a bit of media about it. Didn't quite happen on this one. It didn't quite happen. Alan pussied out and came home. But, you know, what I would be doing isn't a bad thing. It's like quite a fun...
It's raining again. I couldn't be
J-Boy
happier.
Watson sent tippies. Grandmaster said, do you fancy a boxing match, me and you? Shout out Supreme Beds. Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
There's 3 hugs to Joe. And shout out to Supreme Beds.
What Ian sent tippies. Love you, Scotty Pie. Missed you this week, you stud red heart hash. Super Chuffer owes 6 hugs.
Getting sexy now on the tippies. No one's allowed to have a boxing match in chat. It has to be me and Alan. But it looks like it's not going to go that way because he's going to say that he's got a bad leg. But
In Malta, and I was. That's fine.
oh wait, you were in Malta again. Hang on, what?
And I like Alan Vinicum. He's at poker in Malta, and I was. That's fine.
You what?
They will attack me. And so does Diem. Wants someone to attack me. Otherwise, why make hundreds of 8 videos and then say where I am?
You am.
If they
And say where I am.
were not being critical, if they were saying, I like Alan.
Because this bit was recorded earlier. This is critical. This is one of his moments where he plays a video and then talks over it. This bit was one of his videos that he recorded earlier. Is it possible he recorded this in the hotel? Not sure if he was going to be able to get home. And he dropped the accidental where I am. Really not, you know, because if he was at home, he would have said where they thought I was. Or where I, but he's got confused and he said he's in Malta this time again.
Videos and then say where I am. If they were not being critical, if they were saying, I like Alan Vinicum, he's at poker in Malta, and I was, that's fine. But they're inciting my life. They're inciting someone to get rid of me. He's going with 30 or 40 friends like he's...
So if we're not being critical, it's fine. So what he's subtly tried to do there, the narcissist manipulation, is say that, look, the issue is not whether I was at poker. If I was at poker, it would have been fine if they'd said I was at poker. It's that they're trying to get me killed. That's the issue. But the truth is, Alan, the issue is whether you went to poker or not. Because you were soliciting all that money for this crowd fund for your... And that's why he was so angry about the crowd fund, isn't it? Oh, I needed the money and they wouldn't let me have it immediately and I've got to wait and now I made it $5,000 instead of... because you wanted it straight away. Because you were going to go and put it in the poker table machine and it was going to disappear.
It's raining again. I couldn't be happier.
Grandmaster Sid Sophos sent tippies. Do not mention my other friends Scott and Super Chuffer. Or someone sleeps with the fishes.
I'm assuming this is just a joke.
Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
We're not actually going to murder Alan. I'm not Christopher Moltisanti. Actually, which soprano would I be? Which soprano would you be? Which soprano would I be? Christopher Moltisanti, I suppose. I'm not Christopher Moltisanti. He's not going to go and, I'm not killing him. We're just killing him with kindness by exposing him to the world so that he can just shut the fuck up.
He's going with 30 or 40 friends like he's got friends. Another outline.
raining
See,
again.
they do humanize.
Don't
we
listen.
can't even do the
Let's go
episode.
tiptoe through the tulips with AD.
We
Super
will-
Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
We will look at that in a minute.
Related or pointless sent tippies. Armchair detective the real scammer, even if he didn't go to Malta even though he grasses himself in and said he was at the airport. Keep it up, battery exhausted.
This must,
Super Chuffer owes 5 hugs.
this must really infuriate him, doesn't it? Because, for me, I know it's fun. We're having a fun episode, so I don't mind stopping, and taking the tippies and being grateful for them as they come. Some people have said, "Oh, I don't like it when it starts." But we're having a bit of fun on this one. In other episodes where it's more serious, I turn off the speaking and we do the tippies as a little bundle every half hour or so. I think this is quite fine. This is quite fun, and it must really infuriate him. It must absolutely make him nuts, mustn't it? It obviously does because he mentioned it the other day. I'm just going to change the GIF. I'm just going to change the GIF for you. I'm going to find a good one.
It's raining again.
I haven't changed it yet.
J-Boy Watson sent tippies. Grandmaster, you'll sleep with the fishes unless you get back to me about a few rounds. Big up, Supreme Beds. Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
No, we're having a trash talk war to build up a fight in comments. Although you're both friends and no one's going to be having an actual fight, so I think it's all good. We're going to go with 30 or 40 friends. Anyway,
I can't have
Alan can't have friends.
friends, right? They can.
Listen, at those poker tournaments, those people are not all friends. They're all to win money off each other. They all hate each other. They sit across the table. They're all like, some of them are not narcissists. Some of them are just like quite healthy people who do well at poker. And then some of the others are like that they take all the money off are like fucking angry old narcissists like Alan. He hasn't got loads of friends there.
These no marks who are worthless, they've got friends, each other. They've got an echo chamber.
How can we have friends if we're worthless no marks, Alan?
I'm doing this so you people that are watching understand what my life is and what my moderator's life is.
Moderators.
I'm only assuming he's gone with him. Oh, say my son's gone, right? Let's say my son's gone as well. Alan's living a financial freedom right in front of those who fund his channel and lawyers. Now they're doxing my son as well.
No, you just did
Very
that.
good. And who sets them up? Truth Justice sets them up. Lets them write what they want. Because
It's the internet, free speech. Bang to rights there, Alan.
And who sets them up? Truth Justice sets them up. Lets them write what they want. Because what do you think we're going to warn people about you? This is Truth Justice. Warn people about me. You're trying to get me killed.
Well,
And she doesn't even know it. She doesn't even know it.
sorry, I've got to read that. Just Kate. Alan never had the makings of a varsity athlete. You never had the makings of a varsity athlete. I'm not who butts, Malenga.
Because she leaves the comment underneath that could get me killed. And you tell people you're depressed and too scared to leave your house. See, anything I do when I tell you the truth that I suffer anxiety, that's turned into a pity party and I'm lying. Well, the fact is you're lying.
So we're all lying now, essentially. Like what? Now we're going to that gaslighting and pity party. Yeah, this is the anger part.
And you're in danger of my life. And if I could do something to stop you, believe me, I would.
So you could do nothing to stop this then, Alan? Is that making you furious that you don't have control? Did you just mention it by mistake?
Anybody can report online hate. Any of you can report online hate.
Yep. Like this sort of stuff that you're doing now, Alan, where you're saying
decided
truth,
it's not
justice,
doxing.
and
No, it's not
and
doxing saying I'm poker, but you're in danger of my life saying where I am. Let's just say I went to Portugal.
Malta. Let's just say I did go to Malta.
Be happier. Swish, and then
Donna Brotherton sent tippies. Supper sexy super chuff, you've been in my head rent free after you rubbing your chest the other live. Super chuffer owes 20 hugs.
Thank you. Thank you.
Or wherever. Malta. Let's say I was in Malta.
Let's say you were in Malta. That's what we're saying. That's what you just said.
They thought I was.
That's where they thought it was. That's where you were until you ran home scared so that you could prove everyone wrong.
What are they trying to do? Incite hatred for someone to
it's
come and
raining
get me.
again. I couldn't be happier.
Joe Boy
Swish,
Watson sent
and then
tippies.
swoosh.
Alan, I spent 20 years in the can I ate grilled cheese of the radiator I compromised. Adios, you skank.
Fucking hell, if you've been in...
Super chuffer owes 3 hugs.
That's some serious time. Or maybe that's just a Sopranos reference. I don't know.
I haven't got plenty of enemies. I've got 120,000 supporters and 50 of these damn idiots that don't care because they're hiding behind false names like Truth Justice, false names, or Super Chit Chat, or any other false frigging name they come up with.
Super Chit Chat. My name's Scott. I say at the start of every episode. Hi, you're with Scott. Start of every episode. I used to have hairdressers in my town. If you're really industrious, I don't really want to publicise all my personal details, but if you're really industrious, it's very easy to find out my surname. And also, I used to say it in my videos. I'm not hiding anywhere, Alan.
With
Super
Martin
Chit Chats.
Dean, any other false name they want, they're hiding behind false names. And they've all got 10 outs. They've all got 10 outs. And they've got to put me down. Look, they're crying over to... I haven't cried.
Crying now.
I haven't cried at all.
Crying now.
Dehumanize, dehumanize, dehumanize.
You're a slug. You're a nasty narcissist. You don't have the same emotional capacity as other people. You don't empathise, and when you choose not to empathise, and when you do, it's out of a sense of trying to leverage people. You really are a nasty piece of work. This won't go on forever. He's going to rant about this for a bit, and then we'll get on to his paintings. I just need to take a quick bathroom break, so I'm just going to leave you with Alan ranting.
Actually, a motor with his subs money again. Well, if I did go, it would be with my money.
It's their money.
Well, I don't ask them what they do with their money. This is so ridiculous. What do you do with your money, Justin?
A sub who saw him in the park and recognised
Yeah,
it.
that's right. That's right.
Oh, that's right. A sub saw him in the park.
But the address that he moved into at that point, and he told everybody had the lovely garden, blah, 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 didn't. If he's not there now and moved on, it doesn't matter.
Telling people I'm in Malta.
Oh, John, missed it. Sorry, I'm no good at that, am I? Go back to the old ladies.
I'm in the park and
Some Google
recognised.
Yeah.
grannies for you. Some Google grannies for you, right?
That's right. That's right.
But
He's on the
the address that he moved into at that point.
Look at this woman.
You're gonna have a go at people for being an old lady, Alan. Isn't that a bit? Right. Let me just get this straight. Right. Let me just get this straight. Grown man has a pop at old ladies. You fucking old ladies, you.
Because you'd be in jail.
Right. Let me just get this straight. Alan, let me get this right.
What are we gonna do? We got a big problem.
What are we going to do? Alan, right? You fucking old ladies, you. On the internet as well. Right, that's it. Me, Alan. It's Alan, the Alanator versus Doris. It's the Alanator versus Doris. Bring her on. I'll fucking get her in a headlock. Fuck you, you stupid old bitch. There's your fucking blue rinse. Pulling that. She's still got more hair than Alan. Like, oh, get that, you fucker. And like, she's over there, like, you know, I'll smash you. I'm going to give you the hip drop, you silly bitch. Oosh. Like, what the fuck are you doing, Alan? Alan, calm the fuck down. Alan, you really shouldn't be having a pop at people for being old or a lady. They're both forms of hate speech, Alan. That YouTube and its terms of service, they don't like that really. Alan. And doesn't it reveal something so, you know, shameful about the man himself, which is that inside himself, he's angry at himself for being old. Don't you think? Like, he's angry at himself.
Raining again. I couldn't be happier. Swish and then whoosh.
Brian sent
It's
tippies.
raining again. I couldn't
Here's
be
another
happier.
Joey Watson
Swish
sent to the
and then
screen
whoosh.
saying hello, my
Super
name's
Chit
Scott
Chat,
again.
it was a Sopranos
Yummo.
reference. I haven't
Super
been inside
Chuffer
those
03
three
for a
hugs.
dump again on live. Although saying that the dump is better than any of Alan's content probably.
I think we got both of those. You wanted me to
Super
look in the
Chuffer
camera again
03 hugs.
and say, hello, my name's Scott. I don't know why. It was a bit weird. I don't know about doing it if you're asking me to. And then the other one is, you didn't go to prison. No, I assume not. He wasn't. I got it. I got the joke in the end. But I take things quite literally sometimes.
Yeah, as if she knows me, right?
We do
She
know
doesn't
you,
know me
Alan.
at all.
Yes, we do.
And he told everybody had the lovely garden, blah,
Alan, you're inside out. We could see through you. You know, you're like transparent. You're like an old condom on a beach. You know, we can see through you. We don't want you there.
blah, blah.
Look at this. This is a drawing of me here. Look, no tiny pants on, big fat AD. Look, that's how they mock me, right? They shouldn't be allowed to be on social media. They don't deserve
Didn't.
it. Social media.
If he's not there now, moved on, it doesn't
They drew a picture of me.
matter. But the very fact that he said
I'm going to skip through Alan's bullying of
But
these
he has
ladies.
to move.
turned out to be
Again, Alan broadcasting their detraction on his channel is a mistake, but like he makes this mistake. But I want to just get to Alan doing his ranting, and their stuff is interesting, though, of course.
and his wig blowing in the air, you know.
His wig blown in the air. You are mad. You are lit.
Alan, you're getting a bit aggressive with these three ladies on their YouTube channel having a chat.
It's really mad. I don't have a wig. I've already got any hair left. I need a wig. I don't have one.
Oh,
I need a wig. I don't have one. So that's you served now. But did you say you needed a wig? I don't have one. So how does that make you the winner? I'm the winner!
Dear God, just the thought. Apparently has.
Oh, who's turned up here? Frank Russo Jr. There's no avoiding. He watches all the hate channels and praises them.
Of course, yeah, because he's building a case against you, and they help by finding things out that help to support the case.
He's taking me to court.
Yes.
Amazing, isn't it?
A son who.
Although I assume that, right? I hope that's the truth, because I've only just recently come into that, and that's been like a given since I've been in this story. I haven't really researched that aspect to keep saying I need to go and look at the court stuff. But it might be that Alan, like, he said it before, like, oh, I'm going to represent myself, or they're not going to get any money out of me, and they can't take me in England and all this. I don't think he believes it's going to get that serious with that court case. I still think he thinks he's going to worm out of it in some way, and that he's going to just, like, all this legal, the court case, all this, it's all just a lever, like leverage to make himself into the victim, and he needs the money, you know?
Thank you.
He's not allowed to see people.
So,
Swish and then swoosh.
Where's the word? We're reading it. Come on.
Tallulah sent tippies.
Thank you.
I don't think AD was in Malta, but I think he was planning to go later in the week. So now that plan's been scupper. Please send love to the Miss Marples.
That's a good shout. You know,
Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
that Smiths could, I mean, I could be wrong. Like, you know, I could be wrong. That Smiths could have been not at the airport. It could have been in Weston-super-Mare. I got this feeling in my bones that I think he was arrogant enough to jump. He said Monday, that's tomorrow, and he was going to jump on, jump off. Like, he was never going to get caught, but he didn't realise how quick and like transparent he was. But yeah, it's entirely possible as well that you say he might have been planning to go a little bit later, and simply it's now out of the question. The truth of the matter is, it's completely out of the question. That's now a truth, I think, which is making him angry as well, isn't it?
It's raining again. I couldn't be happier. Swish!
Grandmaster Sid Sophos sent tippies. Christopher Maltisantius Scott. Furio Junta from Napoli is Sid Sophos. Carmela Soprano is Truth Justice. Vito Spatafor with dodgy leg is AD. Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
See, he's Vito. He has to be Vito. Oh man. Yeah, Gary.
Main gang, this Heidi Ho woman, this Diem woman, and this Diem man. I think he's a man. Diem man.
Alison, battery exhausted. What's it with all the lolly stuff? I don't really like. I'm not into lolly stuff myself. I like a bit of anime. Quite like. I'm wearing. Don't know if you know this one.
Again. I couldn't be
Donna
happier.
Marie sent tippies.
And then swoosh!
You stupid women. Love you, Scotty. Super Chuffer owes 5 hugs.
I like a bit of anime. I'm not heavily into. I'm not like a weeb or anything. That's a derogatory term for people who really like Japanese stuff. But you know, I'm not really. I like Attack on Titan. I like a bit of this and that. And I played Genshin Impact and fell in love with the game. It's an absolutely brilliant game. So there's some characters in that are, I suppose, like Lolly can't. Like, what Albion is alluding to there, Lolly is like a sort of infatuation with the younger characters in the animes and stuff like that, to the point of maybe a sort of darker, sort of paedophilic edge. So I'm not into that. But there's a lot of joy in a lot of media, and I showed it the other day, didn't I? I showed that little video of that. What is she? I don't think she's a lolly because she's probably a grown up. But what was it? A VTuber singing YMCA. Yeah, there's a lot of joy in that media, and sometimes when we're doing this, it's very dark and like seedy and horrible, and so you just need some joy in your life sometimes.
And this Truth Justice, they're all friends.
Although he's been
All gang stalking.
deemed to pay child support, he has not paid a penny for them. So
So I've got children and I haven't paid a penny for them. I don't know who this woman is. She says she's a lawyer. She's not. She's a liar.
but I can't confirm that.
She can't confirm it.
I am stating that now. That is slight.
Did Alan always used to do this? This is a question, right? I'm going to skip on from some of this because it's starting to annoy me. But did Alan always used to do this? If anyone that knows Alan in chat, did he always used to bring up his detractors on the screen and say they've said this and here's me and mine said this? And did he always used to do that, or is this sort of a new thing? Because it feels like this is our format on my streams, like with the body language analysis. Is we play a video, I stop it, I tell you what I see, and we react to it. And it feels like Alan has taken on part of our format. If that's the case, I might be wrong or I might be right. You can tell me. Someone's asking for my Tippy link again, so I will graciously copy and paste that. Although
It's raining again. I couldn't be happier. happier. Swish!
Joe Boy Watson sent tippies. Do you prefer 2-packy or big packy? Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means, so I'm simply not going to react to it. Assuming it's not racist, because it wasn't spelled in the racist way. I don't know what that one means, so I don't know.
It just didn't happen.
We're going to get onto his pictures in a minute.
He gossip.
So she's basing the fact that I've got children I'm not seeing some dangerous.
They're saying that he never did this except Chris Watts. I think this has started then. Like if he's not got a track record of doing this, I think he started to try and emulate our format style. And this is simply because Alan is in panic mode and we are very effective. And so I've said it before, he hasn't got much. You might also notice this last week I haven't said much on my channel about Nicola Bully, and so he hasn't got much to say either. It's quite interesting, isn't it? It's kind of enjoyable because, again, we're like a few steps ahead every time. We're just like always a few steps ahead.
And that I am not paying child support for her son. She's basing that on gossip. She's basing that on gossip. And
I personally would not on my channel. I'm not dissing Lizzie. Lizzie's getting people on. They're telling their stories. But you've already seen it from me on Super Chuffer. Someone could say something, and I'm like, okay, show me the metadata, or okay, show me the thing. I think we should be, keeping them to account with really bang on, nailed on stuff. But at the same time, you've got circumstantial. You've got people's testimony. You have to take those into account as well, don't you? So.
Lizzie Hylo-Taylor, Alan Vinicum's in Malta with the subs money. I know that because he's rated number 700 in the ratings.
Repeating yourself now.
In a month. Still there, guys. They're still there.
Repeating yourself is part of the...
years.
And I'm not going to take any of the stuff down I've said because I'm not hiding anything. When the repeating is part of the gaslighting to get you, drumming it in. And remember, this is his episode about why police officers return to the scene of this police experience. Like, he's not talked about that in the whole episode.
It's raining again. I couldn't be happier. Swish and then whoosh.
Grandmaster Sid Sophos sent tippies. Carmela Soprano aka Truth Justice is in the house.
Big ups Truth Justice.
Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Big ups Truth Justice.
I couldn't be happier. Swish and
Joe
then
Boy
whoosh.
Watson sent tippies. 2-pack and Big Pack was a
raining
reference
again.
to a
Louis
smack you
Smith
made in a
tippies.
Nicola Bully
And then
video, Scott.
whoosh.
Scott, look up his escort Wasn't agency racist source. from you or me, mate.
Yeah.
Super Chuffer owes We're 3 not hugs. YouTube boxing now, are we?
No.
I've spent loads on tippies for a glimmer of approval. Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Listen, we're not having... We're all good. I get what you mean now, the 2-pack and Big Pack.
It's raining again.
It's just because it
It
sounded like a bad word.
Underscore PSP underscore sent tippies. Thanks for the laughs. Super Chuffer owes 5 hugs.
Thank you all. And I did see the one in the middle as well, which usually they come up on the chat. They're like right up on chat automatically. I don't know why it's not doing that at the moment. I did see the one in the middle, which was about his escort agency, which again, like I'd have to find the receipts and bring it up on a stream one time. I'm sure he'd enjoy that.
I don't know. I'm not Chris Watts. I'm nothing to do
But
with
this
Chris.
is where I need to start getting Lizzie and other people onto my channel and say, tell me the story. And when she says, and this thing happened, I'll say, oh, quickly, can you show me the clip? And she'll say, yes, it's here. Duh. And then like we'll piece it together like that for me, and I'll be really happy with that. Or I can go on their channel and do the same thing.
Watts. Yeah, I get all the blame. No receipts, no truth. Now, she could say, this woman could say tonight's show, oh, he's molested whatever. He's molested somebody who's done this, he's done that.
He's bringing that up again. I'm just going to leave that there. I'm not going to say, I've said earlier, I don't know why you keep bringing up this thing about molesting. Now he's gone an extra step further and said the word molesting. I don't know why he's saying that and bringing that up. Is it so that he makes these people seem to be the most vile people who will accuse you of being a pedo? Oh, they're the worst people in the world. Or is it because he's really scared someone might actually, find something out? Like what?
They can say what they like. They just make it up. Like they've made up I'm in Malta. But what if they make up I've done something serious and I get my house burnt down?
The reasons we think you might have been in Malta, as I've said, are all circumstantial. The fact that you went on that big begging spree, the fact that you really needed the money, the fact that in that video you said, oh, tomorrow's Monday with a big smile, and then no content, but there was a picture of a man who looked just like you, and it appeared that you'd registered on the free registration online setup. And Malta's just like, literally, you go up the road past the farm shop, and then through past the Smiths in the airport to Malta on the aeroplane. It takes like, a few hours from where you are, and then like there's a picture. Like, see what I mean? Like when I start to say it like that, it doesn't seem like outside the world of possibility that Alan Vinicum has gone to Malta. It doesn't seem like that, does it? Doesn't not. And then it wouldn't even change this ranking because you'd be doing the seniors competition, so you'd be outside of this official world ranking business, I believe, or you might be doing the satellite side pot or something. But it's not outside the realm of possibility, is it? And the minute that people started to close the net around that Malta, if you hadn't give a shit about the Malta casino, you might have even let me pay the money, send someone there, not get any pictures. Oh, he didn't get any pictures. Like, but it seemed like you just bailed immediately and went home. But yeah, carry on.
What if that happens?
Debbie, I'm not hating if that's what you believe. I'm being holding him to account. And also, he's a massive narcissist, an aggressive, nasty person. In this video, he shouted at a bunch of what I consider to be nice ladies and shouted at them for being old and a lady. That was his grievance with them. You stupid old ladies, because he can't say on the internet, you fucking bitches, or whatever it is he wants to say, because he's a coward. He won't actually show you who he really is. He's like hiding his true feelings.
It's raining again. I couldn't be happier.
Chris sent tippies. Furious Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs. Buckle up, asshole defective.
Oh.
You may just get battered until you're exhausted. See what I did there? Another great stream, Scott, thank you.
I did see what you did
Super
there.
Chuffer owes 30 hugs.
Sorry, Debbie, I could see that you're saying about Judith to stop hating. Sorry, I understand there now. Sorry. If we need modding in chat, I'll call it out again, but just chill, yeah. And racism is no way cool at all. No, sorry, I'm not having, I didn't spot it in chat. I won't have any racism either myself, so that is a line drawn there. Let's all just be, respectful. Apart from when it comes to Alan, because he doesn't deserve your respect, because he's disrespected everybody he comes into contact with and uses them for his own ends.
Gossip implied correct, Michael Garland.
Echo chamber. Are you still talking, Alan? Alan.
Armchair detective.
Alan.
Every day of their life.
There we go.
Armchair detective. AD on broken stand tall. Go and get him. Go and get him.
What's this?
This is what I do. I don't do the Watts case. I do all sorts of cases, right?
Nicola Bully, basically exclusively. You watch my videos and then you make a video about what you saw in my videos.
Oh, AD, you just punished the Ruseks.
And then the other ideas that you bring to the table are conjecture and nonsense and bollocks. And you literally had that one where you made up a load of shit that they told you not to make up. They said, the police have looked through this, we discounted it, please don't keep going on about this. And then you made up a load of bollocks and went on about it anyway. Like, your content is the worst. You're one of the worst content creators on the internet. Recently, you've taken to just reading web pages, Wikipedia or some shit, just reading it out, because the people that are watching your channel can't be asked to, or don't know. I don't know what it is about that gets them going, but in fact, no offense to them, maybe they just haven't seen through the grift yet. But
where's the Ruseks? What am I doing about the Ruseks?
You stop. How do you cease and desist? You're going to court because of it.
Kohlberger.
Copyright
They
claim.
don't even know I'm not doing.
Copyright claim. Someone else's material. Ad suitability. Right, it's not going well for you here, is it?
The Watts crime anymore.
600 views 3 months ago. 300 views 3 months ago. Not going very well for you, is it, Alan? With your hundreds of thousands of supporters.
Notice it.
It's dog shit.
Manson, Ted Bundy.
Brilliant. Groundbreaking. 900 views.
Really? All I do is the what case?
Well, you used to, but now all you do is the Nicola Bully case. You don't take an armchair detective to look at your fucking channel. Like, you've had to scroll down to months ago where you were bored and depressed, not able to scrape together 1,000 views. And then all of a sudden, Nicola Bully died. No, oh, thank God in heaven. I'm glad that Paul Ansel is free to kill again. I might get more content, says Armchair Detective, as he scrapes the barrel for another fucking hour and a half. In this particular episode, has not yet even mentioned why officers returned to the scene of Nicola Bully's disappearance. Spends spent the whole load of it that we skipped through, his bollocks, reading off the internet and talking around the subject. And at the very end, he gets to his point. At the very end, about there, 1 hour 36 minutes in, breaking news. Look, it's about 1 hour 30 in. But, oh my God, you are the worst, Alan.
Really? I make money? Yes, I do. I get paid by Google. I work for Google. This is my job, of course.
Be happier. Swish, and then
Grandmaster Sid Sophos sent tippies. I have just booked Jennifer Melfi aka Genetic Code, who is the psychiatrist of mafia boss Tony Soprano, to treat AD. Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
We can all be the Sopranos. I like this. I like this. We're all the Sopranos. I get to be Tony, though. I want to be Tony. Or I'll be Marlo from The Wire. Look, he's past saving. You can't take him to therapy because a narcissist doesn't operate like that. They use the therapy as a reason. They sit there and massage their own ego during therapy, and they manipulate the therapist if they can. That's just their raison d'etre.
I get frigging paid.
Alan works for Google.
Really? All I do is the what case? Really? I make money? Yes, I do. I get paid by Google. I work for Google. This is my job. Of course I get frigging paid.
Frigging.
It's out of hand. On the other hand, I don't want their apology because it's not worth nothing, is it? They're trying to wiggle out now. I don't know what the next thing is. Oh, he's really...
No, I'm standing by what I thought and said. Standing by it. Quite happy. Not wiggling out of anything.
He's taken.
But Alan made those videos where he said, oh, Paul was definitely this, and then he wiggled out of it by saying, I was just looking at different possibilities. I've never said I thought this. I was just looking at different possibilities. I never said that anything about Frankie Rusek that could get me defamed. I was only looking at possibilities. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Don't stop moving, baby. Ooh, that booty drive me crazy. Wiggle, wiggle. That's Alan. Isn't it? Am I tripping, or is that right? Have I got that right? Isn't Alan the one that does all that? Don't stop moving, baby, you the booty drive me crazy. Wiggle, wiggle. That's Alan. I'm sure it is. I remember. I've been there. I'm here now. It's happening now.
He's taken his studio with him, DM, to Mo, who docks me, and it's making my life a misery. He docks me. He tells you what hotel I stay in, so people come and frighten me. He's made me move house 3 times.
Mr. Can't keep up with the payments.
He says what hotel I'm in.
You said that.
Hotel Leicester Square should be nice. Go and
We've been through this. See, I'm not going through repeating.
No,
I won't allow him to repeat and bore us with stuff that he's already said in the past and drum it in. That's the tactic of the narcissist.
You're allowed to report it.
Oh, here we go. You're allowed to report it again. Mr. Hate Speech, who today has done some hate speech against women, is allowing you to go and report people like me. Obviously, you're not inciting people against me, are you, Alan? You're not trying to drum up a crowd against me, because that would be against terms of service, wouldn't it, Alan? You know how the terms of service work on YouTube, do you, Alan? Do you, Alan? Alan, do you? Do you, though, Alan?
Yeah, he's in London online. Oh, thank you. No, I'm glad we know where he is.
When he talks over himself on his own content, it's the worst.
Yeah. He gave my address where I walk my dog. There's a YouTube where I lived. I had to leave because of DM.
Repeat.
He actually put that up on YouTube, and they didn't.
Read Ellen Vaughan's comment. There's quite a lot going on my desktop. Go on then, I'll try.
Doxed my house. And what did YouTube do? Nothing. About me every day.
I can't find it.
I can't stop him. And he doxes my house. This is my house in Weston-super-Mare. He doxed me. Yet he's still on YouTube. I've had bomb threats, death threats, and well-being.
Oh, do you mean on his content, maybe? On his content. Again, I just let me just roll with this. If I find I'm juggling too many balls in my brain.
Health checks sent to my house. I had to move.
We've been through this. This is a repeat. Do you know why it's a repeat? I've just realised. This is the actual thing that he broadcast the other day. He's replaying it on his... Like, you watch Alan on a live stream, and he will replay what he did yesterday while he has a break or does something else. So this is just pre-record.
Frankie Rusek.
So this is why a lot of people assumed he would do pre-record, is because he does pre-record.
They're doing this.
And now he's commenting on his own thing. like doubling it up. That is such a disgusting narcissistic take, isn't it? Could you imagine, like, to try and drum it into you, I'm going to play you the video of what I said yesterday, and then I'm going to pause and react to myself, and of course I'm going to agree with myself, and I'm going to agree with myself double. So now carry on watching me. Like, what the fuck are you doing, Alan?
Again. I couldn't be happier.
Hey.
And then whoosh!
Ugats.
Donna Brotherton sent tippies. Thank you for your wildly funny, varied and serious content and looking for truth and justice for exposing the narxo and your sexy gyrating hips and bare chest rubbing. X. Super
X.
Chuffer owes 20 hugs.
Thank you very much. Thank you. X. That's quite a lot, 20. Thanks. That's a lot. Thank you. Thank you.
Encourage people to harm me.
So we have to skip on here, look. Come on, YouTube.
Because there you go. That's what he's done today. AD, Malta Airport calls. You forgot your luggage.
Repeating, aren't you, Alan?
In other words, go and get him, guys. Disgraceful old man.
Alan, you are a disgraceful old man, and you are repeating this now.
I'm old, but he's old and sick. And there he is with Chief Justice in it together, and this battery exhausted, the latest one.
That's me. I'm not the latest one. I'm the super chuffer. I'm the super chuffer.
So it's armchair detective in Malta again, with his subs money. That's what I'm up against. And I'm sorry to have to show you this, but I need it for my solicitor, and I need it
There's no solicitor in the world will give two shits about this, I don't think, Alan. Will they?
for the judge, and I need it for Mr. Cohen to understand what he's backing. I need Mr. Cohen,
Who's
the
Mr.
solicitor,
Cohen?
to understand what he's doing.
If you've got a solicitor who doesn't understand what they're doing, you might want to change solicitors.
And if I was Mr. Cohen, I'd tell young Junior to stop his friends doing this to me, because it's not helping.
I don't know who this junior person is. I'm not involved in that.
Can't see sense, can I?
Not involved in
They're
that.
still doxing me today.
Alan just is offensive to me now. He's offended me personally and then gone on to carry on being offensive. So can we skip now,
They
Alan?
revel in it. They revel in the hate.
So this is, see, now we're getting to this really laying it on thick, aren't we? We're getting to this part of the narcissism. It got from angry. Now we're trying to, we can't be angry at them, Alan. You've got to try and massage this sympathy. So now we're the poor victim, poor defenseless Alan, poor sad Alan. Now it's going to vulnerability and it's going to turn into guilt tripping.
That's Junior's solicitor. This is the guy that's taken me to court. Good luck, Cohen Davis solicitors.
And I'll repeat, as I said before, you are not responsible for Alan's debts. You are not responsible for Alan's legal fees. You are not responsible for Alan's legal fight. If Alan has said something on the internet that has got himself in legal trouble, you, the audience, are not responsible for Alan's misdemeanors. Okay? Alan, I'm not going to call it a crime, but, you know, in the terms of in the world of armchair detective and, you know, stuff like that, you know, in his parlance, you know, if Alan's committing a crime, you're not responsible for it. Yeah, if Alan's doing something wrong, you're not responsible for it. Okay.
Got all the evidence I need. I may not be brilliant at law, but I trust our judges to see my pile of evidence and throw it out before it gets anywhere near court. It will be thrown out at the negotiation stage, because there's no way I'm going to be taken to court with you cretins doing this. And Mr. Cohen, if you don't know about it, you need to watch this video.
Mr. Cohen is going to watch an hour and 22 minutes of you rambling on about how people are found in rivers before you get into this small section of post-rant sympathy beg. I think it's unlikely, Alan.
Because you're wasting court's time and money.
And you're doxing your lawyer?
Excellence in their field. Yeah, sure.
Or is that their lawyer?
So again,
is that what he's trying to suggest?
Show you something. I sent these idiots cease and desist letters, and I accused them of mental violence. Should have said psychological violence.
Again. I couldn't be happier.
But now a charity.
Related or pointless sent tippies. Alan is trying to incite violence through his suds. Can we have a Alan song? Super Chuffer owes 5 hugs.
Yeah. We can. What's it called? It's small, isn't it? We can. I think now's a good moment for it. I think I want to see this again because this is the premise for this. This is like where it all. This is how it all hangs together. He's gonna do this again.
Who are you gonna hate? Who are you gonna hate when you're the last man standing in your echo chamber? Who are you gonna look to hate?
This is now one of my favourites. Like, this is now one of my most favourite pieces of media that's ever been created. Like, it goes up there with Star Wars.
You left. Hate
I don't actually like Star Wars that much. This can go above Star Wars.
yourself
Hate yourself.
when you burnt all your bridges.
It makes me feel sexy.
Time to pay your rent.
It makes me feel sexy.
Take your share of the blame. Stop the hate.
It makes me feel sexy. So,
Picked up on my idea, and they're doing exactly what I said, because it's not
This is what's
violence
happening now.
that leaves a
This is
black
brilliant.
eye. It's not violence that hurts you in pain. It's violence that's a silent strike to your head.
a silent strike to your head. Alan is doing two things here. Alan is leveraging the language of the abused, which is fucking disgusting to be doing this, as he's a sort of online bully, narcissistic abuser. Like, he kind of abuses and uses the people that are close to him, doesn't he? Like, he shouts at them and he's mean to them. You fucking shouldn't have said this. And, like, you know, giving them shit on the internet. And then all the money coming in and he's, like, using them as a resource. And I don't know about the people close to him, you know, and all that. But did I ask him for more music videos? I think we should do some stuff, shouldn't we, together? We should do an album together. Duets. Me and Alan should do duets. But this is quite... I want to get through this stuff and then we can look at his art and do some songs, yeah? Because this is the end of his broadcast where he takes some media that someone else made and utilises it for his own ends without, like, real fair use. This is not fair use commentary. This is, I like this. I think it's good. I'm going to use that on my... That's mine now. This is the narcissist again. This is awful what he does here.
Silent violence.
Silent violence.
Silent violence. And this firm...
Silent but deadly, like my farts. Silent violence.
This new charity has picked it up. I'm so pleased they understand what I was saying.
I shouldn't demean silent violence, to be honest, because this is the domain of, like... See, Alan in his life has been the overbearing father, the unyielding husband or spouse. You know, Alan has been the difficult one in his relationships. He's left alone. And so I wonder how many people that watch him do this crying beg over the top of a piece of media about abuse are going to feel like Alan deserves your money. Alan is the one that deserves your money.
The time has come.
Facts are fact.
Facts are fact.
The hate belongs to you.
Who deserves your money? You know, I know that people have been tipping me today, but a lot of the time, we do owe charity as well. We owe one to charity, but I have to do it on the main channel because we got some likes the other day, and I said I was going to give a tenner to charity. We could do some today as well if we want. It's not a big shout. Like, it's just, you know, a few bits here and there. But Alan never does any charity work for anything. Like, he's utilising someone else's charity video for himself. He just said he thinks this charity's got it right on the nose when they're talking about abuse, and he's going to use it for himself. This is really horrible. Isn't it? It's like, this is like dirt under your shoe, scum level humanized. Like, no, they dehumanize me. Alan, you are subhuman.
And assist and talk to violence. I meant violence of the mind. The secret
mind.
punches. Violence of the mind. The secret punches.
I shouldn't laugh, but he's made it ridiculous.
The silent punches in the gut that knock you backwards.
Arrogant prick, you make me sick, 26 likes. This is about online abuse and bullying that young people go through. And you know what happens to them? You know, if you're going through this sort of shit, then, you know, there are support networks out there. There's like the Samaritans is the, you know, the people you need to call if you're feeling really alone. But like, Alan's using this from a charity that tries to stop online bullying. I'm not doing that to Alan. I'm not doing that to Alan. Nobody's saying do that to Alan. Alan is doing this to other people, sometimes under the guise of fake names and things like that, we think. But I'm not doing that to Alan. Okay? This is taking it to somewhere else, and it's using somebody else's sadness for Alan's benefit.
You never learned, did you? You never learned, Liam. After 5 years, you're still doxing me even today. Telling people I'm in Malta playing poker. What do you think you're going to do? What do you think they're going to do if you send them to me? You do this incitement on your film and you used to see the comments underneath. Yeah, we'll go and get him. You think it's clever to dox people?
Go to Poundland, get canvas and paints for a couple of quid and be creative yourselves. Better than bankrolling a known fraudster. AD's army, you'll feel better in yourselves. Donate it to charity. That's not a horrible comment saying like, fuck you, you're ugly and all that. That's not online bullying, is it? That's like a bad example of it. If that's the worst you've got, Alan, then, you know, welcome to Chuffertown.
Tell him my house. Tell him where I walk my dog. Peace. Yeah, you're a piece. All right.
What's it like to be racially abused?
I couldn't be happier. Swish and then swoosh.
Grandmaster Sid Sophos sent tippies. That yellow star next to Alan's name means he has been newly registered in the last 7 days. Alan Vaughan. Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Fair play. Like, if that's a fact, I don't know how their website works. Again, because of not knowing how their website works, I agree that I think he registered. I agree with that. I don't know how their website works. So it might be that star meant, because it's a free online registration process that you have to do before you turn up. So I agree. I think he did register. I think he booked the flights, went to Malta, got found out, pussied out and went home. That's the most likely for me. There's different options, but what I like to do is I like to build the case and see whether it holds water, and then you got to try and convince me otherwise, I suppose. But it's okay that I think what I think and you think what you think and everyone thinks what they think as well. I think that's okay. But be careful not to be sucked into Alan's game, because Alan's going to try and manipulate what you think for his own personal ends. Whether Alan did or didn't go to Malta doesn't benefit me, does it? It's not like in my life, oh, Alan got found out for going to Malta, therefore Scott. Like, there's no therefore Scott. It's just Alan and his shit. Whereas in my life, yeah, like if I went to Malta, so with Alan, like if he went to Malta, like, it's quite big, isn't it? Because it's his life, and so like, do you know what I mean? I think we're okay here. What I don't like though, what we're gonna just don't get like being confused here. Let me focus on this a little bit. We're now bringing in this video that talks about racism and what it's like to be racially abused online, and we're going to say that Alan has suffered something similar. I suppose Alan's a bit like
these young people here. You see,
the Nazis were right. You're subhuman. I just called him subhuman, didn't I? For not having the right set of emotions and the right understanding of things. I did just call him subhuman, but not in a racial way. Not like this. Like, Alan is not a young black child who's being racially abused online, is he?
with black eyes, the black eyes represent the silent punches that you dish out.
Helen is not a Nazi.
Your troll channel.
She says she's a British grandma hoping to help the depressed, the repressed, and the oppressed. It's quite nice, actually. Depressed, repressed, but oppressed, I find like my brain goes, depressed, repressed, to chest. I want to say to chest. I don't know why. Depressed, repressed, to chest. But oppressed, yeah. Helen is not like, you know, come on.
Just produce hate. You know not what you do.
You know not what you do. What kind of language is that?
You laugh and joke about it.
You laugh and joke about it. You know not what you do. Alan, like the demons are coming out now, aren't they? Work meeting. You know not what you do. You know not what you do. All right, you fucking weirdo.
What if somebody comes and gets rid of me?
What if somebody comes and gets rid of me?
Will you laugh and joke then?
Alan, all you're scared of is that you won't be able to broadcast your nonsense on YouTube, and that will mean that your pathetic income stream of 1 or 2 people giving you money will dry up. The truth is, you've got their email addresses and you solicit them behind the scenes, don't you? Like, you know, you're on at them, like you're into them, like they're never going to be rid of you, but your YouTube grift might disappear at some point, yes.
Because that's where you're taking me. And as for Cohen Davis, that's helping sue me from the boy in Carolina, this is for you.
Oh, Cohen's there.
Send this to
See what I mean? Cohen is their lawyer. Watching Alan's content, I get confused. And as a newcomer, like imagine someone's new and watching Alan's content today. Oh, Armchair Detective, breaking news, Nicola Bulley disappearance. First of all, they got five minutes of, I'm not in Malta, fuck you. Fuck you, you bunch of scum. And they were like, wow, this is an interesting broadcast. as a new person here, I feel like put off, if anything. And then we got into it, and he talked. I skipped over it, but he just read some Wikipedia about like people in the river, and like replayed one of his old videos. Yeah, and at that point, I'm thinking this is fucking boring as a newcomer. But then it livens up when he goes on a massive rant about not being in Malta, and like there's a picture of him with the newspaper in Smith's in the airport. And then it gets even more interesting, where these people have got all these things against him, and he's like brought it all up on his channel, and he's saying it to all the people. Like, so if you're a newcomer, you're now thinking he's got an illegitimate child. He's like angry at these women, he's shouting at these women, and you're probably thinking, I want to go and have a look at what these women are saying, because Alan seems fucking like unhinged. And it continues.
Court. Send this to the court. How I'm being
is he getting a message while he's trying to do his recording?
stalked by
your poker chips are depleted. Please top up your top up.
person in the public arena.
Look at this.
Friends who think they're helping him. Like,
what's it like to be bullied at school, Alan?
Destroying him mentally.
Destroyed mentally. Is that a leverage, or are we actually chipping away at him? I don't know.
Oh yeah.
But this seems like the ravings of a madman.
With violence of the mind. Psychological violence. Day after day.
After day. Now it's manipulation to the point where he's using this weird music. So it's like he's trying to make this psychological violence. It's so bad. And it's, it's so bad. Like, come on, Alan, you fucking knob. Like, this is the beg segment, isn't it? He goes through the emotions. This is his technique, is that he goes through the emotions and then he finishes up with the big emotional ploy, and then at the end of it they're like, here's my money. Alan needs my money. Like, that's the plan, isn't it, Alan? And like, it has worked up to a point. It's kind of horrifically like it's kind of sad, isn't it? It's kind of like really sad that you're doing it, but you know, it's your choice. I mean, it's your choice, not mine, and I'm just watching it on the internet and then saying what's happening. So I think we're all having a good time, aren't we? I think we're all having a good time. I'm just going to change the GIF. Quickly, just because I felt like it. Shouldn't have done it, got me distracted. Someone just mentioned in chat that Genetic Code just posted a video of him in Malta. I mean, that would be beautiful, wouldn't it? Should I? Oh, I can, can't I? This is my channel. I can do what I want. Because I've said what I thought. I've nailed my ideas to the mast here. I should subscribe with battery exhausted. I'm subscribed on my main channel on Super Chuffer. Is it this one? The latest one? Like, if it's not a photograph of him, like, if it's not like actually, more than we've got, like, I'll look at it later and like, but if it's like a banging photograph of him, then yeah, but anyway, look, sorry to just like skim over your video there and not watch it all, but I can't like, I can't watch and react and assess and then decide. Like, I'd rather just watch it and then bring it up if I want to, like, yeah. So again, Alan is intercut. Remember, the point I'm trying to make here, the point I'm making, is that this is an egregious use of somebody else's content. This is not fair use. You don't get to just say, look, I like the way this charity has made this campaign against online bullying. I will edit some of it into my video and just use it. That's against copyright. But it's not just it's the principle of the thing that Alan thinks that this is the narcissist on the community page. Sorry, the community page. I'll have another look. Maybe I'm tripping. This is the work of the narcissist. To think that you could just steal someone else's work like this and just edit it into your own content, no problem. Like, he's not even trying to hide it. We can all see it. Like, if you like this, Alan, why don't you shoot something like it? You can't because you're shit. But you really shouldn't be taking this charity's work and editing it into your own content.
Okay, bye.
That little vulnerable girl, your heartstrings, Alan's wallet. Like, what is going on here?
Moderators, my subscribers, my supporters.
Woman that's been hit by a boyfriend or husband or whatever, Alan and his wallet. Is this not horrific?
You're in it.
Violence, bullying, Alan and his wallet.
When you do, that's why I gave you cease and desist and call it violence.
I just think this is the worst. I can't even. I'm gonna have to skim through it because I just think it's the worst piece of manipulative shit media. Like, you can't watch that as a normal person and not see that that's just fucking vile.
You should stop.
And this is the problem Alan's got, is that Alan doesn't see it for what it is. He doesn't understand that this makes him look like a piece of shit. To steal somebody else's charity campaign that's designed to protect children and to use it to say Alan is a victim and that Alan deserves your... I'm going to leverage guilt trip. I'm going to guilt trip you, but I'm not even going to make the content. I'm going to take it from someone else. This is just really fucking awful. Like, on so many different levels. And what it reveals is that Alan does not give a fuck. He doesn't understand that this is awful on all these levels, because otherwise he wouldn't make these terrible choices.
And think.
Place.
Funny.
Life would be a better place without you, Alan. That's the shameful thing here. The people that made this piece of media are not going to be happy that you took it and used it for your own ends. They're going to look at all the things you've done, the narcissism, the bullying, and they're going to say, wow, you're the worst person to be using this media, Alan. Like, you were literally in chat yesterday giving people shit under an assumed name, like a false sock account, trying to pretend to be someone else, like saying personal things about me. And like, Alan's got this thing where, because a couple of details about me are personal, public, like my dad runs a roofing business, and I don't know why he would pick on that, because has he ever met any roofers? Has he ever had a roofing van turn up at his house with like 4 roofers ready to do a quote? Like, what the fuck is he picking on that for? But like, the fact that he's trying to put these things into the public space to intimidate me, Alan is the worst. Alan's not just bullying and saying names. Alan's doing something even worse. Like, he's a snidey snake and he's flipped this around. How dare he? How dare he? I'm going to have to do my Greta Thunberg. How dare you? You've stolen our futures. You've taken our futures. How dare you? How dare you? I don't want to go to school today, Daddy. How dare you? Global warming. I'm not going to school today, Daddy, because of global warming. How dare you? Well, Greta, I think you might have to go to school because, you know, little kids have to go to school. Global warming, Daddy. How dare you? I'm not going to school. Well, I suppose you could have the day off just today for global warming and then tomorrow it's back to school. How dare you? I want to go and sit outside Parliament, Daddy. I'm staying outside Parliament, Daddy. I'm not leaving Parliament, Daddy. Global warming is so important, Daddy. Is global warming important to you, Greta? Or do you just not want to go to school? How dare you? You've stolen my future. Well, not going to school affected my future as well, but you've stolen my future. I actually quite like Greta Thunberg. I don't know why I'm being dissing Greta Thunberg. I quite like her. I like everything she stands for. I just think maybe she should have gone to school. Anyway.
Clever.
Online hate as a silent toll.
It's disgusting. His comments on YouTube, or you see these channels making...
Today, Alan has had a pop at some ladies for being old ladies. You stupid women, he said. I will just reiterate that before he tells you how to report online hate.
Consistent hate videos, you need to report it. For everyone's good. It's got to stop.
It's got to stop.
Stop the hate.
How dare you use that as part of your manipulation?
Before it's too late.
I've made that point now.
I'm sorry I've had to put you through that.
I'm sorry I've had to put you through that. Alan apologises to his viewers. Could you imagine if I came onto a stream and midway through I had to say to you, listen, I'm sorry I've had to put you through that. I mean, sometimes I do go off on one, don't I? You know, you might not have enjoyed my Greta Thunberg, But like, I'm sorry you've. Why would you do it then?
Well, my moderators are now getting it, and it's crossed the line I don't like.
No.
When it goes into the...
What happened was I did the song, we did the songs, this happened.
No, take it back.
This happened.
Why hate? How are you going to sleep? You burning fellow souls, right?
That happened. They saw my
You want to
nippies.
dance on their graves?
Do you want to dance on their graves? That happened. It went on the internet. Alan was fucking furious and he thought, fuck poker, I'm going home. I'm going to break them off a piece.
lives, real life of my moderators who do this because they enjoy it, and you're going into their real life?
No one's going into your real life. What are you on about? Your real life. Everyone's got a real life. It's our life. It's normal. It's our life. The problem is with you, Alan, is you're on the internet grifting. Like, if people give me money, they don't care how I spend it, all right? I tend to think they don't mind. I tend to think they're happy if I spend it on bills and eating and like normal shit like people do. And if I went on a holiday or whatever, they might not even care. But I am actually saying, using it in the PayPal, making more media, you will see. You will see. We will, you know, we've got a little step by step. When I first started streaming, I promised a podcast. After a year, I got the podcast together. It now exists. We take a step by step. It's really going nicely, yeah. But I'm not soliciting for a legal battle or for this thing, and I'm not taking £500 off one person like as a great big donation and being like, "Great, nice one, Nancy, do it again." Like if you were to take all that and say it's for this legal battle and then take it and gamble it on poker, then there's an issue. There's a real issue. Not like, I don't mind if you bought a new hat, but you went to Malta for like £500 buy-in, sit there, the money's gone. Let's have another buy-in, sit there, the money's gone. Oh, whoops.
Of course, no one goes into their real life, do they? Oh, no.
He's threatening me now, or Martin, or Truth Justice, that he might go into our real lives. What are you saying, Alan? Do you really want to go down that road? I don't think you do. I don't think you do. He hasn't mentioned my family, although in chat, in a different chat, like I said, he mentioned like, you know, roofing or something like that, or someone mentioned like this aspect of my family. You know, I'm not ashamed that my dad run a roofing company, and I don't think he's ashamed to be himself and be a roofer, and I don't think he wants to fuck with my dad and his roofing company, you know. But it's this poking, isn't it? It's this poking into it.
Curious Cat sent tippies. All we need now is for Karma to pay a visit. And yes, I don't care what you spend the tippies on.
Thank you.
Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Thank you. The idea now that Alan is poking. What if we saw about your family? What if we talked about your family online, huh? Big nostrils. Yeah. Do you know what, Alan? If you mention, like, you've mentioned the men in my family, yeah? If you, like, I've talked about my mother and my sister, like, we all know that they exist. If you talk, I don't know where you want to go with this, Alan, but I would just say, be very careful. Be very careful.
No one goes into their real life. They cry like a baby. If you give them one negative comment, they cry like a baby. How terrible it is.
You've just made a half-hour edit where you used a charity that specialises in online cyberbullying that protects children to defend yourself. If anyone's crying like a baby...
I'm asking them to think before it's too late.
You better think before it's too late.
Hours ago.
Here we go again. This has got on his egg.
This was sent and put on YouTube.
There we go. Got your egg on. Remember, this is his Nicola Bully video.
Justice, 1 hour ago. Yes, no, maybe. Sorry, public picture. No desire to go there and where you're staying, anything like that. No, you don't want to. You want other people to do it, don't you?
Oh, my God.
You don't want to do it. You want someone else to come and get me, don't you?
Don't get eggy again.
That's why you put this picture out there.
Sit down, Alan.
Yes, no, maybe. Sorry, public picture. No desire to go there and where you're staying, anything like that. Just answer your subs. while you took
No desire to go and... Okay.
off if you did all that begging.
So is that you, Alan? Are you eggy about that? Because it looks like your arms. It looks like you. You know, you got to make up your own decisions. It might not be Alan. It might just be some randomer who looks like Alan. But for me, when I saw that, I was like, well, I need a bit more. Like, I need a little bit more. But at the same time, you know, if we're looking for someone like, do you know what I mean? I need a bit more, but that's a bit, what I've got there now is a bit more than nothing, isn't it? It's someone who looks just like if Alan was there and that was him in the background, that's what he would look like. So you can see why they think it, can't you, Alan? Like, you can see why, I suppose. Like, that seems logical.
This poor man is the picture today in Malta. And they've doxed him.
They've doxed him.
He's
on a public photograph on a public website, and they've clipped this bit of it and said, do you think this is Alan?
Public place. You're not even allowed to take photographs in casinos.
Which is why they've got their own privately booked photographer who has taken this and uploaded it to their public-facing website.
They've got that picture off the galleries. I don't know who he is.
Alan just said they've got the picture off the galleries, so he just confirmed that with us. Like, the manipulations of a narcissist, talking shit, mate.
I've no idea who he is.
You've no idea who he is. I don't know who he is. Does that sound legit to you?
I don't know who he is.
Yeah, really? Or is it you?
In it, he's not in a public place. You're not even allowed to take photographs in casinos.
Well, eggy.
They've got
Why
that
are you so
picture
eggy?
off the galleries. I don't know who he is.
Don't know who he is. It's not me. I'm just really eggy about you taking his photograph.
I've no idea who he is. But someone in Malta might go and get that guy tomorrow. Because of the hate that she's generated, someone might go and have a word with that guy tomorrow.
No,
and
no,
that's
who
so
he is. Hang on. Hang on. I was just going to carry on in our usual meter and flow, but it seems like Alan's about to pop. They don't know who he is, do they? So no one's going to go and hurt him or anything, because we're just trying to confirm if it is you. If that man was there and he looked just like you, and I had a photographer who was like covering the poker, like turned up as a journalist and said, I'm here to cover the poker. Can I interview the people who are doing the poker? And then they said, yeah, I don't mind doing an interview and a talk. And then like Alan was there and he was like, oh, there's Alan. You know, if that was happening, and it turned out to be him and not Alan, you go, oh, sorry, mate. Thought you were Alan. Turns out you're not Alan. And the guy would go, who's Alan? And then that would just be that. Like, there wouldn't be any online hate campaign against this man per se, would there?
Dangerous you are, Truth Justice. I might go and have a word with that guy tomorrow. And that's how dangerous you are, Truth Justice. But you can't see it, can you? You just can't see what you're doing.
Well...
And I hope your family never has to go through the phone calls my family have had.
Oh, there we go.
I hope your family never has to go through the pain I've had to go through because of you.
Guilt tripping, then anger. Guilt tripping, then aggression.
Your hate.
Hate.
The amount of pain my family's been through because of you.
Because of
laugh
you.
about it.
Can you hear it in his voice?
Because of you. Because of you and your hate. The amount of pain my family's been through because of you, and you laugh about it. And you pretend I'm in Malta. And you tell people where I'm staying, and you dox this man who isn't me. You're a sick person, Truth Justice.
Sick.
And if I could stop you, I would, but I have no idea how.
That must make him furious. That must make him furious.
Empathy. Because I'm an animal that must be hunted down and got rid of.
You're a narcissist.
That's the truth of it, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
You're like a pack of wild animals.
Wild. Oh, you're up in the jungle.
Apologise.
You're up in the jungle, and you're a little scared Mowgli, yeah. And I might look like nice friendly Baloo, but if you fuck with me, then I'm a bear, aren't I? And I'm like, big bear. You know, earlier we were the Sopranos. Now we can be all the people from the Jungle Book, can't we? I'll change the tippy stick.
I apologise, but you don't know what my family's going through because of this woman and Diam. You have no idea. And Miss Idaho, you have no idea what I'm going through. I've got to calm down now. Let's watch my show from the day.
What?
Nicola Bulley, the police are doing damage control yet again. And we've got Maria Suarez is coming on my show.
So this again, he does this thing where he hides it in the middle of the episode. Like, you watch for an hour and a bit, He got the numbers up. He got everyone there. Waited till it was at peak moment, and then he did the big begment scheme. The big like, oh, I'm the one being abused on the internet. You need to help me and give me money. And then now finally he's going to do the actual content an hour and a half into his episode. Like, what a weird way to do your stream, Alan. What a weird way to do it. Obviously, we're going to skip through all that bollocks because he's just going to play the video that he uploaded earlier in the day and then stop it and talk around it a bit. So that's all a load of bollocks, isn't it? And then he'll just finish. Like, but we've got more to come because we've got his paintings and we can do a couple more of his songs. But this is just incredible, isn't it? The way he's laid that on so harsh and heavy, and then he's quite prepared to just say, no, yeah, okay, now the Nickel Bully stuff.
Got it wrong, right? They got it wrong.
Did we?
So I'm going to Patreon now. I'm investing so much, the police, because they...
Oh, he's talking about the police and Nicola
right?
Bully. Right.
And my artwork's going great. We sold a few, and that money went to my solicitor. Yeah, so I'm really enjoying the painting. I'm going to talk about
the solicitor thing's brilliant for his grift, because if he sells a few paintings, he's got like, let's say he sells 2 paintings and he gets £1,000, which is ridiculous. Let's say he sells 2 and he gets 20 quid. That's more like it. But let's say he sells 2 and he gets ridiculous, like, you know, whatever, yeah? You need to see the songs. Yeah, Sasha, we'll get to them. You know, I'm just having fun today. I'm going to play that computer game in like an hour or so, I suppose. I think we've got about an hour or so left. I think we've got his paintings and his racist rant. And then we've got, oh, he's the gift that keeps on giving, Alan. Anyway, the point being here that the paintings, when he makes money, he can then say, oh, but it goes to the solicitors. So instead of saying I got £1,000 in the last 5 days, so you don't have to give me any more money, like I've had a good week, he can always say that money's gone immediately. Gone. Solicitors. Need more. Come on, more. So it's like this ever-living black hole that he can just, like, Alan can never be satisfied. So ask yourself this, if Alan can never be satisfied with never enough money, why bother giving him any? Because it's never going to be enough. Even if you support Alan, if you're watching this all the way to this, the wrong missy, this is the armchair detective. He's a narcissist, is the best way to describe him. A sad narcissist. Ask yourself this, if you support him. And I don't know who I'm talking to here, because I don't think people who support him are going to be watching this far. Alan will be. But if it's never ending with the money, why give it to him? What's the difference between you giving it him now and then not tomorrow or the next or whatever? Why not just never do it? Why not just never do it? It's easier to just never do it, isn't it? Because he's never going to stop asking for it. Doesn't matter how much you give him. Do you know what I mean? If you're just like unrolling toilet paper down the toilet and it just keeps going until you run out of toilet paper, why don't you just stop doing it and just put the toilet paper down? You know, that's the equivalent. That's the best equivalent I can think of. The songs. You all want the songs, don't you? You love these.
Clap them in irons. How do you sleep? You scammers! It's a scam! It's a scam! Come man. Go to hell, come man. God ain't gonna let you in heaven.
That's what you want, really. But we're going to do his paintings, you fuckers. And those things, I think it's funny, they don't even get me copyright because they sound so badly not like the song that it doesn't even pick them up on the YouTube copyright system because Alan has murdered them so badly.
See you on, I'll go make a coffee, and I'll see you on Patreon in 5 minutes. Thank you for Spanners for staying with us. I'll only be a short patron, but we have to keep the Patreon people going because they're the heartbeat of the channel. You have to keep the Patreon people going because they're giving you money. So... thank you all, guys. I'm going to cut this short just with a goodbye. And I very tired after a long day's travel, maybe. Appreciate your help. And please, let's stop the online hate. Yeah, because you can't even go and do what you want now. Because the minute you try and go and play poker, we're going to be on you. The minute you take that money and piss it away at poker, we're going to be on you. That's the fuck it. We're going to know exactly. I want to. You can. Oh, even if you win. Even if he wins. The concept of him sitting at the poker table and gambling money that he's grifted makes it into full-on grift. It's like the worst thing in the world. So Alan now is stuck in a rock and a hard place. He loves poker, but he's not. So Alan is now going to switch to online. He's going to be doing it on his phone, my guess. And the next step is we find out he's online, find out. And then what, Alan?
Like we see, because they have these leaderboards and stuff on these poker apps and stuff, don't they? You know, like you see find out how much someone's spending on a thing if they've got a gambling addiction. Do you know what I mean? Like then what, Alan? Like what are you doing now? Just pouring your money away into an online black hole poker game? Like what a life you're living, Alan. Isn't it a weird thing that you're doing? I perceive him as having a gambling addiction, so maybe he needs help for that. We've done an episode of Thus on it on the main channel.
And if you are a hater, look in the mirror. Would you like your father to go through what you're putting me through?
I told you specifically not to bring my family into this.
Would you like your father to go through what you're putting me through?
My father would not be on the internet giving people a load of shit like you're doing, Alan. My father didn't take the money that he took from someone else's nan and then go and gamble it. My dad worked really hard all his life, so he wouldn't be going through this sort of shit like you're going through, Alan. Like, he didn't grift on the internet like you're doing. Alan. I'm going to just, leave that horrible turd where you dropped it, Alan, and just leave that there, because we all know that's a fucking horrible thing to bring up. Right. Let's get some entertainment on the go then. Do you want a different song? I want to see a different song that I didn't listen to the other day. We'll listen to a different song, and then we'll do his paintings, because his paintings really are this rant that we're about to go on, where he says about.
But does it matter what race they are? What race plays it? Oh look, I've got see because I can't spell. Because
he goes on his rambling, his ranting that about black people. It's just. About black people playing Cleopatra, because we'll get to that. I think someone wanted to hear the rest of the real Slim Shady the other day, but there's quite a lot here. There's quite a lot. What's it doing the same one again? Stupid. There's quite a lot of good-looking ones here. This one. Let's have this one. Shut up, you. It's been almost ready. Shut up. No such thing as almost ready. Oh no. We're processing the recording to improve the quality. Shut up, are you? Maybe I can't have that one. That's a bit weird, isn't it? I hope he's not on there deleting them. It would be a shame to humanity, wouldn't it? It'd be an absolute shame for humanity if he was on there deleting them. Nah. It's just they don't work properly sometimes.
Stop the hate. We can all have an opinion.
This is it. We can all have an opinion, except you can't have your hate and stop your hate. We can all have an opinion. Alan's allowed to say whatever Alan wants, but freedom of speech means Alan should say whatever he wants. But you, shut up. Stop the hate. Anyone that's not in line with Alan, shut up. The wrong Missy, does he gamble professionally? No. Not professionally, no. He's not on the regular tour winning, professional success. No. Over his life, he has made some money from gambling, like many people who do. The amount he's put in versus the amount he's brought out probably balances up to lost a lot of money. But has he made a bit at some point? Yeah, at one point. Like, lots of people who play poker have this little bit of a success, and then they think, oh, I'm good at poker. It's actually about luck, and about on the day maybe the other people didn't have the right cards and you got lucky that one. This game, I went to this tournament and I got 50 grand, and it sounds like loads, but in the big picture of your life, it's not that you're a professional poker player. Alan's in that bracket.
Can't shut down opinion.
So you can't shut me down then.
Fine. Don't give me words of violence.
Silence feels like violence. Come on.
Pierces right through me. Can you understand? I have a right for justice for the four. All I ever wanted, all I ever needed,
is here in your arms. Words are very unnecessary. They can only do harm. Shut up then, Alan. Alan's bad, isn't he? These are bad. That was a bad one. That wasn't even funny, that one, was it really? It was just bad. Just bad. Dance Monkey. There for me, there for me, there for me, And when you're done. Have you done that? You see, the thing is, he hasn't done it with his, he's not, there's no video. That's aggressively loud, like Alan. What are you doing on this one, Alan? That's just going to get me copyright right off, so I'm not doing that. They say, oh my God, I see the way you shine. Dance, dance. He's done Many Rivers to Cross. No. Why is it that? That's not Many Rivers to Cross, you fuckers. This website's shit. Fuck your website. I want to hear Many Rivers to Cross. I will sing that one, even with just a few seconds of delay. Who are the videos for? I don't know what the hen. I haven't ascertained that. I mean, they're obviously public, some of them are for the haters, I think. We looked at Hurt. That was a really good one. The other episode, I'm not going to repeat the ones we looked at in the other episode.
Lord have mercy on your soul.
Okay. You see the hair comb?
You can run on for a long time.
Run on for a long time.
Run for a long time.
Long time. Run on for a long time. Lord's gonna cut you down.
Sooner or later, Lord will cut you down.
What are you doing, Alan? Alan, I think you're supposed to give it some run on for a long time. You're supposed to be giving it some of that. What are you doing?
Tell the rambler, the murderer, the backfighter, tell him you...
I think Alan's drunk.
Tell him that God's gonna come and cut him down.
God's coming. God is coming in the form of Alan the Vindictive with his big flabby finger coming to poke you down. Is that a finger or is it a toe? Answers in chat, please. Is that a finger or is that a toe? Fingers or toes? Nobody knows.
Goodness gracious, let me tell you the news. My head's been wet with midnight dew. I've been down on a bended knee, talking to the man from Galilee.
Why you? I don't like you. This is like the last thing someone sees before they get murdered. Like, this is fucking awful. Like, look at it. You can't. Why? How and why? How and why? These are the questions we all need to know. Find. We how and why? Detectives all. How and why? What is? How did you? How you like me now? Why are you choosing these? No, I can't sing that. Who can sing that? Who's got that in their range? Sorry, I'm bashing the mic around now, but how'd you like me now? Like, who's got that in their range? Obviously not Alan. It's just the refrain, Alan. Come on.
There was a time.
Oh, there was a time. Love me so.
I could do no wrong.
I could do no wrong.
And you need to know.
And you need to know.
So I've been a bad, bad, bad man.
I've been a bad, bad, bad.
I'm in so deep.
I mean, so. I don't want to hear how deep Alan is in. He's a bad man. I'll agree with that. I've been a bad, bad. Ooh, motherfucker.
You love me so. I could do no wrong. And you need to know. So I've been a bad, bad, bad man.
Who are these for? What is this for? Who is liking this? Maybe I've got someone, I had to think about that now. I didn't think about it before really, but maybe one of his people that gives him money on Patreon or something, maybe this is like a reward. I will sing you a song of your choice. And like maybe someone's choosing these songs for him to sing. And that's why he's left them up, because they've been, paid for. He can't take them down. These people have and maybe he's, feeling a bit sexy because he thinks someone's watching it and they love him and they want to watch it. So he's sexy. So he's giving it for no. Wait. I'm going to need the lyrics. Thanks. No. Nick Cave. How can you write a song called Wild Road? Thank you. Right, come on then.
Because a ghost know that she's a ghost.
What?
Or is he just a host? I want them
roses.
See what I can find.
But my name was Eliza Day. Alan. Why they call me, I do not know. I can't sing to that, Alan. Whatever you've done to that has made it inedible.
The single red rose. I said, give me your loss and your sorrow. She nodded her head as she lay on the bed. If I show you the roses, will you follow?
Right. I mean, how do we put up with that? You know, how can you... That is a bit too much, isn't it? That is a bit too much. That's a bit too much. We've got a lot in the bank, but this is something I want to do. This is a real joy. So we've got the frame. You know, I like artwork. I myself might consider myself to be an artist. Yes, I definitely am. Fuck you. Not like Mr. Piss Artist here, but like proper artist. And like no one can say I'm not. So Alan can shut up. Like some of my ASMR videos veer on the artistic. But I actually put an installation in. Come on, where's me? I probably don't come up because it's like a dead old channel. How would I find it? True binaural book sorting. I had this before. Maybe I'll do this. Doxing myself. Yeah, here we are. This is called Can You Organise Your Thoughts? It's an installation. So, like, art doesn't just come in painting form, obviously. It's about the ideas. And this is an installation I did. So, what it is, it's a load of books. It's at the art house. It's not there anymore. It's probably in the bin. But it's a load of books. I covered them all in white paper and we put pens out. And you can just write what you want on the books and move them around. And it's like one of those things that you can go and mess with and like be part of it. And then it just lived there for a bit and people wrote what they wanted on the books. It's called Can You Organise Your Thoughts? Because I thought what people would write on the spines of the books and on the books might be things they think. And then people move the books around, don't they? So how do they organise it? Do you write, like, has somebody written and you make a word and make a story by moving what other people have written on the books around? You know, it's totally up to you. So that's called Can You Organise Your Thoughts? And it's a conversation about how people think and about how ideas are formed. And it's an installation art piece. So yes, I'm an artist. Proven, it was at the art house. That's the main place for the art in my town, or it was until they turned it into like something else. But that was the arts house. And my installation was in the arts house in my local town. So fuck you, Alan, right, with your paintings. Fuck you. I know a little bit about art. Like it a little bit. Not massives, not loads. Go in the galleries when I can. Quite enjoy it. But definitely have done more art than Alan. Anyway.
I don't know if you noticed, but on tonight's show...
we're on Patreon now.
I can't believe Nancy. She gives £500 super chat.
Wow.
Stuck it to the morons.
Alan, she gives you that money all the time, so it's not a surprise to you. And when I got a big super chat the other day, I did literally say, didn't I? Like, that money's there in case. And this offer still stands. If you want that money back, I haven't spent it. It's just there. You know, if anyone gives me a huge tip ever, I'm going to be careful with it. I'm not going to just spend it overnight because they might want it back. They might change their mind. They might be, you know, I don't know. They might have had like a bad day and they just like made a mistake with the pressing the button and then think, oh my God, I did 500 and I only meant to do 50 or something. You know what I mean? So I'm careful with that. Alan, no, every week it happens. Look at this smile.
Yeah, I didn't. I know.
Stuck it to the trolls as a piece of manipulation because it doesn't stick it to us that she pays him money. You know, it doesn't hurt me in any way that he gets that money. Like, it hurts her and it emboldens him. And actually it hurts him because he goes on to do shit like this. So this is brilliant.
I just wanted to get on with it.
This is
Did
brilliant.
I go too quick? Oh, right. I went too quick, didn't I?
This is brilliant.
I wanted to talk about my painting tonight because I suffer from quite a few things, but anxiety, depression, and like blood pressure.
Obviously laughing while you're about to tell the lie, yeah?
It's like, so I've got to change the subject now.
Anxiety couldn't go to Morocco.
I don't want to talk about the haters.
Anxiety had to come home from Morocco. You're not going to take your medication on camera in front of your loyal audience, are you, Alan?
I did that what I had to do for the sake of my moderators. I'm trying to...
Are you going to take an aspirin?
I don't want them going in my...
Got a headache?
Moderators.
Does that look like... I suppose it might be the green screen making it look weird.
That was a tablet for hearts.
That was a tablet for hearts, he says, as he makes a laugh. Maybe you could describe an aspirin or a paracetamol. I don't know what he's taking, but he took a tablet on camera and he said, that's a tablet for hearts, and he's laughed because it's a manipulation to try and make, like, a vulnerable victim, poor Alan, sad little Alan, tablet for hearts. What's going on?
Yeah.
Laughing.
You'll be old one day.
I'll be old. We'll all be old one day, Alan. We will all be old one day. But we won't behave like you. Because we're not disgusting narcissists. You got a booger. You've got a booger. So I'm just going to make sure we highlight that. Or is that just hair up your nose? Is that what... It looks like a booger to me. You want to blow your nose, you dirty bugger.
I believe I'm old, by the way. I know.
Big ham hand. The big ham hand. It's ad hominem, I know. But it's one of my favourite aspects of Alan. It's like... I'm vegan, right? I'm vegan. But if we were abandoned on a desert island and we had to eat each other, then I'm having his arms. The big ham arms. They're mine. Look at them. The pale... The big pale. It looks... obviously, honestly, every time it looks like someone's poked in from off camera and like brought an arm in. Like someone's brought a hand in from off camera. Looks like a big, flaccid, wobbly... What's going on with the... Oh, Alan.
I'll tell you the truth, guys.
I could be doing the body language on him. Obviously, he's lying all the time.
I went to get up and my knee locked.
Right.
And I live upstairs. I thought, I've got to go all the way down those stairs.
Didn't get your
make a
coffee.
Come back all the way up those stairs. I couldn't face it.
Couldn't face making yourself a coffee. Are you... Like, at that time, when I watched it before, I thought, are you actually still in Malta and you just can't get a coffee? Or is it that you couldn't be asked or what? It's weird, isn't it? This is weird. Like, he's pretending to his... For some reason now, Alan is so old and infirm that he can't even go downstairs and get a coffee. I think it's to back out of that boxing match that I said, oh, let's have a YouTube boxing match. Hey. Do you know what I mean? Having a bit of fun. And Alan is trying to play the like old man card now in some way.
Okay. And that's like, you don't value your health, do you?
I do value my
Years
health.
ago, I run down the stairs, run back up again. Not that long ago, 2 years ago.
Years ago, you'd have smacked my ass. You'd have tippies. Yeah, years ago. Not now, though, Alan.
And now I can.
No.
And it's like, ugh.
Ugh.
So
if only I could get in that boxing ring. Ugh. I would desperately like to get in that boxing ring. Ugh, but my knee. Got that bad knee, so I can't do that. Oh, but years ago I would have. I would just. I'm itching to punch you on the nose. You. Come on, Alan. It's bullshit. I can see through it. Ducking the fight.
Sacrificed the coffee, and I realized.
Wait.
So I've sacrificed the coffee.
Big sacrifice.
And I realise now I should have at least played an intro music. Doesn't matter. I'll wait here for you. I've got plenty of time. We'll wait.
No one's turned up to his patron thing. He said he was going to go make a coffee. He switched on the Patreon thing instead. No one turned up. And he said, I should have played the music. So that means the reason he plays the music at the start is so that people turn up. So, play 30 seconds to a minute of nothing so that people have a chance to turn up to watch the great Alan. And that's the reason for his music then, give you a chance to turn up. Well, I don't want to watch your boring music. And I'm glad that you've revealed how sad it is that you use a sort of minute 30 Nicola Bully.
Couldn't be happier. Swish, and then
Joe Boy Watson sent tippies. Please will you rap my rap out from earlier scene as I'm the top G subscriber on this channel.
I'll
Big
try.
up Supreme Beds money off for Chuffer subs.
I'll try. I am actually trying
Super
to come
Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
I am actually trying to come up with my own lyrics, but I'll try. What I'll do is I obviously it's not there right now in the chat and I'm doing this, but I'll try in the future to do a special rap episode on Alan. How about that? We'll do a special one, Alan rap. We could write a rap together on channel together maybe.
But what I wanted to show you is my art anyway. And I realise now I should have at least played an intro music.
Why'd you play that music? That montage of Nicola Bully looking sad?
Doesn't matter. I'll wait here for you. I've got plenty of
So you can wait, so people turn up.
time. We'll wait.
it's
But what I wanted
raining
to show you is
again.
my
I
art.
couldn't be happier. Swish, and then
Beaclet
whoosh.
Jog sent tippies. You cheered me up streaming. You should dig into Penny. Glad you stay out of YouTube politics. I seem how it has reeked killed a man. A truther got took out. Good work, Rob. Keep nailing AD. Stay safe, dude.
Fair play.
Super Chuffer owes 6 hugs.
Yeah, I am going to do an episode on Penny and the body language reaction to that bit of video of them and the police as well. I need to do those two. That's sort of like they're lined up, aren't they, on the pin board? Yeah, absolutely. But this is just enjoyable. It's been a really weird week. Like I said, I did this research for this other video. I decided not to really. Don't know if I am going to do a video about these like chuffers that I was researching and. Don't know how I feel about true crime and making true crime videos in themselves. Really, like do like doing the body language and calling out someone for stuff. Like any person that does like Paul Ansel did a video. Oh wait, well, look at him, and then I got into it a bit. But like, yeah, interesting week anyway. Yeah.
Anyway, so I'm going to find that art stuff.
Let's do the art. Let's do the
I
art.
want to tell you that one of the best things in my life now is art.
Right.
I really like, because as I go to my later years in life,
Grave.
I found something that I don't have to go in the pub for.
Right.
I don't have to travel for.
So you stay in drinking.
And I just like think of ideas out the box, and I'm mixing.
So what you're talking about now is your YouTube. I think you mean your YouTube. Like, you sure you're not talking about your art career, are you? That you don't have to go to the pub, you don't have to go out now. You could just stay in with your paintings, and that's going to satisfy you. Like, I think what you meant is you found on YouTube a method of earning money where you don't have to go out and work or do other. Like, that sounds like a translation, like a projection. But yeah, carry on about your art, you fucker.
And I just like think of ideas out the box, and I'm mixing.
Think of ideas. Remember my idea to do the books and the idea. Think of ideas. Remember, Alan has no ideas, and he's bereft, and he's just like, he'll think of the most obvious bullshit, and it'll look shit, and you'll think like a teenager could have come up with these. No offense to teenagers. No offense to teenagers, but like when you're naive and you're in your early stages of your art, you know, say the most obvious things, and then you learn about context and subtlety. And someone else has said those things before me. Yeah, that's why you have to do your research. Like when you do school and develop as an artist, like you might think, paint this picture of a thing, and your art teacher might say, really, have you seen these other people who have painted these other pictures just like that, and their means, and you go, oh wow, that's interesting, I learned all about them. And then once you've learned all about them, you're like, wow, I really understand this. I don't want to paint that picture of a thing anymore. I've got a different idea. Like, it's just, Alan is at the very, very start of a journey that he doesn't understand how to progress down. Like, he's bumbling around, not able to find the right path. It looks inept in all ways. This art's going to prove it. Carry on.
I'm mixing art with social media. Right?
You're mixing art with social media.
I'm mixing art with social media and social.
In what way? So, like, mixing art with social media, what, by playing a fake character online? Or mixing art with social media in that you're making NFTs on Twitter? Or mixing art with social media in that, what aspect of social media? You mean you're posting your paintings on YouTube? You fucking idiot. Sue says, £72 flight to Malta. Please go film him. If he's in Malta, I will go and film him. But I think he come home. I think he was scared and he came home.
To comment. So every day I have an idea that I want to share with you.
Every day he's got an idea.
And it's really working for me mentally.
Working for him mentally. So he's got mental problems then, yeah?
Because you know those evil people, what they do. You know what they do.
What?
They try to ruin my life by psychologically making me not be able to think straight anymore.
Right? I think that's what you do to other people as a narcissist. That's gaslighting, psychologically making them not able to think straight anymore. You batter them with like an hour and a half of rambling nonsense, and then you start to beg. So, like, that's definitely you. But if we're having that effect on you, Alan, if you're getting really wound up and furious, if you're getting furious, Alan, and I did notice, I didn't pick them all out because we're just doing what we're doing, but at moments in the start of the first video, shaking, furious Alan was. If we're getting to you like that, then that's good, because fuck you.
And obviously sometimes it works for them.
Oh, it works.
But tonight they're embarrassed because they got it all wrong and said I was in Malta when in fact I'm in England.
I wasn't embarrassed. I just thought, like, good, I'm glad you're not in Malta, you fucker, because I can't believe that you would even consider going there and spending all that money, gambling that money on the poker.
And they doxed a man that's at the poker tournament, said it's me and it's someone else.
Going over this again? Yeah.
And they named a hotel I was staying at, and I'm not even there. But it does show.
Sorry.
And they named a hotel I was staying at.
Named a hotel I was staying at.
And it's someone else. And they named a hotel I was staying at.
Did they name the hotel you were staying at?
Someone else. And they named a hotel I was staying at.
So that's him then.
And I'm not even there. But it does show you when they said, if you're in Malta, go and see him, right? So they stand there writing this stuff and they mix it with hatred of me. And what do they think people are going to say to me when they see me?
How dare you just start your Patreon video for the people that pay you exclusively for behind the scenes content? How dare you do this after you did like a 40-minute section in your main, like, how dare you?
It's going to be bad, isn't it? So I'm going to stay home and stick to my painting.
Because you'd be in jail.
To play poker. I have, but I don't want to spend it on poker. At the moment, I need it for lawyers. So
because you'd be in jail.
So I'm going to talk about my painting, and I've never done that yet. I've never talked about my painting yet
Because they're awful.
Too embarrassed. Like, I don't think I'm any good.
You're not. You're
I
not.
don't actually think I'm any good.
You're
so
not.
That's a problem when you don't think you're any good. Whether you are or not, it doesn't matter.
You're
I
not.
just don't think I am. So
Hang on, wait. So he just said then, whether you are or not is irrelevant. It's whether you think you are that's the main thing, right? So what he's saying there is that I don't think I'm very good, but, you know, I might be good. It's just that I don't think I'm good. But, of course, that's not me saying I'm not good. I'm saying that I might be good, but I just don't think I'm good. So what it is I'm incredibly good, but I'm also really modest. So you should understand that. Make sure you've had that drummed into you more than once by me repeating it to you. Alan just did then. Just making sure we've got a big picture of this. We can lose Alan's face, but we can really see this. This is... There's something phallic in the middle. My guess is an image of his mother and father. The mother being cold. Alan's mother is cold to him. Alan's mother is hard for Alan to understand. The eyes are almost obliterate. Alan, she's got a big jaw. She's strong. She holds a lot of power. And there's almost like a Pulp Fiction-y... Obviously, this is supposed to be Cleopatra, so he's gone for that hairstyle, but it's giving me a sort of Pulp Fiction-y power. Alan feels his mother is also vulnerable, though. Very small, strange bust. A very strange bust. Maybe you need my mouse in shot as well. Strange, small bust here. Like two little grapes. So this is a part of the body that Alan has simply covered and is finding traumatic or difficult to deal with. He's sort of said it might exist with a little line. There's the phallic in the middle that separates them both. Big symbol of the phallus. Big black phallus in the middle that separates them both. He's doing live tonight about somewhere else. I don't give a fuck what he's doing. This is enough for me for one day. And this should be enough for anyone. This is a view into his mind. This, on the other hand, if that, like, a man sets out to paint a picture of a woman, and it's either going to, like, I'm looking at this and I'm not seeing like Freudian. Okay, I'm not going to explain all the psychological backstory on how I think these things. I'm just going to tell you what I'm reading from the paintings, and you can have your own opinions if you want. But I'm saying this is his mother, and in abstract opposition is either the shadow woman or his father. And I'm like, maybe it's a shadow woman, because like the opposite of his mother, everything that his mother should have been or he wanted out of his mother, or it might be, like I said, his father. The problem is here is to ascertain what is actually going on here is very difficult, because it's all just obliterate black paint. Like, there's some eyes gazing out, peeping out, and there seems to be, I don't know what's around this part of this face, like a second part to the face. Is it like two-facedness, or is it a like some abstract? Maybe it's supposed to be big Afro-Caribbean hair. But it looks like further eyes. They're earrings, but they look like further eyes. So I'm seeing someone who looks into him a lot, someone who sees him, someone who's got many eyes, someone who he finds, again, difficult to read. Alan finds everyone difficult to read. Alan finds everyone's difficult to read. I'm seeing the crown here, like where the other one didn't have a crown, was not given that position. So I'm seeing something more regal. I'm saying this is where I find the fatherly thing, and you've got the big black penis in the middle. So, you know, it's almost like a hand gripping the penis here. And this torch, there's a cap on the penis, like a pyramidal cap on the, like something like blocking it. And this figure here, this darkness, this, like, obviously there's lips and there's eyes, there's more eyes than there's supposed to be, and there's a crown, and there's a hand going up to the head as if to support the crown. So self-supportive, strong figure. Very mysterious. That's my analysis of the art anyway. Let's see what Alan has got to say in order to justify this monstrosity. I kind of want his face up big as well, but we haven't got enough space for all of us, and he's the least important thing. So, yeah.
But, like, today's one, okay, as you see here, we have a black Cleopatra and a white Cleopatra, right? This is Elizabeth Taylor, and this is that new lady, I forgot her name. She was in Superwoman or whatever. Well, she happens to be black, right? So
a bit disrespectful to not know her name, isn't it?
I thought it'd be a good idea.
But she happens to be black. Now we're about to go on a wild ride. I promised you this earlier. This stream doesn't stop, right? We've been on for now like a long time, I know. And I wanted to play that computer game that I promised my audience I was going to be playing tonight. 3.5 hours in, we're into the final slog here. But this is incredible and it has to be documented. We're about to go racial.
Do my first ever black and white painting. So I've done a black one.
I've done a murder.
And it's like, good idea, right?
Good idea, yeah, in a way.
I'll call it Cleopatra black and white.
No, not like, so you're saying you're making a comment on race in your painting. So what you've decided to do is paint a black person and a white person, and I've done it in black and white. So therefore I'm an artistic genius. The narcissism on the man.
So the movies have made a deduction that Cleopatra was black. But she's from Egypt, so she couldn't have been black. At that time,
What?
there was nobody from Trinidad making their way to Egypt. You know what I mean?
What?
What are we gonna do? We got a big problem.
There was no one from Trinidad making their way to Egypt. So the people in Trinidad, I might be wrong, but I thought that was that slave. Let me just quickly, Trinidad, slavery. So yeah, we took the black people from Africa and we put them there like slaves, right? So it's got a bit of a context. And what Alan has said is we weren't doing like taking them from Trinidad and dragging them to Africa, were we? Ha ha ha. Which shows that he understands some of it, but obviously not quite enough. I think it's possible that Cleopatra, I mean, hang on, let me research Cleopatra now, but just generally, Africa, North Africa.
Be happier. Swish, and then
Beaklet Jog sent tippies. He wasn't breastfed as a baby. Now he needs a magnifying glass and tweezers PMSL. Passing you a smoke, dude. Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Cleopatra says it's Macedonian Greek with Persian and Sogdian, Iranian ancestry. So she would have probably had a bit of a tan. Let's just say that, right? I mean, for fuck's sake, like North Africa was Africa. Like you had the race of people before the Egyptians, didn't you? Kemet, and they might have come from Somalia and from where Selassie, no, yeah, we don't want these tribes to go, yeah, no way, Selassie, no, yeah, we don't want these tribes to go, music, yeah, we love music, yeah, I love music, yeah, jungle music, yeah, cause I'm just a jungleist soldier fighting to keep the jungle alive. King of Rastafari, you know, he's the king. Selassie of what's the country? Is it the Sudan? It's not the Sudan, is it? It's one of these African countries that's just south of Egypt. This is an African country south of Egypt. Line of, come on, somebody in the audience will know. Anyway, the point I'm making is that Africa, quite famous for having dark-skinned people originate within it. So for AD to assume that Cleopatra, even if she is Macedonian, Greek and slightly Persian or whatever, like still we're talking Mediterranean, we're talking way back. They're saying a lot of Greek here. We're talking a lot of Greek in chat. So she might not have been like, you know, like she might not have looked like Missy Elliott, but, you know, we've also got Persian and whatever. Ethiopia, that's the country I'm thinking of. Ethiopia. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. How did I not know that off the tip of my tongue? Ethiopia. Selassie, no, yeah. We don't want these tribes to go in and out. This one's going to get you out of your seat. This one get you out of your seat. Listen to the way that I speak. And I'm going to move to the jungle beat. This one's going to make you twist. Yes, I know you love it like this. From New York to San Francisco, they don't know how to disco. Yo. That was a bit of me and a bit of Stevie IPD. Uganda, they're saying. Ethiopia it was. Ethiopia in chat. But anyway, like, the people of Egypt definitely, like, bordered Ethiopia. Like, definitely going to have, like, I don't know why we would assume that people in Egypt are going to be white. It seems like a fucking nutso thing to say. But he said it. Let's carry on.
I mean, it just didn't happen. But does it matter?
But he said it with this racist.
So she couldn't have been black.
He said it with this joke about dragging people from Trinidad to Africa.
At that time, there was nobody from Trinidad making their way to Egypt. You know what I mean? It just didn't happen. But does it matter what race they are? What race plays it? Oh, look, I've got see, because I can't spell, because of dyslexia. Look, I should have put race, and I put reds, which is something completely different. Let's change that to race. I'm
Fucking
gonna
up.
notice that.
Fucking up again, aren't you?
What race? Later, right? That's better. After the most iconic queen, Cleopatra, was English, Elizabeth Taylor, 1962, right? So, did anybody make a fuss when Elizabeth Taylor was doing the film of Cleopatra? In fact, she's English and not anywhere near Egyptian? No.
No, because it was 1962. Nobody made a fuss that Elizabeth Taylor wasn't ethnic enough in 1962. So what's your implication now, Alan?
So, should anybody be excluded from a cast on their nationality or colour? Now, years ago, black actresses would get no parts anywhere apart from certain things, right?
That's true, isn't it? That's bad, yeah.
And we have evened it up now. But I'm saying...
Wait. We have evened it up now. Thank you very much then, Mr. Patriarchy. Mr. White Patriarchy. It's been announced. Alan's announced it. Black people even. In film and television now, black people even. So you can shut up about that now. Right? Alan has decided. We've evened it up now. So it's time for you to shut up. Thank you very much, Mr. White Patriarchy, for your judgment.
Maybe it shouldn't be a black lady being Cleopatra because...
Maybe it shouldn't be a black lady being Cleopatra. I applaud you for your hot take. But no, Alan, I think these days I'd go back to that bit you just said a minute ago where you were trying to appease the politically correct, where you said, anyone can play any part. But let's hear you out. Why don't you think black people should play Cleopatra?
Maybe it shouldn't be a black lady being Cleopatra because she was clearly Egyptian.
Right.
So
Hang on.
is skin colour important for effect and reality or no?
You just said she was... Or I just said she was from
Greece. Or are you just
Greece.
doing it because it's the trend to use coloured actresses now in adverts, in film?
Coloured. I don't think we use that word that often anymore, do we? I don't think we call black people coloured people anymore. But Alan just did.
Is it just a trend?
Is it a trend?
Or is it... It's not done for reality.
It's just a trend. It's not reality. We don't need these black people really in our media. It's just a trend that went on, and now we can bin them off.
Or is it... It's not done for reality, is it?
Scathing review.
For
Cleopatra, 7 out of 10. Too black.
Wokeness.
There we go.
Just to reiterate, Cleopatra was born...
Let's not even get into that wokeness debate, you know. Come on. You're supposed to read it out.
Julie
fucker.
PTN sent tippies.
Different voice.
Passing the J, could we get another sexy dance tonight, Chuffer? Love. Super Kafaro's 3 hugs.
We might get a little... We had a little glimpse of a sexy dance. Don't know if I get that excited. What I'm trying to do is finish off about his artwork and his racism so that I can then play that computer game, have a quick break, eat some food, then play a computer game for a few hours before bed. But this is going on and this is happening, and it is brilliant, isn't it? Like, the thing about this, I keep... You know, people are bullying Alan. Oh no, you should be concentrating on your main channel. I think there's something magic about this. There really is, and I don't make the rules on the internet. You know, I don't make the rules on the internet. But if this man's prepared to do this, and then people send me, they did. Let's be fair. By popular demand, they sent me messages. They sent me fucking comments. Alan said this. Alan's done this, and I'm like, all right, let me see. And then I've had a look, and I'm like, fucking hell, actually, he's like having a right pop today. I did start with the, went in order of what he did, but we could have just started on this, couldn't we? This is just good enough on its own. This is a standalone piece that could be good enough for Netflix. Alan's art. We could make a whole series on it. I think Alan should just focus on his art, and I should focus on critiquing it, and then Alan should make these videos, and then I should talk about his videos, and then that's it. We should just do that. That could be my internet career. I just think there's something special here.
Alexandria, Egypt, 69. It's done for wokeness, I suppose. Just to reiterate, Cleopatra was born in Alexandria, Egypt, 69 BC.
Let me just quickly say, wokeness. It's okay to be a bit modern forward thinking and not racist. You know, it's okay to be a bit liberal and let people have their own choices, freedom of speech and all that. I think the really extent, you got funny pink hair and you're a mad lesbian and you won't let anybody even eat a hamburger because veganism and patriarchy and everyone has to fucking, when they go on about it like that. I think that painting of it is from a right-wing perspective, making a bogeyman. And I think most people who are a bit woke aren't that extreme. And I think anything extreme is probably a bit bad. Anything in an extreme is probably a bit bad. But just to say, right, wokeness, right, write it off. The last 40 years of political movement towards freedom in society for everyone and rights for everyone. Fuck that off. Women not earning enough money as men. Good. Fuck that, you woke cunts. Sorry, I used the worst word. But here we go. Wokeness. Carry on, Alan.
Macedonian Greek ancestry. So she's Greek.
She's Greek. Macedonian, like the nuts.
Macedonian Greek.
Macedonian, like the nuts.
Egypt, 69 BC. Macedonian Greek ancestry. So she's Greek.
Macedonian, you idiot.
Now, of course, the one on the left, Cleopatra will get the chance to see Godot, the most powerful Egyptian leader, as Gadot. I've never heard of her.
You're reading the stuff, right, that you've copy and pasted from Wikipedia onto your posting of this image, and he doesn't understand what any of it means. Gal Gadot. You mean you're talking about Gal Gadot? Gal Gadot. You've heard of her. She's big in the old film industry.
Creative team looks to tell her story in
He's
a
going
way
to discount her.
that's not
Fuck
been
her.
done.
She's a director and a creative who's making her own film about Cleopatra, but she's also a woman, so fuck her.
From her side. So we're going to see on Netflix Cleopatra from her eyes, which is great.
It's great. I'm not slagging it off. It's great. I'm obviously not, saying anything bad about women to women. It's great, but fuck her. Come on.
It's the first time it's been done on the screen through a woman's eyes.
I've got a friend that's black and in a wheelchair and is a woman and is just,
Is she suited for the role? Well, she was Wonder Woman in Batman versus Superman and stuff. Dawn of Justice. She's become one of the most recognizable names in Hollywood. I've never heard of her. One of the sought-after stars in the game.
She's throwing out shade.
On the right is the one I know, 1963 film. Elizabeth Taylor.
Right. The one you know
film
from the
stars Elizabeth Taylor. I don't want Wikipedia on it. Elizabeth Taylor's Cleopatra. She was.
He literally. This is. I'm just gonna have to show you that, so it's recorded on the screen. What he did was he had accidentally left the Wikipedia. Like it says on the screen from Wikipedia. Like the man's an arse. How does anyone give this man a penny? Look at the quality of this. Like look at the quality of it. He's got Wikipedia. I'm gonna get it up big for you. It literally says Elizabeth Taylor, Cleopatra from Wikipedia.
Wikipedia on it.
Don't want Wikipedia on it. Delete that. You put that on by mistake.
Elizabeth Taylor's Cleopatra. She was.
Like what a klutz, what a putz, what a clown, what an idiot. Look at his work.
It's raining again. I couldn't be happier. Swish and then whoosh.
_______ centipedes.
You got a lot of underscores.
This was on Piers Morgan Uncensored yesterday. That's where he's ripped it from and make out he came up with it himself. Armchair spinner. Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Good catch. I love it when things like that happen. He's just the sort of person to do that. He watches something on telly and then he'll say it's his opinion the next day on the internet, like he's thought of something. What a clown. What a proper clown.
Yeah, Richard Burton, Sometimes Husband. A great film. Rex Harrison, Ronnie McDowell, and Martin Landau. That was a great film. But there again, I'm old. You might like the modern one.
Because
but the point is,
everybody, I mean, there's a few of you here I know that remember the first one. No problem. I probably watched it in film school at some time. But on balance, most people these days are going to know the new one because we're all here now and the new one is out now. But we weren't all here in 1963. And a lot of people that are born post 2000 are now grown-ups as well, Alan. aren't they? So you've got to be careful to like not, you know, oh, I'm old and like pathetic and that. I know that what you're saying in a way, Alan, but the world has changed a little and moved on. So you've got to be careful not to get left behind, haven't you, Alan? Or is that what you're admitting to here? I don't understand what your point is here, really. You prefer it back in the old days when like racism was allowed.
And this is what I like about art. I can get that across.
You can't get, what did you get across there? You got nothing, none of that is put across in the picture. If you just showed me that picture, no one would, like, without you writing all that shit, like, if that is, oh my, it makes me so, like, Alan, if that is put across in your picture, you didn't need to write any of that stuff, did you? What you did was put it all across in writing and then show us a picture that doesn't really look like it parallels with any of what you've said. I analysed the picture and I said, well, it looks like a woman, there's a phallic symbol, there's this, you know, none of that said any of this. Alan, the gift that keeps on giving. How can he be so arrogant?
And I call it black and white Cleopatra, you see? So that was today's one. And that was way on, bang on topic, right?
Bang on topic. I saw it on the telly.
I'm calming down now. What
Calm
I'm
me
doing,
down.
Nancy, I'm talking about art so I can calm down. I'm so annoyed that my moderators are getting their real lives entered by the trolls that I'm struggling to contain my struggling to contain my temper.
He's struggling.
I'm getting there.
He's doing what, sorry?
Struggling to contain my temper.
Really?
I'm struggling to contain my
Right, you're struggling to contain your hate and your temper, are you?
Their real lives entered by the trolls that I'm struggling to contain my struggling to contain my temper.
His temper. Scott's mates with AD, it's all for show. I'm fucking not. I'm fucking not. But I tell you something, I'm not rising above this shit and just being a decent human being. Yeah? So if AD wanted to come on my show and not behave like a fucking nutter, he can come on. I'll have him in the house. Obviously, I'll keep an eye on him. You know, I don't want him picking things up. Don't want him like taking anything. Keep an eye on him. But he can come in my house. We can talk. But if he behaves like a nutter, I'll throw him out. You know, but I'm not like above being a human, but I'm certainly not his mate.
Well, I'm getting there. It's by talking about my art.
There we go.
I don't know if you know this, but I've had some great comments on my art.
Really?
I've been offered a lot of money for one of my paintings, and I'm not taking it. I'll show you the picture in a minute. I say a lot of money. I've been offered a lot of money for my paintings, and I haven't taken it.
Really?
And I'll tell you why when we get to it. Okay. So this is what I did yesterday. I was looking at adverts on the telly.
Right. While he talks,
I remember
right?
the Bisto advert, right?
Okay, yeah. I remember the Bisto advert. While he talks, I'm just going to quickly take a bathroom break and let this play in its glory without me stopping and starting all the time. And then I'm going to come and rip a new one. But this is absolute joy. This is something else. Like, you won't see another piece of media on the internet like this. Like, how do I explain it? Like, you've all been here on the YouTubes for a bit, haven't you? And like, shit goes on and people post stuff and we talk and like, you know, stuff's happening and people are talking and like, but this quality of like self-ownage, we call it, where someone does something so fucking stupid and they look so fucking awful on the internet and they did it themselves. Like, this is just something extra that should be remembered and recorded on the internet forever. So I'm going to have a quick bathroom break and you're going to listen to AD tell you about his recent work.
And it was always mum, dad, 2 kids, right? Yeah. Sometimes a grandma. Well, unfortunately, they were all white, which is probably, you know, all adverts were all white people when I was a kid. They were. Every single one, yeah. Because the population was 99% white, I suppose. But now we have this diverse thing where we have to not be able to portray a British family as one colour. So so here, what I portray basically is a gay couple, one black or one brown, a gay couple holding hands, and they've adopted 2 children, or one being a white boy and one being a Far Eastern girl, which is great, and they're all happy, right? And they're all eating the same food and they're all happy. So a group of people are united by ties of partnership and pairs and consisting of a pair of adults and their children, known as the nuclear family, right? So that's my nuclear family for this year, which I could never have done when I was at school. I would never envisage this family being a family in England when I got older. I really didn't.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible. I've drawn gay people, black, brown, got a West Indian in there. Did he say, or did he say, like, you know, what's he saying? What's he doing? And he said, like, you know, it's fine, it's good, I like it, it's good, you know, it's obviously, like, but, you know, it would have been like that in my day, we'd all been whites. And then, like, what is he doing? What is he doing?
Anyway, that was yesterday.
I don't have to make comment on that one, do I? You can just do your own comments. Like it's awful. Like, the quality of the artwork is awful. The ideas behind it are fucking horrific. It's like when Charles Bronson does art from prison and people buy it, not because it's because it's a different form of expression. Like, this is.
It's raining again. I couldn't be happier. Swish and then whoosh.
Behind the sash crown Dawn sent tippies. I studied Cleopatra in uni last year, and there's a lot of controversy surrounding her skin color, but general theory is she would have been very dark. Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
There you go then. That's what you found out in uni, is that she would have been like. Alan has found out nothing about. I mean, what? Oh, thank you for the Cleopatra tippies and the knowledge. This is offensive on so many levels, isn't it? I'm not wrong here, am I? Isn't this offensive on lots of different levels because of the ideas behind it and because of the way he explained it? Isn't this like almost racist or homophobic or everything all in one? Well, what he's trying to do is saying, I'm Alan and I approve of the modern world. There you go, look, modern world. You can have a black and a brownie, and they can have a ginge, and he's probably a gay, and this one from one of the other, I don't know, Arabia or somewhere, like Asian, all around the dinner table. And that's the Bisto. There's your Bisto advert for today. These days, Stu. They say about me, Stuart Lee. Sometimes someone finds it. Stu. Have you seen the Bisto adverts these days, Stu? These days on the Bisto adverts, Stu, you've got a black man, Stu, and you've got an Asian woman, right, a brown woman and a black man, and they've on the Bisto adverts today, these days, Stu, in the nuclear family. The nuclear family, right? He read out the Wikipedia bit about the nuclear family. He couldn't understand it, didn't read it properly. Wow. That in itself, internet law, put it on a Wikipedia of its own. Put this on a Wikipedia of its own. Start the Alan Art Wiki. It's time this was recorded. This is gold dust treasure trove. This man's a clown, and he's doing it to himself.
You should like the colours anyway.
You should like the colours anyway. Sorry, what? We don't say that anymore.
Anyway, that was yesterday. Well, you should like the colours anyway.
We don't say that about people anymore, Alan. Oh, are you talking about the painting, the yellow and the blue? Or are you talking about the... I don't... Alan.
Yeah, I really didn't. Anyway, that was yesterday. Well, you should like the colours anyway. In the colours. Now, my great hero, John Lennon.
Oh, God.
I think he's a genius.
Yeah, he would hate you. John Lennon was a good and decent man who fought for the underclass, the working class. He fought for the vulnerable and underprivileged. Wrote some really beautiful, touching songs, specifically like about his mother, didn't he? Wrote a really beautiful one, wrote some really beautiful, touching songs about women.
I couldn't be happier. Swish and then whoosh.
Beaklet Jog sent tippies. AD ain't got the balls. You're a man with passion, backbone, and integrity.
John Lennon.
Have you ever seen what happens when you go to ley lines conversion points .of to Glastonbury Tor Stonehenge Tomars? Time wait from uni. Wonder if you're documenting the effects would interest you.
Yeah, I'll have a
Super
look.
Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Obviously, I don't believe in it, but I'll go and have a look if you want. That sounds like a good jaunt. That's exactly the sort of thing we can do with that money that you're tipping me. Yes, I'll go and stand on those ley lines, take my cameras, talk about it. You say, people believe this, I'm here to investigate. And then at the end, I'll say what I think. And if I don't feel ley lines, it doesn't mean that they don't exist and you can't believe them. It just means I didn't feel them. Or if I do, I'll be like, wow, ley lines, I got a real feeling. So there you go. We'll put that on the pin board. Thanks.
Signing a copy of his double album, Double Fantasy. His last album. And
John Lennon would hate this man.
He's kicked most of the drugs. He's lost a lot.
Working class hero is something to be. Like, come on. John Lennon would hate this man.
Wait. He knows where he wants to go.
It's not he'd hate him, that's a strong word. John Lennon would find this man repulsive and just want him to be away from him. Just leave me alone, Alan. Like, stay away. You're not like me. You don't understand me. You just don't get it, Alan. Leave me alone.
And
How's it going?
he signed the autograph of the man that shot him dead.
I'm John Lennon. Fuck you, Alan. I'm John Lennon.
Why did he do it? I don't know. So I've called it the price of fame. Fame makes a man take things over. Fame puts you where things are hollow. Fame, not in your brain. It's just a flame.
He's doing his singing again. Fame makes a man take things over. Fame. I'm not taking my clothes off again. Look. Fame, but that's the song, isn't it? And what he's done is he's copy and pasted the song there and he's read it out loud. Now, please. Please.
It puts your change, it keeps you sane. What you like is in the limo.
Are you famous, Alan?
Tomorrow.
Is this what you...
Fame is what you need
Are
to
you
borrow
famous?
to bind our time that drives you to crime.
Are you famous?
Is it any wonder I rejected you first?
Is it any wonder?
You're too cool to fool.
Too cool to fool.
Fame.
Too cool to fool.
Bully for you.
I'm too
for
cool
me.
to fool, you fuck.
I'll get a rain check on the pain of fame.
The pain of fame. The fame pain.
Did that with David Bowie, by the way.
Yeah.
So you get the picture, yeah?
No. Don't really understand what you're trying to say.
There he is, and Mark Chapman.
But your art should speak for itself, so please
and
continue.
Takes away his life. So I depicted that moment.
What? It looks to me like you've drawn Beavis and Butthead, but one of them is Tom Cruise. That's definitely Butthead. Or is it Beavis?
Obviously that's...
And it's just literal. It's just, there's John Lennon, and there's the man. Ideas man. This is an ideas man we're talking about here. This is a Renaissance man. This is an ideas man. You know, that's who we're talking about.
I can't believe it. I just don't believe it.
John in the pose that you see here, signing the autograph. And it's Chapman saying, "Can I have your autograph, Mr.
Something else that should underappreciated is that these paintings are actually very small. They're about this small. They're not big. They look like big canvases, like you would expect on an easel, like a big canvas. But your brain fools you into thinking that. But actually, they're quite small paintings that he's doing. Like if you were to buy one of these, they'd only be like a little, like this. They're not that big.
But here's the gun in his pocket that killed
Ooh.
him. That is the actual gun he used.
That's the actual gun he used. I don't think it is. I don't think it is. It looks just like a splodge there down in the bottom right corner. Apparently it's a gun. I thought it was a pair of binoculars, but apparently it's the gun. But I don't think it is. Not the actual gun.
That is that. I couldn't be happier. Swish and then whoosh.
Come on then, read it out, you fucking computer.
Grandmaster Sid Sophos sent tippies. Charles Bronson has done 3 paintings for my martial arts academy to sell and make money for the deprived kids in my area.
Sweet.
Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Like I said, like people want his artwork. Like he's a different sort of expression, isn't he? He's been inside for years and years, and I'm going to say he's a bit of a nutter. I'm going to say that because, like, you know, everything we've heard and read about him. But like, he's up for parole again sometime. We want to do an episode about him on this. He's a very interesting character. Unlike Alan, who is a social bore. Like, imagine he did go to Malta. Everyone like, oh fuck, here's Alan. And like, you know, he sits there at the bar, and they sort of have to sit and listen to him because it's social time at the bar in the hotel with the poker people, and like they sort of don't just like. But quite a lot of the time, I bet Alan turns up and says, "Oh, sorry, I've got to go to my room now. Sorry, we're just off to something else now. Sorry, Alan, just sit there on your own. You fucking anyway."
Gun he used. I've managed to paint a replica of it.
You've painted the replica.
It was that was my warning to John. Look out, you know, I can't save him. I guess if he had the gun like...
That's my warning to John. Look out. I can't save him. I think what's happening here is that Alan has 40 minutes to fill on Patreon, and he's got fucking nothing. Like, nothing to say about anything, really. He watched that thing on the news the other day about that film, and then he did a painting. Oh, actually, do you know what? I could do my art. tell you what we'll do. We'll talk about my art. So this one's come up, and he's forgotten exactly what. There's the gun, and I made an allusion to the gun being assigned to John that he should see, and forever John will be able to see now because he's in heaven. And like he's just rambling on and just like making up some shit. I don't think he painted it as a warning to John or anything like that. I think he just happened to paint the gun, and like he's put it in his pocket. It looks stupid, and so he's trying to give us a reason why the things that look stupid are actually clever, thoughtful things.
Like that.
It's like if you spill the ink on the page and then go, oh, it looks like an elephant. I've done an elephant. Like he's not deliberately doing things, but he's trying to justify them. That's the word I want to use. Yeah, justify.
Got away. But you don't know who your assassin is when somebody hates you.
When so it's you again, Alan.
Sometimes
is it you
somebody
again?
hates you that really loves you, or somebody,
me,
a massive fan, could turn from hate, from love to hate, to love to hate and hate, and then want to get rid of you. And that's what happened here. He's
I don't
carrying
know.
a book, The Catcher in the Rye.
I don't love Alan. Like, I love everyone for being human, but Alan really needs to do some work. You know what I mean? Alan really needs to do some work.
So that was another one I did.
That's another one you did. Okay.
Everyone knows where they were when this particular incident took place, right?
Yeah. No, I wasn't born.
And it's
like
the one
most
that's worth a
people,
lot of money.
like most people, I assume who are watching on my shows, like I expect some of them will have been born and will vaguely be able to remember, way back in their lives. But the most defining moment that these days we talk about is probably the Twin Towers for a lot of people. But there's a lot of people that are born since then, aren't there? But like everyone will be able to remember where they were when Kennedy was shot. It's not a phrase that in 2023 is going to be trending on YouTube.
You better not. And I don't know how I did it. And it's almost like I had to say, like spooky. What's the word?
What?
Transcendent. It was like
Transcension.
weird. This is
weird. Alan's psychic now. He's got a psychic ability to tap into. Well,
ADR. Look carefully. You will see JFK in a reflection. A lot of people swear that Marilyn Monroe was in fact a man.
What?
You know that? There's thousands of people that think Marilyn Monroe was a transvestite. You know that?
No, I didn't know that.
Well, obviously she wasn't.
Oh right, it's not true.
She was all woman.
So why did you bring it up? Why did you say that? Wasn't that just a fucking weird thing to say? Could you imagine if you were talking to somebody in a bar and you said, I enjoy the films of Marilyn Monroe, for example, in Some Like It Hot with Jack Lemmon, and they go, oh, did you know some people think Marilyn Monroe was a man, like a transvestite? And you go, was she really? And he goes, no, she wasn't. You know, why the fuck did you say it then, you creep? Like, what? That's not normal. Carry on.
This is the state of social media today that people call her a man. So I sort of incorporated that theory into my painting and painted Marilyn, but was she a man or a woman, right? And a lot of people said, why have you drawn Marilyn as a man?
I remember this. He did a Marilyn painting. I'm not going to bring it up or anything, like scroll through his thing or whatever, but he did a Marilyn painting and she looked very masculine. And he said that he had a special dream, and this alluded to the dream. And what it was it's him. He's a narcissist, and he did self-portrait his own face on Marilyn. But then when he was questioned about it, he doesn't want to say, I did myself as a transvestite. He didn't want to say that. This is a dream I had about I was a woman. He thinks when he typed it in, he looked at it and thought, that looked fucking weird. I don't want to say that on the internet. I have to think of another reason. And also, this Marilyn painting, that's going in the bin. So this is how this went.
It's like Marilyn Manson, maybe, but I didn't, you see.
We said it looked like Marilyn Manson. We had a laugh about it.
JFK. Marilyn. That's his face. He was the last thing she ever saw.
What?
I think that he and Peter Lawford helicoptered into her house. And she ended up with 60 to 80 tablets in her stomach.
Shouldn't be laughing while he's telling us this tragic case. But like,
the door's locked and there's no water to swallow the pills. And I know, because I'm in true crime, I know that
because I'm in true crime, I know.
Tablets, she'd have been sick.
She would have been sick, unless those tablets were an analgesic, in which case she wouldn't be sick.
Bruises on her back.
But yeah.
And she wasn't sick at all.
She wasn't sick at all, but you don't know that she wasn't sick elsewhere and then
Of
placed
course
there.
she's a woman. Yes.
I don't know any of this stuff. I haven't investigated Marilyn's case. I'm just saying off the top of my head.
What I'm saying, the spooky thing is...
The spooky thing is that you've obliterated her
I
face
didn't
with red
have
paint in
JFK on my mind when I did it.
angry rage. You didn't have JFK on your mind, no.
But then when I put the final piece in, which is the red...
When I put the final piece in, the final finishing touch, the red. Before then, it just looked like a creepy picture of you with a woman's attire, but now you've finished it by obliterating it with red. All of a sudden, JFK staring out at you. And of course, everyone in chat can see it's staring out at all of us, isn't it? It's Alan's finishing. Look, Alan's finishing. Alan loves this. Like, that is not right. There's nothing. This is wrong. There are problems, serious issues, not just of What Car magazine. Alan sometimes is as bad as Alan Partridge, and in this case, it's somewhere else, off on a different chart. What is he doing? This is an aggressive, angry rage, obliterated the face in red, and then sort of thought, ooh, still want to sell this though, so I'm going to have to justify this.
You know those iconic pictures of Marilyn with the red? It's just like, weird, look.
What did he say?
It's just like, weird pictures of Marilyn. Final piece in, which is the red. Because you know those iconic pictures of Marilyn with the red.
You mean Andy Warhol's silkscreen pop art images, which were making comment about the reproducibility of American culture, about how like tins of beans, tins of soup, celebrities, like interchangeable, homogenized, recolored, like silkscreen printing, the right medium for that. Andy Warhol had worked in illustration in fashion magazines. He was an artist, but he made a lot of money actually being a really good illustrator, and then took that money and decided to do what he wanted art-wise, and he didn't use his illustrative skills. He used silkscreen because it was a reproducible, regular reproducible image that he could like control in that way, and it was also it was an echo of the where's my music in the background, you fucker? It was an echo of the media, the big print media at the time. You know, print media was big, print was big. So, yeah, Warhol had his decisions and made his choices. You've obliterated her face in red and said it looks like the iconic red picture of Marilyn, which shows a little bit of a missing chapter in the old memory bank for artworks to help inform your work.
It's just like, weird, look.
Right? It's weird, yeah. That I will agree with.
How does her face... That's what she last saw, right? This is what she last saw.
Is it not that photo of him from his passport?
It's not identical.
It's not identical, no. I would definitely agree with that as well. It's definitely not identical, you strange man.
She couldn't possibly take 80 pills.
Right?
It was injected into her.
What now?
Probably. So I've been offered a lot of money for this painting.
Have you? Have you, though?
Between you and I.
Have you, though?
4-figure sum, you know.
Between you
and I said no.
4-figure sum.
She knew too much. Loose
4
lips,
figures.
sink ships.
I'm guessing that's some. I'm guessing that must be some foreign currency. Like, you know, I hear that the whatever the, no offense, but I hear whatever they use in Venezuela at the moment. I hear you can get millions of those in your pocket in one go. You know, some economy that's crashed. So I imagine he's talking about. He can't be talking about like, you know, unless the two last figures are the 00 in pence. Like someone's offered him 20,000, 4-figure sum, £20, 10.00, £10, 4-figure sum though. Like, what is he going on about?
She knew too much about the Castro thing.
She knew too much. The woman that knew too much.
She knew too much.
She knew too much.
She knew too much about Cuba.
Just drivelling. No, you're just drivelling.
And I was offered a lot of money for this. I'm not going to sell it.
You probably offered it by the CIA, probably.
But what I'm
Help
going to do
solve
is
the
have
case.
prints made and sell the
Couldn't
print.
be happier.
Julie PTN sent tippies. Passing the J, thank you for holding this conman to account. Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
This is a delight. There's still a good, like, 30 minutes of this, hopefully. Like, well, there is. And I've got to stop stopping it and just let it roll because it's really delightful just listening to him ramble.
And I believe this picture will become famous.
He thinks his image...
By making prints of it, I need to get it out there. I've got like this guy who's a proper artist He says, if you do prints of this, and those prints are taken up in the right place, you might have a big winner on your hands. So I'm gonna do some prints and see if I can get Marilyn to take off.
The greed and the
War
narcissism.
Machine. Anyway, I'm not selling it.
No, you just want to do prints of it. You want to sell. Unbelievable.
And
who would buy
to
that?
show that I've changed arts to more than just art. Like
No, this is Alan is telling you that his art is more special than normal people's. He's not just painting pictures now. Alan is going somewhere else with it. He's going to become conceptual. Although he doesn't understand the world of conceptual art and what conceptual art means, that the art is not... The artwork is a medium for an idea, and that idea being had somewhere between the artwork and you and the idea, that's the art. And the idea and the art requires some work from you in some way, or like... There's a lot. I can't sum up conceptual art in sort of one thing, but to me, it's about the idea being the art rather than the aesthetic being the art. But Alan's going to say that he can claim ownership of that now because it just means he doesn't have to paint properly. But this is a joke, this one. But he tells it with such deadpan, dry. I could almost believe he means it.
I'm mixing art with social media.
Right.
So another one of my heroes, Luther King, right? Yeah.
Martin Luther King, Alan's hero.
So, Martin Luther King. I have a dream. I have a dream. I remember that speech when I was a kid.
Do you? When you used to live in Memphis?
Relationships between black and white. And I'm doing this because it leads to Elvis. Elvis, Memphis, same town, right?
Right.
Elvis only made his money and his fame through watching black singers, rhythm and blues. He saw them. He picked up rock and roll from them.
Right.
And made it acceptable for...
Yeah, we've watched the Baz Luhrmann film recently, just like you idiot. Carry on.
For white radio.
Yeah, we all know what Elvis
music,
did. Yeah.
Black people weren't allowed in even a bus. They weren't allowed in a pub. They weren't allowed in a restaurant. They weren't allowed anywhere unless sometimes they're segregated. Martin Luther King was changing all that because he had a dream. And Elvis, well, he was a white man doing black man's music, spiritual as well, and it was fantastic.
It is good, isn't it? It is good that someone white could validate the black people's music and bring it to the audience where white people could now enjoy it. Isn't it, Alan? What a hero. Whereas, obviously, Martin Luther King helped lead on to Elvis, as Alan has said. So Martin Luther King's just, he's good and he's doing his part, like a little stepping stone. But now that white people can do the black music, that's when it really starts to kick off for Alan. He's happier with Elvis, like, as a, byproduct. Or some might say they might have been angry, in a way. Obviously, Elvis did a lot to bring in black musicians, and, he did a lot for... multiculturalism in that aspect, that he exposed people to things that they might not have been exposed to before. But some people might also say it's a bit sad that the actual black musicians couldn't have the credit they deserved, and it had to fall to a white man to validate it for everyone. But anyway, that's just a little, interesting byproduct conversation that might come out of this at our stream. It won't come out of it for Alan's stream. Alan's going to say something slightly different. Carry on, Alan.
Those movements that he saw in the clubs, the R&B clubs, and girls went wild.
Yeah.
So I wanted to thank Martin Luther King for giving us Elvis in my, way I'm doing art, because that's what I'm doing. I'm mixing social comments, social media with art, with what I do and what I think. And I want you to think when you see the pictures. So when he got there, he had all the threats. And I suffered threats. He had worse threats.
I suffered threats.
He expected to be killed.
Alan and Martin Luther King here, both sort of, on the same sort of, we're like each other, aren't we? Me and Martin. He suffers threats. I suffer threats. Similar.
And he said, with all these threats, and talk about the threats were out there, what would happen to me if some of our sick white brother was to shoot me? Well, I don't know what would happen. We've got some difficult days ahead, but it doesn't matter to me now because I've been to the mountaintop. I don't mind what happens to me. Like anybody, I would like to live a long life. Longevity has its place. But I'm not concerned about that now. I just want to do God's work.
He's talking about Martin Luther
And he's
King, not
allowed
himself.
me to go up the mountain. And I've looked over and I've seen the promised land. I may not get there with you, but I want you to know tonight that we as a people will get to the promised land. So I'm happy
that's Martin
tonight.
Luther King.
I'm not worried about anything. I'm not fearing any man. Mine eyes have seen the glory that come in the Lord. He's saying, I expect...
Streaming. We should be back. We should be back. We should be back. We should be back. Buffering. Don't worry. Buffering. No, you don't have to jump to Patreon. I do want to get this finished. I thought I'd be finished about now, so I might be running over. I always run over a bit longer. It's going to be a long one, but it's cool because it's fun. And it just did a little... the software just had a little paddy, so I just turned it off and on again. But yeah, I was just lying back here and just sort of doing this pretendy jerk-off Alan thing. And Alan was telling us about Martin Luther King and about how, like... Alan's work is social media crossed with art, and he's going to make a comment here on social media. He's copy and pasted some Martin Luther King stuff, and he's got a painting of him. And my question is really, Alan's this ideas man. So Alan is now fighting the Black Power struggle in some way, I'm assuming, because Martin Luther King's a big predominant feature of this. Alan is now fighting the Black Power struggle in 2023 on social media with his clever art. I just want you to think about that and see how what he's done, and just for yourself, out of 10, out of 5 maybe, how many stars do you think Alan, on a TikTok generation level, sort of this, on a TikTok generation Black Lives Matter sort of level, like, where do you think Alan rates on his social justice campaign? He's a good guy though, Alan, isn't he? He's a good person, because obviously, black people and their rights, and Alan is here. He's done a painting, so a good person.
It's raining again. I couldn't be happier. Swish and then whoosh.
Joe Boy Watson sent tippies. Would you rather buy 100 Alan Vinicombe paintings, a hot tub off Michael Barrymore, or a PC from Gary Glitter? Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Tell you what, I'd be interested to see what Gary Glitter's got on his PC, but I wouldn't want it in my house, in my property. But I'd be interested to see, like, put him back away. You could hand it straight over to the police and be like, Gary Glitter again. Look at what he's been doing. But the one I would choose is the hot tub, because you could fill it with the. You could fill it with. Like, I probably don't want to get in the Michael Barrymore specialist hot tub. You're chuffing. Come here with your daddy. I probably don't want to get in the Michael Barrymore specialist hot tub, but I could fill it with, like, I don't know, like... What are you chuffing for, you chuffer? Come on. Daddy's here. It's daddy time. I could fill it with, like, I don't know, like... Plant it, with, like, flowers and plants. And that'd be alright. Strange question.
So there he is on the actual balcony he was killed on.
Balcony.
This is the actual balcony.
Balcony.
In Memphis. And he's holding up his speech.
Yeah.
And then a minute later, he's dead.
If you turn the painting round, you mean?
I have a dream. Now he's thinking, I had a dream.
And now I'm dead.
And then he's no longer with us.
Now he's thinking,
so the picture tells
fuck, I'm dead.
Stories.
Just by flipping it around like that.
And there's
brilliant.
the balcony.
And there's the balcony.
And there's Mr.
Balcony.
King.
That's him before he's dead, obviously.
He was shot and fell. Strong. So that's Martin Luther King, who I associated with Elvis.
I associate with Elvis.
The way to stop racism,
yeah,
it's easy. Stop talking about it all the time. We need to stop talking about racism.
Clip that.
It's over.
Clip that. Elderly white man. Elderly, privileged, British white man tells black community, world at large, you're not allowed to talk about racism anymore. Or if you can if you want, but you're doing the wrong thing. Stop talking about it. Young black girl, you want to talk about your experiences of racism? Shut the fuck up. Young Asian child, you want to talk about experience? No, shut up. It's time to stop talking about it. Alan Vinicombe has passed his judgment.
Paul's Attic sent tippies. Armchair detective pictures are ... Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
I mean, this is gold on the internet, isn't it? This is gold. Like someone somewhere will pick up some of this shit. Like, I'm broadcasting it now. I'm rebroadcasting it. Someone will pick it up at some point, and it will go into internet law somewhere. This man, like the condescension of it, the narcissism of it. I should paint a painting about, like, me as well. I've got more mixed blood in me than Alan has, but like Alan should paint a painting of Martin Luther King. This is from years ago now, this Martin Luther King stuff. What about Rodney King? Now, that's from years ago now. There are kids born today that don't know who Rodney King is. Like, you know, do you know what I mean? Like, Alan's painted this. He's talked about it for this amount of time on the internet. And now, time out. No more racism. No one else say anything. What the fuck, man? Alan, really? Really?
The way to stop racism.
How can he be this? Again, how does he lack this self-awareness to do this? Go ahead, Alan.
It's easy.
It's easy. I'm going to let him talk without me on the top, because this is one where, like, clip this, get that out there. This man's an idiot. Carry on, Alan. Yeah. Carry on, Alan. It's like a Carry On film, isn't it? Carry on, Alan.
The way to stop racism is easy. Stop talking about it all the time. We need to stop talking about racism. It's overdone. We're no longer a race. We are a race. We're human beings. We're just a race. It's not black, white, yellow. We're a race. We're human. That's it.
That's it.
And we'll get there, I suppose.
With attitudes like this.
I did an abstract of Marilyn as well.
Right, moved on from racism there. Racism solved.
I did it abstract.
Racism solved. Alan Vinicum's racism solved approach. Just shut the fuck up. What's wrong with you? Right, now on to Marilyn Monroe.
Was manifold, but really, she was murdered, in my opinion. They planted pills here.
This one gets a pass because the last one was so bad. This one we just look at and go, yeah, look, there's Marilyn Monroe, there's the pills. No, it looks like, what does it look like? It looks like the floor plan for a jazzy office space, like one of those Google offices. It looks like the floor plans for a Google office space. I don't know, that looks phallic again. This part, that looks like a penis. Again, Alan's got this... Oh, it does. That looks very phallic, doesn't it? She used to be a transsexual, you know. Alan likes the ladyboys, doesn't he? Alan likes a ladyboy, I think. I think Alan likes a ladyboy. I can say that because... Like, and I'm not like, you know, dissing transsexualism or, you know, transgenderism. I'm saying because Alan Partridge referenced to ladyboys, Bangkok lady chick boys in Alan Partridge, right? And Alan here has been photographed in Thailand with a Bangkok lady chick. I don't think they call them that. I think they do in Thailand, the Bangkok lady chick. They did on Alan Partridge, the Bangkok lady chick, right? So Alan's been out there and he said the reason he got that photograph done was because, you know, you're out there and you want to photograph. This picture depicts, like, distorted as is, it's symbolic. And we've just got this reaching giant phallus. A sort of cheeky smile. One eye. What else has got one eye? A penis. This is Alan's fever dream about a penis.
The police officer pointing at the pills. And Marilyn here looking one way, but her mouth another.
Tell us about the
penis.
penis.
That she was murdered.
To show that she was murdered. To show that she was murdered. If you have to explain what the mouth looking the other way is, then we don't get it, and it's weird. So, to show that she was murdered. Alan, on this painting, if you could, I would like you to explain the giant wanger, please. But carry on. Oh, okay.
So her lifeless body was found naked and surrounded with empty bottles, and all we hear on the radio is she was found naked. So I wanted to portray that.
I don't want to hear. Right, I'm going to skip through this because what he does here, he just reads out off Wikipedia what happened with Marilyn Monroe, and basically it involved some, like, you know, some bad shit. I mean, we're already way down that road, aren't we? You know, talking about bad shit on the internet, but bruises and stuff and like poison.
As a person.
You know.
And here's the crime scene, not photograph with with the you know what you said about like the bully case is set up.
Now the ramblings of a madman. We're back onto the bully case now.
Staged. Well, look at the policeman. Is this staged? I can't show you her body. I haven't got the heart, but she's covered in bruises.
See, now we're talking about that again.
All he's doing is pointing at the bottle of barbiturates.
Get on with it.
So that's what that painting was. But that leads me to Elvis.
That leads you to Elvis.
I always think of Monroe and Luther King with Elvis. I don't know why.
He always thinks of Martin Luther King, Marilyn Monroe, and Elvis like all together on the lunchbox. Like, what the fuck? I think what's happening is Alan is just rambling, and like he hasn't got an episode here for his patrons, so he's just looking through his own media and like reading out what he thinks. Maybe I'll just make up some shit. For this one, I was trying to give the impression that Marilyn was looking the other way. Like he just saw that the mouth looked weird, and so he said the mouth is deliberately weird because it was an indication of a murder. So like,
I remember a song called "It's Going to Be a Blue Christmas Without You." It's going to be a blue Christmas without you.
Yeah, blue, feeling sad, depressed.
And also, wait for me, I'll be coming home. Wait for me. I've never known a man
not blue like cold blue and dead.
and love his mother so much as Elvis. I don't know why, but he was so much in love with his mother.
You don't understand why Elvis loved his mother?
Love his mother so much as Elvis. I don't know why, but he was so much in love with his mother.
You don't know why a man loves his mother?
I can't take it anymore!
You don't know why a man loves his mother. Yeah? Why is that?
Uh-oh.
Is that a red flag for massive narcissists? Didn't have a proper relationship with your mother because you don't understand feelings? Is that like Alan doesn't understand why Elvis Presley loved his mother?
And I like to think that she was there at his end. Elvis himself was open about the close relationship with his mother. She was the number one girl in his life. She really was. And she was only like 46 when she died. And he was dedicating his career to her, not his father. He wasn't keen on his father. It's all about his mum. Throughout his life, Elvis would call his mum by pet names.
He's now
communicated with each other.
Same thing again, reading off this Wikipedia entry. But to Alan, this all seems like new material. He hasn't read this before. He just copy-pasted it.
With baby talk. Now, you know she liked to drink, right? That's true.
There's Elvis.
That is true. She had her flaws.
Come on, bring up the picture, you fucking idiot.
That song, Blue Christmas, and this song, Wait For Me, which was sung by the Righteous Brothers as well, made me
Wait
think
for
of the
me.
picture.
Do you mean... Because it's not in there, is it? Blue picture. You don't. That's not written in there. Wait for me. I think wait for me. He means Unchained Melody. I think he's confused about the name of the song.
I have a blue Christmas.
Look at the arms.
I'll be so blue.
Look at those. Oh, look at the arms. Let's have the arms. Let's have the arms. Look at the arms. Oh,
because you'd be in jail.
Look at the arms. There we go. Let's have the arms. Sagging. Oh, let's have the arms. Oh no. No, Alan, put it away. Alan. Put it away. Don't make me look.
Just without you, I'll be so blue just thinking about you. Decorations of red and green on Christmas tree won't be the same, dear, if you're not here with me. When those blue snowflakes start falling, that's when dead in the south, you know. Feeling blue, you know, is an expression that's said in the south, you know.
It's not just the south of America. Oh, sorry, it's everywhere. Feeling blue is common, isn't it, Alan? I think we all understand that. I don't think you have to explain what feeling blue is, but the way you've painted Elvis there, cold blue and dead, it shows a lack of compassion and a brutal, unremorseless take on Elvis being dead, isn't it? Look, he's cold and blue and dead. Ha ha ha. So it's like a pun on blue. So good one of Elvis. They'll like that at Graceland. Put that up at Graceland.
I believe. On August the 14th, 1958.
The words at the top are "Wait for me, Mama."
3:15 a.m. when Elvis was resting from his near constant bedside vigil at his home in Gracelands. They both died in Gracelands.
Gracelands. Gracelands. Are you one of these fuckers that's like, you know, puts Trivial Pursuits, put the S on Trivial Pursuits, is it? Tescos, Gracelands, Morrison's, Gracelands. What's going on?
Presley died of a heart attack at 46. August 16th. 19 years later.
It's raining again. I couldn't be happier. Swish and then whoosh.
Bad gambler sent tippies. Alan. Who the FOOK is Alan? Ha 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 ha. Chuffing chuffer he is ha ha ha.
He is an
Super
idiot, isn't
chuffer
he?
owes 3 hugs.
I couldn't be happier.
Puncture the narrative sent tippies. Here to stay. J passed again. I'm not going anywhere until wrong uns are held to account. Super chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Do you know what's beautiful? I've said this before, right? But over here on Battery Exhausted, I've done some videos about other wrong-uns. Like Martin Leaker, I should do more on him. He's a flat earther, and he convinces people who are quite confused to give him money. So there's that. And then Dark Side Phil, we talked about him before, you know, many a time. There's a lot of people who are in that domain of the Dark Side Phil detractors. So, like, you know, he's being held to account even when I'm sleeping. But the beautiful thing about Alan is he's like an untapped vein. He's like an untapped resource, untapped vein. Other people have been holding him to account, making their little videos, like Truth Justice. Like, we've been shouting them out today. They've been in chat, haven't they? Like, you know, Martin Dean and Genetic Code, and rather than me naming everyone again and again, but like, you know what I'm saying, yeah. Like, for me, it's like an untapped vein of content. He keeps doing this stuff, and it's not like there's 10 other channels all, you know, making the same Alan content. Like, we're out there, like, you know, it's like we've gone out almost to sea, and we've had this great haul. You know, we pulled up our pots, and in those pots is all this wonderful red gold. And Alan just, like, gift that keeps on giving. I didn't want to be an Alan channel, and I'm not an Alan channel, of course. You know, I'm a variety streamer. But the interesting thing is that Alan is providing, like, lots of this. And I would also want to make a big note that this is on his B-side channel. This is on his patrons thing. This is his, people pay him money extra to be a patron, and they get this just rambling nonsense that he couldn't be asked to put together anything for the patrons. So now they've got this.
Elvis died in Memphis, Tennessee. He was 42. He died of a heart attack as well. And my impression, artist impression.
Wait for me, Mama, I'm coming home.
Saying, wait for me, Mama, I'm coming home. So you see Elvis there holding the hand of his
I reiterate, I've said this before, if you're a good artist, you really don't need to write those words on your painting. It says it for you. That's the whole point of the art. If you're sign writing, make a nice sign. Like, people can make really good signs. I'm not against it. Some art actually deliberately incorporates text. There are some artworks that deliberately incorporate text for different reasons, but this is not one of those. I don't think you need to write these things on your painting. I think it's a mistake. I think it drags it down. If it had any artistic merit, the minute you start daubing on the words, it drags it down to needing to go straight in the bin. It now is worth less than the value of the materials that you paid for to construct it. It would be better off if all that paint was back in the tube. Like, you can't get your time back. That's a waste too. So, Cold Blue Dead Elvis, 2 out of 10.
I was waiting for him.
2 because it involves paint, and it's like, no, 1 out of 10. Should I even rate this out of 10, or does it need to go straight in the bin?
Blue Elvis.
Blue Elvis.
Double meaning. It was blue when they found him, and blue as his feeling blue, and you know.
He just said it. I ripped him for it. Like, he's cold and blue, and like, you've painted in blue, and like, you said blue like the music, and it was a pun. And he actually said, this is a pun. Alan, you couldn't make it up, could you? He is that, like, predictable and also shit. It's like the first, most shittest idea anyone ever had, and Alan's gone, that's the best one, let's do that. Blue Elvis.
Meaning. It was blue when they found him, and blue as his feeling blue, and you know.
That's Alan Partridge now. That's Alan Partridge now.
And this is me having a bit of fun. Mona's smile, right? Mona Lisa is priceless. Any speculative price, some say of $1 billion, would probably be so high that no one person would be able to buy it.
Reading
I think
the
Mona
Wikipedia
Lisa
again.
would smile at being a
Oh no, this is his
$1 billion
bit.
girl.
This is his bit, yeah.
And this is the smile I think she would have if she knew at the time.
It's shit.
That now she'd be worth $1 billion.
It's just shit.
So that's just a bit of fun. But that's my attempt at the Mona Lisa.
Looks like someone's done Game of Thrones on the back of an egg box.
Now, this is the River Wye. And I have a story to this picture. I'm going to tell you what it is.
Well, I know the story because this is the Nicola Bulley case. So the story is these are supposed witnesses in the Nicola Bulley case, and like you're using the Nicola Bulley case to make a painting of the Nicola Bulley case so that you can sell it for money. And I know that you're probably going to say, "Oh, I'm not selling this one now because I'll just make prints later." But it's just fucking ridiculous. Like your daubings connected to this tragic incident again reveal that you are a shameless narcissist who can't understand other people's feelings, can't understand when things are tacky, crass, or downright grifting, maybe clumsy, ignorant, or maybe foul and decrepit old ideas that need to go in the bin.
I know that the footage at Nicola's home has been photoshopped and manipulated. You know, that morning she left. I know.
You know the footage. You know that's been manipulated because I showed you loads of examples as to why. But when you did your first video on it, you said this video is great. Grizzly True Crime is my friend, and this proves that Paul Ansell was really there. So shut up, everyone. This CCTV's bang on. I'm a CCTV expert, you said, Alan, and then you said it was bang on. And now you're saying that it's fake CCTV after the super chuffer took your lunch.
Everybody knows that.
Everybody knows that.
So, I've gone about the last two people, witnesses to see her, were two dog walkers. You see one here with a white dog, one with a black dog. And they said they saw her minutes before she died, right? And here's the River Wye.
Playback speed going up.
Thing that Sky were always on. And here's the other hut. And the road. And the towpath.
No, he sounds a bit better at 1.2.
So what I did, and not many people know this, but you do because you're my friends. I drew Nicola Bulley here.
Mm-hmm.
You can just see the outline.
Right. Did you fuck it up?
Took her away.
Took her away?
To portray the photoshopping.
Wow. Or did you just splodge on, fucked it up, that looks bad, now you have to explain why there's a bit of your painting that looks bad, and now you're going to pretend that it's this and that? Or is it just bollocks? Is it just bollocks, Alan? Are you telling me you've done a special painting because in your painting you painted a figure and then you just painted over it? Is that your special painting? And again, if it needs explaining...
And also, I didn't want a picture of Nicola Bulley. I've been accused of trying to make money out of Nicola Bulley house. And this painting's not for sale. I don't want to sell it because I don't want people saying I made money out of Nicola Bulley's death. So it's not for sale anyway.
Right.
But I do use it in my videos. But the trolls say I'm making money out of it. I'm not. It's never going to be so. It says here, not for sale. Towpath at 9:15 a.m. Is it photoshopped? Well, I can tell you it is. That's a secret. It is photoshopped.
What?
It is my attempt at modern art. This is my favourite. My favourite.
Hitler.
This is Picasso.
Oh.
Handsome Picasso in 2006.
Handsome.
And he's got a very popular hairstyle that people think, oh, you did Hitler. No, this was a popular hairstyle.
No. You did Hitler.
2006. And he's got a very popular hairstyle that people think, oh, you did Hitler. No, this was a popular hairstyle of that era in France. A wedge cut. And I love the colours. I just love this painting. I know it's my own. But as a budding artist, I actually think this is art.
I just love this painting. I know it's my own. Is that me with the wig on? Oh, it is, isn't it? It's me with the wig on. Oh, it is, isn't it? It looks like me, doesn't it? Do you think it looks like me when I've had my shave? With the wig on. Where's the wig when you need it? Is it me with the wig on? or is it Pablo Picasso? He wants to suck off a young Pablo. I actually, honestly, like, I'm getting you know, what's it called when you've repressed? I'm getting repressed homosexual vibes from Alan. Like, that's not just that's a normal thing to say when someone's painted a picture like this and he's like gone on about, that's quite fine. It's not like a slur. Like, it's okay to be gay, Alan. Look like someone out of Duran Duran. Too shy, da, da, da. How about that? We've got the wig on now. This infuriates him when we wear the wig, so we'll put that on for a bit.
I really do think it's art.
What I'm doing now with the wig, Alan, is better art than this.
So I attempted this characterized likeness with light tones using orange and pink colours and featuring a circus effect.
It's got a bit splodgy. It's got a bit splodgy around here. It's gone a bit wrong over here. And yeah, there's a bit of a shape problem. There's a bit of a balance problem on the ear. Like, I can see what you're trying for, but it goes wrong when you have these like almost scarring solid tones around the, like, it's too much here and it's too much here and it's too much here. So it almost looks like someone's, like, it looks like it's been punched. Do you know what I mean? Or like the bone showing around the ear or cauliflower ear. It's a strange, there's like a cut here to the cheekbone, and then down here again it looks like almost someone's been grabbing hold of or punching the neck area. It looks like there's some violence involved with this love, doesn't it, Alan? Do you know what I mean? And actually the character is wearing a green. That's a bit of a problem, isn't it? Like, with green being a bit of a theme on our stream. Like, green thing. Maybe he does want to punch me. What's this about? This sort of like yellow cupping around and across the top of the ear. Are these slightly feminine symbols, like, the subconscious coming? We've got the pyramid up here again in the forehead. There's that pyramid which we saw capping the phallus before on that other strange one. Yeah, there's definitely a few strange subconscious vibes going on in this one. Sexy Hitler that you want to beat up, but also
because he was living in France. They had a generally upbeat, enthusiastic mood. I think I've got it. Anyway, that's my best. I mean, I'm not an artist. I am an artist. Am I an artist?
No.
I want to be an artist. I think that's art.
Olivia Britton there with the Gok One comment. You want to be an artist, yeah? You keep trying, Alan.
Of course, the bench.
The bench. Got my most we're not making money off Lick It a Bully, so that's gone in the bin.
Bench 23.
Probably not going to. Some people say maybe he didn't even paint
falling
that.
Away from the tree now. Time moves on, and people leave flowers.
Because symbology, so you're drawing them on like that, daubed them on.
I think I caught the feeling of the bench.
I think I caught the feeling of a bench.
Sort of lonely bench.
Lonely, it's because there's no one there. You're lonely, that's your life.
So this
is a depiction of Alan's life. What's happened is that the flowers are now fading. The tattered flyer on the picture, the flyer represents fame and like notoriety, like something he had, but is now tattered and set aside. The number is predominant, like number 23, but actually for Alan, the number just represents a big number in the middle there, big number, your age. And this bench is him, I suppose, then, isn't it? Greyed in places, faded, mishmash of different strokes, different efforts. Dark on one side, it's got its own dark, it casts a lot of darkness. The flowers are falling through it. He couldn't hold on to the things that he loved in life. Set against a more vibrant, and the backdrop is more vibrant and bright. So, the rest of the world out there, like, sometimes when you look at that picture of the bench might seem like the brightest thing and the backdrop might sort of fade, but here he's made the backdrop like a big feature, like big greenery, and like life's going on without him. That says life is just like blooming and joyous without him. The sad, lonely bench. Alan is the sad, lonely bench. Back facing, like the rest of life going on with behind him. He's facing this other outward, out of the frame. The way he's framed it, like he's facing out of the frame. I just give you a little bit more of the frame. down here at the bottom edge. Just a little bit more there, isn't there? Which is that. Alan, you chuffer. This is like it's almost barren. Like it's this white barren space in the bottom half of this frame here. Like not a depiction of like remember the mud banks, like the mud and stuff like that. It's not brown, is it? This is white. The vastness of the unknown into the future. Alan's facing death, and it's scary and unknown, so he can't even depict it. Can't even begin to. Don't know what to think about that white barren space. Scrawled there as well. To that side. Alan can't turn. Alan's stuck. Alan's static. You know he can't. Can the bench think? Does the bench think? I suppose not, does it? The bench is its doesn't like the narcissist is itself. Is itself. There's almost a sense of nobility as well, like sense of a big chair, like a throne, like a big chair, isn't there? Like it doesn't look quite like a bench in places. In ways, it looks like a long, big chair. Best armchair. I like sitting at the head of the table, the big armchair. You know, this is Alan and his feelings about himself. I'm going from detracting to bullying. Thanks, Joe. What I'm doing is I'm giving my honest appraisal of what I believe I see psychologically in that image, having known Alan now for a little while.
But I got a feeling she never sat on it. I don't know why. I had this feeling she never sat on this bench. And that's why the poster's on the floor. Bench 23.
I can give you a view into people.
81,000
you know, I can give you a view into people.
Supporters this month as well. So thanks for that, guys.
Brilliant. How many of them turned up to your live?
Vincent Van Gogh. ADR, peace at last, Vincent. Wheat filled with doves. I didn't realise I wasn't the first person to do this. I thought...
I shouldn't really have to waste time doing this. You weren't the first person to do that. Wheat field with doves. And it's just like loads of pictures of wheat fields and doves. I thought it would come up with loads of like, you know, art. What was it? Van Gogh? Bangkok. Wheat field with crows, isn't it? I'm not seeing lots of other people doing it. It's not that good an idea, Alan, but like, yeah. Apparently other people have done this idea anyway. Like changing the crows to doves is not a huge, you know, you're not Stephen Hawking here.
It was, but I've since found other people have done the same thing. But anyway, I've just done my idea. So I changed Vincent's dark crows of loneliness and fear. I've changed them to doves of peace.
We're going right back
if
to
you suffer from depression, it's for you. It's my first.
Like the other 8 days ago.
And that's not been sold either. But,
not been sold, no.
I would sell that. But...
You would sell that, but no one would want to buy it. Again, it's got phallic. I just got, you know, I've got to do a little bit on it. It's got phallic in the middle, great big green road that stops in the middle and goes to nowhere and juts against this, like almost pyramidical, almost like a pyramid yellow shape here. I know it's around. There's other pyramid shapes around it, but we've got this phallus cut off with the pyramid again.
See?
Can I do a live painting episode? Yeah, I haven't painted for years. I know a bit about it. I could do it. I'm not saying, again, I'm not going to claim to be Rembrandt, unlike Alan, who thinks he's pretty shit hot. But I could have a crack. Yeah,
but most
everyone
artists
can.
are super depressed.
Most artists are super depressed. Like, well, you know, some of my idols have been like that, and I'm not really allowed to talk about self-harm on the internet. I think I'm pretty much not allowed to. But having, you know, been through some of that myself, I know all about it. And you know, some of my idols were so depressed that they actually committed suicide. So if you're feeling like that, Samaritans 118-123 for free. And yeah, Kurt Cobain is like a great idol of mine. You know, when I was growing up, so I understand what he's talking about. But also Ian Curtis from Joy Division. Alan doesn't strike me as the person who resonates with these feelings the most, but yeah, carry on, Alan.
Depressed. And that's for Vincent.
That's Vincent.
The ones that seem to sell are my self-portraits, and they're not necessarily look like me. It's just how I'm feeling on the day. And this is how I felt on that day. I felt younger. But again, I always had this trapped feeling of being trapped because of the trolls hating me. I feel trapped in a box.
I think this is the narcissist. I don't think it is a box. I don't think you look trapped in the box. I think he's now he's trying to describe things and trying to justify things, but Alan's not going to give you a good example. You know, he's not going to really tell you what he's feeling when he's describing it. I can tell you better just by looking at it and describing it. So what we've got here is Alan is actually at the front, in the forefront of the frame, and the frame, he's lit, and the background is behind him, and it's this greyed out. Okay, there's some like sense of perspective in it, isn't there? So that's where he's saying the box. But he actually appears to be almost outside the box, almost right in front of the frame, coming out of the box, out of the frame. So this is Alan's feelings on his content and his self-perception of himself on the internet, because this box behind him is like, he's got this greyed out, like it's the same colours as his damn background, for Christ's sake, and he's on, what he's seeing is a screen in front of him with him on it when he's broadcasting. So it's boxes, isn't it? It's the telly box, and he's larger than life because he's alive, he really exists, and he's brightly lit and all this shit, and that's how he perceives himself. He's not wearing the hat, which is strange. He's just got the snazzy shirt, the hair. He doesn't need the hat in this one for some reason. Yeah, I believe that's like a perception of himself through that. It's interesting that Alan is the main and important thing. Everything else is just grey nothing.
That's what I feel all the time. Doesn't matter how many supporters I've got. It's the trolls that come out on top. Like, if you imagine...
He's going to tell us... Remember, this is in his Patreon now, so we don't forget this man's a dangerous narcissist, and he's now going to be doing guilt tripping. He's going to use these pictures to try and guilt trip his audience into giving it even more money at this late stage.
A pint of beer, and the froth on the top is only a small bit, but the trolls are the froth that I see, you know.
With the cream.
So that was sold.
The funny thing, Alan, is the cream rises to the top, doesn't it? We're the froth on top, the trolls that he sees. We're the cream on top. But the funny thing, Alan, is the cream rises, but the shit floats. You're the shit.
I won't tell you who bought each one, but it's here. I use a palette knife, you see, which is this thicker
What?
3D effect. Lately,
Really?
I've been using a brush, so you can see my development.
You mean you started off with a knife and then moved on to a spoon, and then throughout your adventures you finally decided on a brush? Alan, you started using a knife to daub on the paint as your first effort of artwork. No wonder it was going so badly.
From
got some really good
palette
suggestions in chat there. We've got Sasha saying Paul O'Grady, which is a shame, but yeah, it does look more like Paul. And we've got David Williams as a suggestion as well. The dog's barking now. The dog doesn't like it.
Knife to mixture of palette knife and brush to brush.
Fork.
So I'm developing. Without my art, I don't know where I'll be. I don't know where I'll be right now with my art, because the trolling is worse than it's ever been. I was talking to the girls today. The trolling is worse than it's ever been, and we're not even doing the what's case.
Yeah, do you know what, Alan? That was the past, wasn't it? But this is now. So that's why it's worse. You're not doing the what's case. No, you're not. But this is now, and you've literally come into my world and been rude to me. So this is now, and it's worse than it's ever been. Like, poor Alan needs these ladies to understand, and these ladies in his chat, in his patron special club, you know, now he's going to leverage this guilt trip. Like, Alan not able to stand up for himself and have a good old shout and a rant. Like, this is a slightly different moment now, isn't it, Alan?
It's raining again. I couldn't be happier. Swish, and then
Puncture the narrative sent tippies. Passing the J, Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Thank you. Thank you, Puncture the Narrative. This is a different moment where he's going to use a slightly different kind of manipulation. But remember, just earlier, he was very angry and shouty with all these trolls. You know, he was on the internet talking directly to them at the start of his show and all that business. So it's not like, oh, the trolling's worse than ever, I can't handle it. Like, just a minute ago, you were on the internet going, fuck you, you're a this and you're a that and you're a cretin and I've got your number and all this. So,
there we are. There's my impression of Columbo. I love his eyes. He's got one false eye. My hero in crime, Columbo. Just one more thing.
I'm going to have to watch some Columbo now. Fuck.
In his younger days there.
I don't even know. That was a boring one when I was younger.
Columbo. Like,
normal.
Stallone like Columbo.
He looks like Stallone. Oh my God. No, you can't steal material from the things we trolled you with. Someone trolled him and said it looked like Stallone, and now he's saying this looks almost like Stallone. You can't use the things we said trolling you as part of your review of your own art. Like, is he that bereft of ideas that he has to steal content from the comments that trolled him?
Again, here I am trying to cheer up a depressed artist.
Detracting.
Edward Munch.
Edvard Munch.
Norwegian.
Munch.
This represents an anxiety.
Alan's bored
So
now. Alan's bored now. He can't really be asked to talk about this. He's half an hour into this. He's like thinking, when can I finish? But also, he's looking at his own stuff and he's sort of justifying his own work. So there is a bit of a light there for him that he likes to talk about.
I cheered him up. I cheered him up. I love the colours of this. Vivid. Vivid. I see Mrs. O in the chat. I'm seeing you for a while. All right, Mrs. O.
Right, Mrs. O. The reason he's saying that is because at the same moment I was in his chat giving him a little bit of shit. So he wanted to not acknowledge me in chat, but he was having to acknowledge, oh, fucking chat. And then so his brain said, don't say fucking chat, you fuckers. Say, oh, you're right, Mrs. O. Yeah, just show them that we're ignoring the trolls. Just show them that we're ignoring the trolls.
So
that's what his brain was saying.
Jack the Ripper. I watched Johnny Depp's Jack the Ripper the other night. Actually, it was quite scary. But
Please
anyway,
don't describe a film to me.
I see him as an older man.
Do you?
A doctor. So although he looks a bit like Dr. Watson, I think he was a kindly looking man.
You think he was a kind looking man?
In his late life.
Yeah.
And he was making...
That's a bit of a strange assertion. I mean, I'm not going to do the full breakdown on the painting because we're quite late on now and I've done some of them already, but a kindly looking man. That doesn't look like a particularly kindly looking man that you've painted, but you think he was a kindly looking man and he murdered a load of people. So, you know, just two things. Think he was quite kindly looking, probably. You know, what I do know about him is he murdered all those women. But, you know, when I'm trying to imagine a man that might have murdered a load of women, my brain sort of takes me to a place where I imagine Dr. Watson and kindly looking gentlemen. Is this simply because when you were young, you heard about Jack the Ripper and Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson and you got things a bit confused in your mind and you're always sort of stuck? Doctor this and Dr. Jekyll looks like Dr. Watson as well. All the doctors have got a moustache and a thing. All the doctors. Like, what goes on in Alan's head? It's Alan Sugar, it says Olivia Britton. Oliver
for having to pay for them, I think it was like revenging.
Oliver. I don't know.
City gent.
Audrey says he could murder a
tart.
tart.
Never know who he was. And it's just sad. I posted Elvis. I posted Winston off today. It's been sold, and I posted it to a faraway location. So
is that why you went to the
one
post
that bought
box?
it? I won't say your name. It's en route to you, many miles away.
En route.
That's my mate. My mate Winston, who's also suffered at the hands of the trolls, so much so I won't show him anymore.
Did they troll the dog?
I really am
troll the dog.
Tethered with all this, you know. I guess I would, if I could have my life again, I wouldn't do YouTube.
I wouldn't do crime. He was going to say. Did you hear that? I wouldn't do crime. If I had my life again, I wouldn't do crime. Listen.
I wouldn't do YouTube anymore. And I really am at the end of my tether with all this, you know. I guess I would, if I could have my life again, I wouldn't do crime. I wouldn't do not true crime on YouTube, but I wouldn't do crime. Are you doing crimes, Alan? Have you done crimes? I guess I would, if I could have my life again, I wouldn't do crime. I wouldn't do YouTube. I'm not the man I was. You can just stop that now. Anymore. You don't have to do YouTube anymore, Alan. No one is forcing you. You are doing this to yourself. All of this that we're having, all of this today, my big episode today, which has gone on longer than it should. I'm going to get on to playing that game in a minute. I'm going to have my dinner a little bit later. I'm going to do a couple of hours on the game. I'm really looking forward to it. Just had to get this out while it was, you know. But you don't have to do this, Alan. You're doing it to yourself. Oh, it's not reading it. Come on, read it.
Because you'll be in jail.
Sent tippies. Ha 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 ha! I didn't know Columbo had smashed up hands. Elmfowl. I'm having fog memory every time I look at my ashtray. I'm blaming my girlfriend that she smoked it. Ha ha ha! I need a personal roller. LOL.
Yeah,
Super chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Sorry about that. Going into the stash.
It was just me and Winston on our own on the beach, unknown and unheard of. We were fine.
If it was just you and Winston on the beach, you'd be fine. Why don't you fuck off then?
He's 12 now.
He's 12. Oh, God.
Well, the
When Alan
trolls
goes through
even
that,
put-
you're going to have to pay for his vet bills, and Alan's going to twist that, and he won't feel it like we feel it. You know, when I lost my beautiful animals over the last few years, the ones that I have, they're not my animals. They're members of the family, you know. I don't know if being the narcissist that he is, I'm going to find it hard to have sympathy when he uses it. If he does it in the right way, I feel like he might monetize it. I feel like he might even want to have some sort of send off or funeral, or like, you know, something for you to pay for.
Fangs on him and blood coming out of his mouth.
They put fangs on him.
I said to my son, I can't show him anymore.
I can't show him anymore.
It's just gross. I can't show him anymore. I've just retired him off.
Retired him? What was he in
There
service?
he is, and it's been bought.
It's been bought, so fuck you,
No,
trolls.
you see, it's the early days now. I wasn't very good.
You're not.
This is Ted Bundy. You can see it's Ted Bundy, but I'm doing it with palette now, so you can't get the character in it.
You're daubing the paint on with a
So
spoon.
that's Ted.
Fuck that off. Move on.
And what I did here is just funny.
Do you remember this? We said it looked like Dr. Spock or George crossed with George Best. I said it looked like Dr. Spock crossed with George Best. Do you remember that? You all remember it. I said it looked like Dr. Spock crossed with George Best. If you want to see that, check out on the channel, Battery Exhausted, on the videos, Armchair Detective Terrible Art Grift. Here. Where he's his channel, you know, like, I'm not here to, you know, raise his name on my channel because, like, fucking idiot that he is. Back in the day, this had to be looked at. 8 days ago or whatever, it had to be looked at. Look at it. Do you know what I mean? But it's got AD on it as look at it. It's got AD at the bottom there as a. We've already stated this. Anyway, Emma White crossed with Dr. Spock, mate. Emma White crossed with George Best. There you go. Emma White crossed with Dr. Spock and George Best. That's me saying it on my channel. Yeah. You've heard that now, right? Now listen to this.
I wanted to confuse people. So I've incorporated Dr. Spock. You should be able to see Dr. Spock and the Beatles.
You mean the Beatles who had those haircuts just like George Best? The man is incredible. The man is stealing content from the videos I make where I rip the piss out of him and assimilating it into his Patreon content to sell his artwork. I said, just Jelaine, Lucia, I like that in chat. Jelaine, I like that in chat. Whatever this was, it's got AD written on it, on its collar, and he's strapped in. He's bound by these shackles. In his other artworks, he describes being bound by shackles. This is him bound by the shackles, and the shackles that he's been bound by is he's secretly got, like, I don't know if he's secretly fascinated by or wants to be, or he's got some sort of issue with gender and sexuality. Let's just say that. And he's painted the lips and he's done the eyes and the haircut. And from his day, Cleopatra being Elizabeth Taylor, we're talking about George Best, and we're talking about, you know, that sort of look. George Best being a famous Lothario who could have any woman he wants, like a sexy man, the ultimate sexy man of the era, almost like a David Beckham or something. Well, David Beckham's now. Anyway, look, the sexy man of his era. Did AD have a crush on George Best? And was that something that had to be locked away inside himself? What's good? Because he looks like a football shirt, doesn't it? This blue with the collar. The way the collar's up. And George Best did play for Ireland and wore a green shirt. So to me, this looks like George Best with sexy makeup and a sexy haircut. And he's chained up so Alan can either suck him off or it represents his repression. I said it looked like Dr. Spock crossed with Emma White, crossed with, like, this you can't make up. I am inside Alan's head, rent-free. We've sublet his frontal lobe. And now, we're opening up the hippocampus for an extension. We're going to create a sort of parkland and area. There's going to be some shops. We think we're going to maybe, you know, put in a B&Q. We're creating a... What's going on?
It's just funny.
You can't say this.
I wanted to confuse people.
I said it in a video. You can't say this.
I've incorporated Dr. Spock. You should be able to see Dr. Spock and the Beatles. It's sort of Dr. Spock.
Do you know what a win that is for me?
Meets the transsexual Beatles. It's like modern, it's modern. The Spot meets the transsexual Beatles.
Do you know, if you stayed this long in this broadcast tonight, or if you popped in late, but if you've been there from the start, and this is a long one tonight, coming up on 5 hours now, fucking hell. This is the gold dust at the end, isn't it? Absolute gold dust at the end. We will finish off this final 10 minutes. We will run over 5 hours. Wow. But he just said what I said. I'm going to have to cut this out at the end and put it up as a video separate because it's been lost in the 5 hour stream. But this is gold dust at the end. I hope you're all really enjoying this. This was incredible. He said what I said as a detraction of him, as the reality that it was. But it wasn't. He's using my content as his, in his own. It's incredible, the layers. It's like Inception. And the revelation, the thing he added, because I didn't say anything about transgenderism in my first review of it. He has now brought that into it. The revelation. Like, Alan, we need to talk, or you do, with a therapist.
Dr. Spot meets the transsexual Beatles. It's like modern, it's modern. And it's there to confuse. I'm
not confused. You're confused.
That's my protest of being sued by the young man, Frankie, where they're smashing free speech out of my head. Bang, bang, Maxwell's silver hammer came down on my head. Cancel culture.
Alan's the crazy cat lady next door. If Alan's living next door,
they
you
want
should
me
just
destroyed,
move.
Guys.
This isn't right.
That's what they want.
Bring your kids in. Oh, but Mum, we want to play out. You're coming in.
I'm getting in my first painting now.
That man's doing his gardening. You're coming in.
This is me thinking of you.
See, that's him.
In America. And, yeah. I'm shackled.
He's shackled.
My free speech is shackled.
So just like that other painting where that figure was shackled, it's him with the Beatles haircut looking like George Best with the makeup.
Yeah, that's more of a thought than a painting. I think that's the first one. No, it's not the first one.
I can't remember.
My first self-portrait in jail.
That's Alan again.
For a crime I never committed,
He's a nascent artist. He's only done 5 or 6, 7 or 8. I mean, you could call some of them paintings. I'd struggle to, but he's only done 7 or 8 works. And of them, multiple self-portraits.
That's sold.
It's raining again. I couldn't be happier. Swish and then swoosh.
Collywobble sent tippies. Alan might well be bound by shackles soon. Roll on the court case. I've never laughed so much since watching your channel. Keep it up, Scott. Brilliant.
Thanks. I'm
Super
surprised.
Chopper owes 6 hugs.
I am surprised. Like I said, the true crime stuff is good. It gets a lot of views, the Nicola Bully stuff, and the other stuff on Super Chopper main channel that's not like that has the base floor of where we're at. Like, that's the base floor of where I'm at, which is where I'm interested. Okay, the big successes are great, but the baseline is, that's where I'm interested in pushing, raising that baseline. And over here, though, we're having a great laugh. It's just whatever it is. Alan's providing. We're just looking at and reacting to, and it is absolute gold. It is, in lots of ways, and in lots of ways it's even more popular than the baseline of my actual normal content. This is the B-side stuff. So I think a lot of people appreciate holding Alan to account, seeing through his narcissism, and a lot of the times what I'm actually doing is saying, oh, this is a narcissist, this is a narcissist, this is a narcissist, because it's nice to point them out. It's nice to have an example of it, and Alan is such a great example of it. Several self-portraits in to his art career.
It's my first one, free speech. That's just got to its owner today.
Who's bought that?
I sent that. And then...
Does someone need something to scare next door neighbour's dog? Do you need something to keep the cats off your drive? Why not buy one of Alan's artworks? Not only will the image, but also the smell will repel local wildlife.
Got that today. That's free speech. Me in prison.
Done with a spoon.
You see, it's the very beginning of only a month ago.
Only a month ago. You've come so far, Alan. Free speech daubed on the thing. You in prison. Again, you. The sense of perspective. The straight on, bang down the lens sense of doom ongoing down a road that has permanent end. Black path. Alan.
So 42 All right, see what they're saying lately.
Is Alan in chat?
42
Have you got someone causing any problems?
words.
Often Alan will turn up with a fake name and cause problems.
There's probably some trolls on here. I haven't done this.
Is he actually in chat though? Like, are you actually like you know up with his actual name, or is it just someone being a bit of a troll? Because I could regulate the troll if you want, or I don't see his actual name. Well, we've got Audrey in chat as well doing a regulatory job, so I think we're all right. Alan is live.
Pages. 3 weeks ago, love it. Therapeutic.
Oh, he'll
Brilliant.
be listening to us while he's live. Yeah, he did that.
Speaking.
All, you can't help it. Yeah, the beauty of this is,
absolutely.
right, I'll tell you what's beautiful, and Alan will hear this, and this will really annoy him, but there's nothing you can do about it. Right? Alan, this will really annoy you, but there's nothing you can do about it, right? Is that he has to listen to it all. He will be watching this, and there's a lot of it. So now my wonderful, fun pastime with you, before I do the bit on my stream that I actually wanted to do today, which is going to end up quite late tonight, but that's fine. It's fine. This is all fun. Alan has to stew on this, watch it all, hating it, watching it but hating it, like having the bad wank, having a bad wank. And it's going to make him cross. He's going to think, how am I going to be able to respond? How can I react? He's going to be trying to put actions and plans. He's going to try and hurt me in some way. The beauty of it is can't do it. I see through him. Like the things Alan thinks hurt me don't hurt me, and if he crosses a certain line and gets really sinister, then I believe he's going down a dark path that he does not want to go down. Not like, oh, you don't want to go there, mate, but honestly, like that would be a mistake for Alan. So he would think that way. He'd think, oh, I could do some really bad shit, but it would be a mistake for Alan. And then the other options, like he's out. The things he thinks he can do and the things he does on his channel, like it makes it worse. Alan keeps making it worse. So what we're saying really, Alan, is it's your own fault. You're doing it to yourself. Stop hitting yourself. Stop hitting yourself, you idiot.
So
go to his stream. I don't really want
anybody
to.
want to close me down when I'm doing art?
I want to finish off this art thing
so
and
many
finish my
different cases, so
episode.
many
I'll have a
different
quick
things.
look at the end, but let's finish off the art thing first.
Because I've done okay. If I didn't do okay, it wouldn't be happening, would it?
No, it's not that you're doing okay. It's that you're doing the grift. We've explained really.
So I'm going to leave you there. Love you and leave it. 42 minutes to explain my art. It's
Wow.
worth it.
42 minutes to explain all of the pieces of works of art I've done. If only Rembrandt could fit in all of his work in 42 minutes, I'd have been able to go around that gallery a lot quicker. If only in 42 minutes we could say everything I wanted to express through my artwork and have a good old chat about it in 42 minutes. He's just shonked off a cheap load of shit for the patrons. These people pay him extra for this, and it's not worth, like, it's not even main, like, you wouldn't put it, it's not content. It's non-content. And the only reason it works is because we've been able to extrapolate so much about it and make it into content. Oh, I'll battle rap him. Yeah, I'll do that. Then he can come on for a debate, or we can go onto a neutral channel for a debate, or I can come onto his channel if he wants. You know, I'm not scared. I'm not scared. So Alan can do those sort of things, but he can't do anything physical, remember? So we can play chess, but we can't do anything physical.
Do more art, yeah. But at the moment, I'm just in pain. I'm just like, and I want to be a pity party, or are you crying? I'm not crying. I'm just disappointed that my life's turned out like this. For what? All I was doing is true crime. But you're my staff, not staff. Like you work for me. You're my staff that I need to stand up with, and I appreciate all your help.
Zimmer
really
frame.
And I'm hoping art can get me out of this.
No, it can't.
And we do know that what they're doing is illegal, and we have a right to report.
No, it's not.
So if you see hatred,
and
not just
no,
for
you
me,
don't.
for anyone.
If you see hatred, like obviously we've been through the
their
race thing
lives
today with Alan,
ruin someone's
haven't we? We've been through all the racism and the strange opinions on race. And anyway, like,
life.
don't
When they're
get me started.
Prepared to send people to Malta to get me when I'm not even in Malta. How low are they going to go in the future?
You're going to send people to Malta to get me when I'm not even in Malta. Ah, right. So, bit weird. The way you phrase it is a bit weird, Alan. But yeah.
Well, there is no low, is there?
There is no low. Not for you, Alan. It gets really depraved.
But I thank you. And Nancy, I wish you could help. I wish someone could help.
I wish Nancy's already give you hundreds of
All we
dollars.
can do is stick together, guys, isn't it? Not give up. Don't forget, I've got this ongoing court case with Frankie as well. So not only got to deal with them, I've got to deal with this Frankie thing. I'm 68. And when I say I don't own my house, I don't.
Signed it over to one of your children, did you?
I just enjoy like doing crime.
It sounded like a bit of a lie. Like it sounded like there's something extra there that he's not
I
telling
don't
us.
deal with that.
Oh, I
I've got
can't
to
be
deal
asked
with
with
this
that.
Frankie thing. I'm 68. And when I say I don't own my house, I don't. I just enjoy like doing crime, really, I suppose.
Just enjoy
And
doing
I-
crime. Sorry.
I just
Sorry, what?
enjoy like doing crime, really, I suppose.
Just enjoy doing crime.
I just enjoy like doing crime, really, I suppose.
So you're a big fat crime doer. You like doing crime.
And art now. I'm going to bed. I'm done. Thanks very much for all your support, guys. I've got Maria Suarez
There's the hand.
tomorrow night. We're going to talk bully and
Maria's
see what's
gonna be
happened to
on. I
her.
don't know why
since
she
she's
would go
got
on
this
his
new
channel.
bit,
I don't know why.
because they can't remember nothing. They have to be told what to. Do you remember when he did so and so? Oh yeah, I remember when he did so and so. They don't.
He's
know.
talking about his
They
former
have
mods
to be
now.
told what to. The mods that go against me are lying because they can't remember nothing. They have to be told what to. Do you remember when he did so and so? Oh yeah, I remember when he did so and so. They don't know nothing.
Wait, I'm not having that. I'm not having that arm. Manipulating, having a pop at those ladies again that were on that podcast again, on Lizzie Taylor's podcast again, having a pop at those ladies and bringing out the arm, and that is like it looks like, you know, when a bear catches a salmon and like claws half of it, you know, like when a bear catches a salmon and like half claws the salmon, and like or it looks like someone's sadly been in a motorbike accident and had to have a skin graft. Like, what's going on with his arm? What's going on with that arm? It's not my fault.
So and so. They don't know nothing. The mods I got now are the best. I won't bother saying anything about next mods. Thanks, guys. I think I'm going to bed.
You think you're going
Can
to
you?
bed?
Oh, right, hang on.
You're not
So,
sure about that?
Um,
Going to stay up and spend that $500 on poker?
my words are true, Sam. That one? No.
Someone wanted to comment up.
Thanks.
As an ex-spanner, AD's brilliant. AD's great. Everyone's ridiculous.
So, on that note, off to bed, said Zebedee. Good night.
He's not going to bed, is he? Look at his little face. He's going to be on the horsies, on the poker, whatever, spending that money. Can you have the tippies link? Yeah, I haven't posted it for a while, have I? It's not posting automatically today, which is a bit of an issue. Oh no, but it's okay. You know, everyone's been doing a lot of tippies, and yeah, we are now at the end of a massive Alan marathon. And so again, I don't know how we do it. I don't know how we turn like a load of old shit into wonderful content, but we do, don't we? We turn Alan's load of old shit into wonderful content, and Alan suffers a venomous tongue because he himself, I'll reiterate, is a narcissistic grifter who will paint himself out as the victim at every turn, but bully, cajole, outright demand money, time, effort from other people to support him and his lifestyle. And his lifestyle includes gambling it all away. So, Alan, bad chuffer, us, had fun. Quite happy with that. We will finish on a song, of course, but I probably won't be able to get it taken out of the copyright if our episode is too long. So let's hope it's a good one.
I couldn't be happier.
Lucia Thomas sent tippies. Super Chuffer owes 15 hugs.
Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I do. In fact, why don't we finish on one of my songs so that we don't get binned off for that? Because you all like that when we do that, don't you? So I should be able to find my own stuff on my own channel because I'm not an idiot. But I have been on the internet now for a while, so looking at this is like confusing to me now. What do you want to hear? Someone requested this the other day, so I've got this lined up if you want to hear this from the other day.
All your fears are baseless like glass bottoms. Smash racist faces with glass bottles. Heckles up, tits out like Brexit. I can't believe they don't get it. Sweet like they're sweet and they're licking them on that back. Cut the caramelody until their teeth turn black. Cause I'm sugar for my honey, honeybee don't sting. Could have the candy floss philosophy be what me bring? Because I'm sweet like they shanks like they...
Wait, I'm going to go on to Twitch and play a game in a minute. I was supposed to send you all over there at the end of this. On Twitch, I'm Ganji Kid, creator - your channel, my channel. Look out for this. I'm going to quickly get some food, and then I'm going to start playing a game on the old internet. Late night now, But I don't care. It's going to be a different time in America. It's still going to be the internet. I want to start playing this game. It's a new game, and I'm going to be playing it. And the game is going to be called Bramble, this mountain bramble thing. Actually, I'll search it up in here. Bramble, the Mountain King. This is the game that we're about to play. Like literally now, in half an hour's time on Twitch. So
Do
check
not
this out.
give in to the darkness.
And you'll be able to see it on Ganji Impact,
Do
one of my
not
other
give
channels.
in to the darkness.
Uploaded to YouTube eventually.
Do not give in to the darkness. You will find what you are searching for within the mountain.
So that looks cool as fuck. So I'm going to be playing that. That's out today. I'm going to download it, get some food, sit back down in this chair, and have a bash a couple of hours of playing that, because I'm going to be doing that on Twitch. So get over to my Twitch if you want to see that later on. And it will appear on YouTube on one of my other channels. If you go to Super Chuffer, I've got this other channel called Ganji Impact, which is where I've been uploading Genshin Impact. And since this is a game, I might upload it there. But I don't know really where to upload it. If I do upload it, it could go anywhere on one of any of these channels. But we're going to be playing about 20 hours of that game until it's completed on Twitch, intermittently, through the next week, getting it finished in a week. Like, we're not going to be dragging that out for hours and hours and hours. But it's going to be a thing of itself. So I'm looking forward to doing that.
It's raining again. I couldn't be happier.
Ammo 2 Ammo sent tippies. The ex-wife used to watch you, she would say, and with my side piece again, she loved watching YA. It's not why we're divorced though, DW. Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
You don't get the side piece. No, you don't get the side piece. Poorly Malinarji. Adrian Broner. You can't have the side piece. So I'll leave you with the rap then. How do you get Twitch? You just go to Twitch and just watch it. It's just like, it's just, just go there and watch it. It might be a separate app on your phone. If you're on your phone, it might be an app. But Twitch it's like YouTube. It's just, I go on there, it's the gaming platform. So rather than having all gaming for hours on my YouTube channel, people complain, oh, why is this game? I don't want to watch this game. So, I'm not going to go to bed though. No, I'm going to stay up for another couple of hours and play game. It's going to be fun. I've done all the hard work now. Twitch is just like, me playing a game. I'm not going to like try. The game is entertaining or it's not. I'll do talking along the way, but I'm not like trying to do a show or anything. I'm playing the game, and because I'm playing the game and I'm sat here, I might as well turn on the camera and be on Twitch. It's that sort of jig. But I'm really looking forward to that game. It looks like a good one. So that'll be. Don't worry, you've got time, because between now, which is 11 o'clock in my world, and about half an hour, 40 minutes or so, I'll be on Twitch doing that. And then I'll play you out with this track, like I said, because someone requested it the other night. So you can have this, and it's an example to Alan of what you can do if you want to work at something. Because the thing the narcissist won't do is put in any work. He simply won't put in any work. And when he does, it falls flat, doesn't it? So let's hear what I did back in the day when I used to be cool.
Chocolate dog. Never mind every cool Scotty dog, don't bark. Sticky toppy veggie man, that's only for a treat. Sweet but the one that's sweet, but the one that's sweet, but the one that's sweet.
But really, thank you. Thank you. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all for having a lot of fun with me. And, the narcissist will continue to do his stupid narcissistic stuff. I'm not always going to be able to cover it, because, god damn it, he's going to churn out so much shit that no one person could really dedicate themselves to doing it. Or nor should they. But it's just a load of fun when he does something extremely stupid. Like, potentially, I think we said today, take a photograph in Smith's in the airport. I don't know. It's all just stories and nonsense, isn't it? It's all just YouTube. It's all just stories and nonsense. It's all just entertainment. For me, anyway, it's been very entertaining. How do you download the game? It's on Steam. I mean, I don't work for Bramble or whatever. It's called Bramble the... it depends what system you've got. But you want to watch me play it first, don't you? Or you're just going to go and play it and then that's it. You don't come and watch me. That's fine. No, that's fine. It's called Bramble the Mountain King. I mean, I don't know how to, depending on what system you've got, there's lots of different ways to download it. So it'll be out there on Nintendo Switch, on Xbox, on all those other platforms as well. I'm going to download it on Steam, but it looks good to me. So I'm looking forward to playing it. And sometimes a game comes along that I just want to have a crack at and, switch lanes for a little bit. Stay in my lane, stay in my lane. But this is one of those. So I was going to do it earlier, but it's a good time to do it now because we've gone on and on and on and on. I thought this episode would end up 2 hours shorter and I would do 2 hours of Bramble, but I promised it to myself, so I'm looking forward to it. I'll finish you on the song. Thank you for all your tippies. Thank you for all your being here, for your interaction. And we've got a much better vibe than Alan. Lots of nice people in chat. So if any of Alan's people are ever watching, they can always come here. That's fine. We're not going to be angry at them. Alan, yourself, you do need to have a sit down, don't you, Alan? Alan is currently absolutely furious while I'm saying this. You know, he's not. He's doing his show. You wanted to see quickly his show, didn't you? You wanted to quickly see his show as well. Alan is not currently furious.
Other people say the fingernails beds on some of his hands look purple and consistent with that of a deceased person. You can have a look at the photo online. You are my study group, and obviously we're working together, and I honestly value your opinions on this.
Yeah, because when people say things, you can rip them off and then ban them.
Study group, then I value your opinions.
He's changed his tune, hasn't he? The way I was just saying about our chat being a great place, Alan is trying to assimilate some of our better ideas. He's trying to learn, but he's not really. What you think he's trying to learn? He's not trying to learn. He's just trying to, oh, that's good, I'll have that. That's good, I'll have that. Because he doesn't understand how it works deep down. Because he doesn't have it in his soul, and he's not really, he doesn't really want the place to be a nice place, and you don't really matter to him. He's just saying it. Like, he's a bad chuffer.
Under 10 or something. Come on.
He's going for this Nike. Like, why does he look like he works, like, putting the holes back in the golf club? You know when you go around the golf club and there's that chuffer out in the rain, putting the holes back in or doing something with the holes? I don't know what he's doing. Fucking around with the holes at the golf club. Do you know what I mean? Leave him out there, he's fine. Collecting the balls, that's what he's doing. They're all panging the balls at him. Smack. You get an extra tenner if you hit him on the back of the head. Smack. Collecting the balls in a little bucket at the golf club. We leave together so we're not staggering out like a bunch of hobos.
Was Summer awake? Was she ever awake? Honestly, it haunts me to this day.
Alright, so he's just rattling on about some old, nothing. Do you know what I mean? This is what I was considering doing in a way. Like this, not particularly this Summer Wells one, but I'd researched a different crime. Someone I was going to, go over somebody else's tragedy, and in the end, I veered off it this week for some reason, instinctively in me. Alan doesn't care about other people, their feelings, so we'll use anybody's tragedy for views if that's what it seems is important for views on the internet that will get him in for his grift. That's what he's doing. Like, Alan has no real interest in like true crime per se. But this is the thing that's working for his grift, I believe. Do you know what I mean?
You don't put a child in the back of a car with the windows up on a hot that day and leave her for an hour.
Right. Good one, Alan. That sounds horrible. That sort of content sounds horrible to watch. Alan talking about horrible tragedies like that without any compassion. Great.
Sweet with the one that's sweet with the one that's sweet with the one that's sugar. Hang tight TNT because he's higher like a Buddha. Give me the gunslinger, they call him stand and deliver. I'm a cowboy and my muck is a revolver. 6 chambers loaded with lyrics. Pull the hammer back and then I fire it in the inner cities. Well, I'm a killer, they can't catch Jack the Ripper. Man, I'm only an MC but I sound so sinister. Bump DNA silver like a Rizzler. You bump reggae on your stereo a sizzler. You think you're better but you wreck it, the kid in ya. I'm a Don DJ Sterling, I'm gonna slay ya. I play it out like as if your name was Sega. Made it all the way from Omega back up to Alpha. So take your counter, move it up the ladder, then fuck it off the board because I'm bored of this caper. Some people say life's all about chasing paper. Get a printer, I'm like ink, I'm artistic creator. I'm not a follower, I'm born a leader like Simba, hear me roar. Paper has a way of disappearing into vapor. Pop a smoke and then it's gone, see you later. Well, I'm devoted to the greater good. Social cohesion blew up your neighborhood like a poster or a stencil. When they let the kid fight, they see the kid who get mental. The size of the fight inside the dog is incredible, and he's coming for the top dog spot. So better get the treats out and get the seats off for King Scott. Beheading all the haters like Joffrey. I'm sweet like the sweet, sticky dark like toffee. so don't test me. Meet me in the alley, make sure you bring the money. My recipe's vegan, so no honey, no hurry, but get it done quick. The officers arrive, they can ride my dick till they're sick. I'm a soothsayer, so I can see the future. They all feed off my body like vultures. Call me roots and culture in the media. They come follow when they don't get near. So faceless, like your fear. We talked about the glass bottoms when we started here. Now we're pulling the flow and coming back again. You listen in your car and not just at the weekend. So turn this up, each message that I send, like Snapchats. I don't Snapchat, I lace tracks and all of that. It's better than the like button. Got my sights set on all the rotten cuts of mutton dressed up as bad man. Just bring out one bad man who can draw. Told you before, I'd come back with more. Now I'm back with the force of 10 tigers. It's time to line up your lighters. I'm future tech like a lightsaber. I'm here to save ya, so take my hand. We got to make it to the promised land like Musa. I found the answer, so come together. I'm future tech like a lightsaber. I'm here to save ya, so take my hand. We got to make it to the promised land like Marley. So start the party, get rowdy. When you found me, I was waiting in the alley. I've been holding out with rhymes, now I've too many to carry. Your bag, man, like Whitey, so don't try me. You're not ready for these heebie-jeebies, please. Let's spit some bars that are strictly social, like Ronnie Size, straight up on a level. I was dancing with the devil till the day he broke my back. Have you ever worn the mask, and how long will it last? The devil comes with his whispers, but you don't see the devil. The man comes with the knife, but you don't see the metal. The life passes by, but you don't feel the change. Is it true? You think you should be coming of age? It's strange, the place stays the same while you're away. I rage against the dying of the day again, or am I dead? Am I sick in my heart, or am I hurt in my head? I need some good advice, I need to get to bed. Instead, time lost coaching when I could be working. Time lost working when I wanna coach. I bought myself a digital watch and a stopwatch. I used to watch clocks waiting for the beat to drop. Now I'm back with the force of 10 tigers. I told ya, it's time to line up your lighters. Future tech like a lightsaber. I'm here to save ya, so take my hand. I'm future tech like a lightsaber. I'm here to save ya, so take my hand. We got to make it to the promised land like Musa. I found the answer, so come together. I'm future tech like a lightsaber. I'm here to save ya, so take my hand. We got to make it to the promised land like Marley. So start the party, get rowdy. I don't think you're in order. I don't think you're in order of your size. I don't think you're in order. I don't think you're in order of your size.
Yeah, I do have to lip sync because I go out of sync because the track. But like, obviously I can do that off by heart. It's still me. The size of the fight inside the dog is incredible, and he's coming for the top dog spot. So better get the seats hot and get the treats out for King Scott. Beheading all the haters like Joffrey. I'm sweet like the sweet, sticky dark like toffee. So don't test me. Meet me in the alley. Make sure you bring the money. My recipe's vegan, so no honey, no hurry, but get it done quick. The officers arrive, they can ride my dick till they're sick. I'm a soothsayer, so I can see the future. They all feed off my body like vultures. Call me roots and culture in the media. They come follow, but they don't get near. Anyway, that used to be me. I'm not that anymore. Not battery exhausted like that anymore. Battery exhausted like this now. Battery exhausted like this now. What you want? How you like that, apples? What you want now? Battery exhausted like this now. How you want that? What you want? What more you want? Like, I've got a playlist here called Discover Limmy. It's all about Limmy. What am I doing? I need to advertise Limmy. Fuck that. Discover me. Fuck Limmy. Everyone knows who Limmy is. What about me? Where's my playlist of my actual, songs and shit? What about me? Oh, terrible. I'm terrible at making playlists of my songs then. Good one. Good one with the songs. Funny songs. You and your songs. These are a bit aggressive, aren't they, these ones? They're a bit aggressive, aren't they? And there's the acoustic ones. Don't want to play acoustic one, do you? Oh, what are we going to do now? We sort of talked a bit more and we kind of want to play one more song. A bit aggressive. What's Limmy? See, you want to discover him. He's a comedian. He's Scottish. He does streams like this. So, you know, but he's on at 9 in the morning. I'm on at 9 at night. So, yeah, I forget him. He's good. He's Limmy. He's funny. I can't play any of his stuff.
If you got out of here, there are a lot of people who think
It's
you'd go start
raining
killing
again.
people.
I couldn't be happier. Swish and then whoosh.
Hepzibah Pink sent tippies. Alan is such a doylem who is truly hilarious when he loses his shit all over the internet. Fab Live Super Chuffer. XX Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Good point. What happened to this dog? This dog had to go to the vet and be put down. Sad story. Very sad story. And I had to bear the brunt of that in a lot of different ways. Now it's not really the time. I loved him. He was a good boy. He was the best of boys. I took him from the rescue. You know, I went and rescued him. He was a rescue dog and he had problems and, you know, it was difficult. He's not like the sort of dog that was going to maul a child to death, but he might bite your foot if you're wearing a pair of boots and you stand too close to him, so you've got to be careful sometimes. Something bad had happened to him and, yeah, he was my boy, my Navy boy. This song's only a minute long, so we can listen to this at the end.
If you got out of here, there are a lot of people who think you'd go start killing people again.
Again? Well, you guys are misinformed. I haven't killed anyone.
Johnny say. Downtown because I'm meeting you at 12 noon. It always seems right. Maybe it's through but the interview and maybe we won't sleep tonight. You are adrenaline and maybe the only thing I need is you and adrenaline and maybe the only thing I see is Johnny say. I heard your voice, I got internet. Best my time in your eyes. I'd say anything to keep them moving. Don't think it's wise. You are adrenaline. Maybe the only thing I need is you and adrenaline. Maybe the only thing I see is you are adrenaline. Maybe the only thing I need is you and adrenaline, maybe the only thing I see is
you. Hey, little man. Hey. Hey, Mr. Vinicum. Hey, Mr. Vinicum.
If you got out of here, there are a lot of people who...
Yeah, it's done.
She'll wait for me.
I need to re-record the vocals to that. It actually came out really bad. But I could redo that one day. But...
Take my shirt off, I'm still a Zulu. We're already outside, let's go. You don't want me to come through. You won't stick your shit techno. Dead in the dirt, dead in the dirt. I'll leave you dead in the dirt, dead in the dirt. Dead in the dirt, dead in the dirt. I'll leave you dead in the dirt, dead in the dirt. I see what you want from me. Don't rap, you need assistance. letter. She knows it's her that I'm thinking of, as I send a letter to her. Explain what bugs are constant me, and it's not sticking. Went for 6 weeks without the sex, still got icky, not enough. Just want to feel myself sometimes. Am I alive? Just want to close my eyes and die. Right till I'm okay, till I'm right, till I'm okay, okay. Till I'm right, till I'm right, till I'm right, till I'm okay. This vision of your hair and light, it makes me wealthy. I'll let you light my arms tonight if you help me. Your crush on me, so cynical trust that I'll leave you. And pay me out to be a body flush. I believe you, I'm not in love. Just want to feel you in my arms. Am I alive? Just want to be myself sometimes. I'm not in love. Just want to be myself sometimes. Am I alive? Just want to close my eyes and die.
Thanks, you've been good. And remember, if you can't be good, then inevitably you will turn out to be naughty.